Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is May 22nd, 2022. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is the Valor in the Atlantic Telepresence project, and we are joining you live nearly 750 feet on the seafloor at the site of the World War II wreck of the Bluefields. So we're off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina at about 750 feet of water. So this is the Valor in the Atlantic Telepresence project. This is a cooperative agreement between NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE as they are known. So GFOE is making all this possible with this technology, bringing this real-time exploration to you live, again, from the seafloor. And so the GFOE builds the ROVs, they design them, they pilot them. They also have created the infrastructure for the satellite capability. So we have a satellite dish here on the ship, on the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. We like to think of as the pride of the fleet for the NOAA White Fleet. And that's how we're able to make this whole project possible and live. So we're very excited to bring this to you. We have a series of experts that will be joining us throughout the day today. My name is Tane Casterly. I'm with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. On board, we also have Chris Southerly. He's the underwater archaeologist for North Carolina, part of their Office of State Archaeology. And on land today, we'll have our partners from the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, another NOAA office. And we'll have ecologist Dr. Avery Paxton and Dr. Chris Taylor, and we'll have a series of other experts joining us today. And Avery, are you there?
Yes, Tane, I am here. We're seeing a lot of marine life as we begin to approach the wreck of the SS Bluefields. We're seeing some jacks, likely Almaco jacks, and then some smaller, differently shaped fish that are likely barrel fish. So in my screen right now, we're looking at one of the jacks, and we can point the other species out when they come back into the field of view. But for us ecologists, that's a really exciting sign. It means that we're approaching the wreck. Oftentimes we see fish as we get close to the site, which is kind of the giveaway that we're getting close to a structured habitat on the seafloor, like a shipwreck.
Well, that's exactly right. So that's one indication. And for those of you that are watching, another indication is that looked like we had a trail of bottles that were leading from down current from the wreck site as we approached. And I would hazard to guess that because they were all very similar, and they were all leading towards the wreck site, that was part of the ship's cargo. So again, it's another indication when you start seeing wreckage of things strewn down current from the wreck. The ROV system is a two-body ROV system that is pretty unique for this deep water exploration. Most shallow water systems are just one ROV, but this actually has two, so it's a delicate balance of coordinating with the ship, looking at the currents, the surface currents, the winds and waves, and then the GFOE team has to counteract those surface movements with what's happening under the water with two different systems. So it is a delicate dance, and we are very lucky today to have the captain of the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, Commander Tracy. Thank you so much for joining us, Tracy Miller. It's fabulous to have you here, and we like to think of the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. I think of it as the pride of the fleet, the ship that can do anything, and I just want to say thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, Tony, I'm excited to be here. It's a great day to dive, and it's very exciting to be able to deploy the vehicles this morning in favorable conditions.
So let me ask you. So we've had some challenges the last couple of days with currents, and the team working together on the surface team, the ship, and the bottom team with the ROV pilots and GFOE. Can you talk to a little bit about the challenges that we have on the bridge to get us down safely with the equipment? Because it's not easy, is it?
No, it's not easy at all, and it takes many days of looking at the weather and buoy conditions, assessing every morning for a good hour, couple hours of the conditions we can anticipate, and going from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And just for the folks watching at home, you'll see more of those brown bottles, again, believed to be cargo of the ship, the Bluefields. So you can see that sort of strewn on the debris field. The ship was hit by a single torpedo by the U-576, which we're actually going to visit later today. And this all happened, of course, in 1942, in July 15th. So maybe you can help me out. So, when we're on a ship, we have the captain of the vessel, right? But you're a commander. So we often would we refer to you as Captain Miller or Commander Miller when we're aboard the ship?
I like the short and easy, just call me CO, which stands for Commanding Officer Commander is the rank, along with our other sister services, the Navy and the Coast Guard have the same ranks.
Because I find it just as a person who's I'm in federal service, but I'm not in the military uniform service. So we always want to be respectful, but it's always been a challenge for me when we come aboard ship. I automatically switch to captain, but that speaks to somebody who's in control of the vessel. But it's different than the rank of the person who might have that position.
Correct. And on board here we have commanding officer, executive officer, operations officer, and then a couple junior officers as well. Three right now.
So really, it's the same structure as the U.S. Navy or the U.S. Coast Guard?
Right, and if there was a civilian master on a NOAA ship, you would call them master or captain.
Oh, yeah. So it's amazing because, so we're talking about conflicts on the seafloor with the military. We're on a merchant vessel. On the Shipwreck here, it was sunk by a German U-boat, and we're on a federal vessel here, a federal survey vessel. So all those things are sort of coming together here. And, what is it, maybe some of the things we're seeing now on the seafloor that you hope to see on the Shipwreck? If we're looking at this, Tracy, what do you think? Like as we approach this battlefield on the seafloor?
Yeah, it seems like we're approaching the stern.
Let's see, where are we looking? Yes, that's right. So the ROVs come down current. They come from, the current is flowing in front of the ROV, and we come up current from it. So we're coming into the current, and in that case, in case anything goes wrong, in case we lose power or anything, we literally drift off the site. So make sure the site is safe and the ROVs are safe too, and the ship too, of course, up here on the surface.
Right, so coming up to the stern of the vessel, expect to see the rudder and propeller relatively easily, depending on the profile of the ship.
And I'll tell you what's exciting about the Bluefields is that it is completely intact and upright. So we're going to see the bridge structure intact. We'll see cranes, be able to see some of the cargo down into the holds, and of course a whole slew of marine life too. And we're almost there as well. So it's really an exciting sight. And I should mention too some of the challenges that we have at sea. So as we just heard, we have the surface conditions. So there's wind that could be in one direction, waves could be in another direction, and the surface currents in one direction. So the ship has to sort of slide around and find that sweet spot between all of that. And I think yesterday we had a very successful dive, but those conditions were challenging, weren't they?
Yeah, yesterday was definitely maxed out the limits of the ship as far as propelling into the current and holding position. We had a very narrow range for the ship's heading yesterday. So
imagine, the challenges that, of course, the NOAA ship Nancy Foster had on the surface, they're compensating for it, but they had equally challenging conditions underwater where you could have a current in one direction speed at the surface, another one in the mid-column, and another one at the bottom. But it just speaks to the professionalism and expertise of the bottom team with GFOE and the shipboard personnel to make that happen, because yesterday's dive was incredible. We saw a huge amount of marine life. And again, for those of you just joining us, we are on the World War II freighter, the Bluefields, that was sunk by the U-576 in a U-boat attack on July 15th in 1942. And on feed 2, if you actually move over to that, you can see the sonar image, and you can actually see the shipwreck as we approach it. You'll be able to see it on the visual feed with the camera as well as the sonar view. And maybe with the ROV pilots, if you're able, can you describe us maybe some of the benefits of that Blue View multi-beam sonar?
Limited by sunlight. We have excellent cameras, but they can only do so much. The Blue View gives us is able to do a series of scanning that just gives us a wonderful detail that our cameras aren't able to necessarily provide the feedback that we need. So it just gives us another great alternative as far as navigating different sites just like this. It picks up structure very well, and if you're seeing it now, you can even see how well the detail picks up as far as moving fish, so as far as moving obstacles go. It's just an excellent tool as far as navigating goes.
Yeah, thank you so much. And if we look at the video screen and at the sonar, you'll notice it looks like a knife's edge. So we are at the bow of the Bluefields. And again, it talks about the preservation of the shipwreck, how intact it is, sitting up and proud above the seafloor, totally intact here for what we're seeing. Just a fantastic view. So once the ROV is getting settled, our pilots are just looking at the environmental conditions and making a plan of attack to explore the vessel. Hopefully we're going to be able to move up, raise up just a little bit, and hopefully we're going to see that deck and the deck structure and everything that is still there from this World War II battlefield on the seafloor. You know, this shipwreck in the U-576 is the only representation of a true World War II naval battlefield anywhere in U.S. waters. So this is the only example of where the aggressor, the U-576, and its victim, the Bluefields, are literally sitting side by side, a football field apart. So it's absolutely phenomenal. Avery, maybe you can help just describe some of the marine species we're seeing here.
So as we get closer to the bow of the Bluefields, Tane, we're starting to still see some jacks that we've seen swarming in the water column during the descent and transit along the seafloor to the wreck structure itself. We're also starting to see some groupers. Those are the big, relatively slow-moving fish that we're seeing. And when we get closer to them, we'll be able to hopefully get some identification of the particular species. And we did just see a jack swimming through my field of view right now. But one of the main things that I think we're going to see today is that about 750 feet, the shipwreck is an island of habitat. It's really forming an oasis for marine life. And I'm really excited to see what fish are occupying this wreck today.
Yeah, this is a much deeper shipwreck site, right, Avery, than we've been visiting in the last few days.
Yes, so this is a much deeper shipwreck site than the ones we've been visiting. Yesterday, for example, when we were on the E.M. Clark, we were about 260 feet underwater, and today we're over double that. And one of the things we'll see is that we may see some similar types of fish that we saw yesterday, but we'll also see different ones. Oftentimes, fish are living in a particular depth range. And so we'll see some species today that we haven't seen yet on the mission.
Yeah, which is exciting. So again, for folks just joining us, we are on the seafloor of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, at about 750 feet of water on the World War II freighter, the Bluefields. We're looking at the bow at the moment. We've just arrived at the site, and we're slowly moving down the starboard side of the vessel, the lower hull, which is the right-hand side, for those of you who've lived your life on land. And we're going to start moving slowly down that and then moving up as well. It looks like we've got some structure here on the seafloor, which is pretty amazing. And on feed 2, you can actually see our navigation screen. So we have a multi-beam sonar survey. It was taken aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster last night, actually, and providing that critical information to give to the RV team to put into their navigation. And now we can accurately track where the 2 ROV system is. So we have the Yogi ROV, that sort of white triangle, much closer to the shipwreck. And then further out in the green, you'll see Guru, which is sort of a gray structure there. But that's critical for us to give us understanding where we are on the shipwreck so I can describe it to you at home, but also for safety. Oh, Avery, we're seeing some more marine species here. What's that in the background?
You are right. So we are seeing some large fish. These are grouper, and I can't get you a solid identification yet. We'll need to get a little bit closer. Some of the grouper species that we'll see today are pretty tricky to tell apart. We're going to be looking for some yellow colorations along the mouth. We're going to be looking for spots. We're going to be looking at dorsal spines, and hopefully we'll be able to get some better identifications on those as the day continues. But these are really important fish for recreational and commercial fisheries. These are large-bodied demersals, as we call them, so usually associated with structure on them. And we'll likely see them moving relatively slowly today. They're what we call kind of lie-in-wait predators. So they'll move very slowly, and then if they see something come by that they want to eat, they'll accelerate very quickly and get that. But we also, Tane, have another ecological expert on the line. His name is Dr. Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy, and Brendan is an expert at identifying grouper species. And Brendan, are you able to identify the individuals that we've seen so far today?
Yeah, good morning, Avery, and everybody else. Thanks for having me. And I think what we just saw there were several large-bodied snowy grouper. So pretty confident in that ID. They're likely to be the most common grouper species that we see on this wreck today, but we'll be looking for a couple others, as you mentioned.
Outstanding. And
thanks so much. So, Tane, what are we looking at right now? Are we still on the bow of the vessel?
Yep.
And are we looking for particular features today to help us understand more about the sinking circumstances of the Bluefields?
well, we know exactly how the ship sank when she was smacked by a torpedo by the U-576 on July 15th in 1942. Now we're really looking at it. We're monitoring the shipwreck. We're seeing what the vessel looks like now, how it might have changed since we first looked at it in 2016, and we're getting some fantastic views of the forecastle of the Bluefields freighter. We're seeing some, looks like a windlass, maybe a king post, which is a large pillar, sort of a mast coming up. It's just beautiful. And Avery, I believe we have a question for the CO that came in the chat.
We do. CO, there is a question in the chat for you, which is, does the Nancy Foster have dynamic positioning? And we have some back and forth in the chat with folks discussing it. So hoping you might have an answer for the group.
Yeah, no problem. Yes, we've been using dynamic positioning this entire project. Actually, we've had 2 other missions prior to this one where we have heavily relied on our dynamic positioning and learn more about its capabilities in high currents.
Yeah, and that's what makes the Nancy Foster special, because you have main engines, right, with a traditional propeller, but then you have the Z drives as well. And can you help the audience understand what the Z drives do? Because they are very special.
Yeah, so the Z drives run on motors, and they can spin 360 degrees, and you can thrust in any direction. And so they work in tandem with the bow thruster at the bow of the ship to hold position and make moves.
Yeah, and that equipment is what makes this possible, because we could not do that with a traditional system aboard most vessels. So that's why we're so lucky to be able to use this ship. So again, it's the ship coming together with the expertise of the crew and the officers, and then GFOE. And we're seeing another really beautiful view here. We're on the starboard side of the vessel at the bow. You can actually see the peak of the bow there. We're looking at the windlass assembly. We've got a mast that's folded over. But everything is really, this is a snapshot in time from World War II, from 1942. This is a direct interaction with that battle that happened. And Avery, have we seen anything new that we can describe for the audience at home?
So we're still continuing to see some grouper, especially on the quad view of feed 2. But we do have another question that's come in on the chat. Folks are wondering if you can describe the 360 camera array that we're seeing extended in front of the camera with that arm. And folks are also curious when that 360 video footage will be available to view in an immersive setting and what that might look like.
Yeah, well, it's an exciting part of the project is using that 360 camera. So what that is, you'll see what looks like a black metal arm that's extended out from the ROV, and there's what appears to be a black box at the end with sort of spheres on it, sort of lenses. So those are actually 3 bubble lenses with a 3-lens system camera inside that. And what it'll do is shoot video with all 3 cameras, and then after the project, we'll actually mesh all 3 cameras' footage into one experience. And it's a virtual reality experience. So it'll be online where you could view with your computer, use a mouse to move around the screen. As the video moves through, you can move in any direction to see around you. But maybe more excitingly, you could download that data to a pair of virtual reality glasses. And that'll give you that first-hand view of exploration, being in that physical space, and you could turn your head in any direction and you'll be in the shipwreck. You'll be at the site. So that's what's so exciting for this. We've shot this at several shipwreck sites, including the USS Monitor. And those will be some of the projects after the project, the products that come out from this, because we want to capture as much data as we can, as much video as we can, and we're going to be producing small film shorts, presentations, and again, this 360 video, all available for free download from the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. So we're very excited for this. And, for ecologists, What does that mean maybe for you guys to study using that sort of that 360 immersive experience, Avery?
That's a really good question, Tane. And so for the ecologists, we were first able to get eyes on this site in 2016 with a mission involving a lot of collaborators, including folks at NOAA and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and East Carolina University. And during that mission, the team was able to put scientists underwater in a human-occupied submersible and look at these shipwrecks from the archaeological perspective, but also the ecology. And on that mission, we were able to start to understand what types of fish are occupying these deep shipwrecks. And so today's dives on the Bluefields and the U576 that is just nearby, about a football length away underwater, will help us understand how the types of fish we're seeing on this shipwreck and its nearby U576 have changed over time. So these will be snapshots into what is happening with the fish community, but very, very valuable information for our team. And I would imagine, like you were mentioning earlier, Tane, that not only assessing the changes in the ecology of the site over time are important, but also understanding the status of the shipwreck, so how it's degrading, how et cetera, over time. Can you speak a little bit to that, perhaps?
Yeah, so we go back to a lot of these shipwrecks, working with our partners, because a lot of these are owned and managed by other federal agencies or privately owned still. But this is helpful data we can share in that regard, and really going back and seeing how are things changing over time since we've last been here. Is the ship settling? Is it coming to an equilibrium with the environment? Is it degrading? Those are all good questions. And maybe I'll toss another question to our CO. We just saw the bow up there with the windlass and things. Granted, it is covered with a little marine growth, but are you seeing a lot of things that you might see aboard modern ships? Some of that equipment that was up at the bow?
Yeah, definitely. The bow, I saw the anchor windlass. A lot of the deck stuff that you use to tie up a ship, the bits and cleats. Yeah, it's very exciting to see all that intact, and you could actually call out what it is.
Yeah, and it's amazing. I mean, some of these ships built at the same time period, of course, they're still afloat and active, and to see something that you might be able to walk the decks of today, but as part of that battlefield, to see it, settle on the seafloor for over 75 years is pretty amazing. And for folks at home, we're looking at the opening, it looks like, for the first cargo hold. So the vessel was moving with a full load of cargo, so that's pretty interesting that we might see some of that. And maybe for the ROV pilots, if we're able to move a little bit closer to look down, that might be great. But also keep in mind, we do have structure just moving to the aft of us as well, to the left of us. And, I've got my underwater archaeology compatriot on board, Chris Southerly, underwater archaeologist for the state of North Carolina. What are some of your impressions that you're seeing now from this fantastic resource on the seafloor?
Yeah. I guess with Tana, it's amazing to see the preservation that we have here. And, the historical account says that Bluefields went down quickly, and that's pretty apparent because it must have probably highly focused damage that caused it to sink quickly. So we're not really seeing a lot of damage at all. The forward, all the forward machinery is in place, the anchor chain, and we're looking down into the forward cargo hold here. The ship itself seems to be in really good shape and preserving well here at the bottom. It was interesting to note too, as we were approaching the ship from down current, we started to see a trail of artifacts that have washed out from the ship as we're moving along. Those being the bottles. So it'd be interesting to see what else we find and note aboard ship that has that the people use to tell the story of the sailors too. Because that's ultimately for me, I love the ship construction and the site formation process, but it always comes back to the people that were aboard.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the folks at home looking at the screen, we're looking more towards down the length of the vessel, towards the stern, which is the end. The vessel is quite long, for a ship of this nature. It's about 220, 230 feet long. As we look down here, again, you can see some of the remnants there. And this again is, I want to emphasize, is really truly a snapshot in time of World War II. You know, you can't get any closer to World War II and a victim of World War II than you can right now, where the ship went down very quickly after being torpedoed by the U-576, and we're seeing essentially what was left of the man-abandoned ship and got away. So this is fantastic. And
so, Tani, we have another question coming in on the chat. Folks were, again, interested in understanding how deep this wreck is. So this wreck is 750 feet underwater. And we have a question for Chris Southerly, which is, Chris, how does the bottom temperature affect the rate of shipwreck degradation that we may be seeing?
That's a great question, Avery. And typically the cooler the temperatures and is going to be more likely for preservation, and it's going to slow the degradation down. But one of the biggest things that causes the breakdown of whether it's an iron or a steel or even a wooden ship is the change of conditions, going from warm to cold or calm to rough, or if you're in a nearshore environment, in, say, a beach zone or something like that, a constant wet to dry. The changing conditions really affect any material more than anything else. So the fact that we're down here, we're deep, it's colder water in general at this depth. It doesn't change that much, and even though we get currents on the bottom, it's not going to be hugely dynamic like we would have something of 100 feet or even 200 feet down. So the preservation is really going to be a lot better than we would see elsewhere because of the temperature.
And I want to point out, too, for those watching, we were seeing some cargo inside the hold there. But again, this is a snapshot in time, so everything that was aboard the vessel when it went down in 1942 is still there. So we're seeing a little bit of that. And we did have a question. This is a good one for GFOE. What is the resolution of the 360 video camera? Can you guys answer that? Looks like I'm getting the answer. It's a 5K video, so phenomenal, super high resolution. So we're very excited to bring that to you. So when you're finally seeing the product and putting on that headset, it'll be crystal clear. And that's, again, some of the technology that the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration is bringing to us today. And we're backing away a little bit from the hull. Again, you can see those straight sides. We're on the starboard side of the vessel, about towards the middle, now amidships is that called, and the starboard side is the right-hand side. And again, you can see the hull, you can see the sediment, and everything is literally like the vessel's been placed gently on the seafloor. And of course, we know from the sinking event, it was nothing gentle about it. But again, this is some of the benefits of shipwrecks in this much of deep water. So maybe as the ROV team approaches, if we're able to get back on that deck again when it's safe, we're going to be seeing that bridge structure soon.
And Tane, as the ROV maneuvers, I can fill our viewers in on some of the types of fish that we expect to see today. In 2016, when we had eyes on this vessel, we saw several types of grouper. We've already seen snowy grouper today. We've also seen Warsaw grouper in the past, as well as several yellow edge grouper. We've seen a really interesting type of fish called a wreckfish, and we've also seen some other ones like Darwin slimehead and even some conger eels. So it'll be interesting, again, to compare what we see today to what we saw, 6 years ago now at this point.
I think it'd be fascinating if you could point out a slime head when you see one. I don't think I've ever seen one before, and I love the name.
Perfect, will do. We'll keep our eyes peeled.
For those of you joining us at home, we are on the freighter Bluefields off the coast of North Carolina. We're in about 750 feet of water, and we're coming back up on the deck structure. You can see a mast there in front of us. It looks like we've got a little bit of a split in the hull, perhaps where the ship hit the bottom when it was sinking. Again, we're going to see a whole lot more structure here in just a moment as we slowly and carefully approach the shipwreck. We're taking a no-touch approach to this, where the ROV will not interact physically with the wreck. We will not be artifact sampling, and we treat the wreck itself with the utmost respect. We're getting some spectacular views here, again, of the structure of the Bluefields. Chris Southerly, what do you think about what you're seeing here? This is pretty incredible intact structure.
I guess Tanya, this is just, everything is there. All of the structure that would have been aboard, and we're seeing, I don't know if we're far enough back, the Bluefields had 4 big king posts surrounding the main superstructure that could have been used for loading and unloading as well. But yeah, we should see the deck equipment there. Looks like a winch mechanism or windlass that's there that could have been used for loading of cargo, and it's just the president here is just amazing with what we're seeing. It truly, when you see something like this, it does remind you that these shipwrecks are time capsules that capture the snapshot in time. This was April of, or no, this one was July of 1942. So the men that were aboard, all of the things that were inside and on board this vessel, it takes you right back to 1942 on board a merchant vessel.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you're looking at these things.
And for the ROV drivers, there is a little bit of overhead structure just in front of us for your awareness. You just want to be aware of those things that are continuing there, and there will be a bridge structure that is still intact behind those two for your awareness. But yeah, maybe this is another great question for our CO here. As we're looking at this seems pretty close to what you'd see on a modern day freighter with, the bits. I mean, there's a windlass right there, sort of a winch, a classic winch, just like we have in the back deck. I mean, what's your thoughts as you see this?
Yeah, it's just amazing that you can point out what all these things are, and with so much detail. There isn't as much growth as some other wrecks that we've seen. You could see ladders and piping and
just all sorts of structure. It really is incredible. And sometimes, as historians, we might be able to pinpoint items, something from the 1800s, 1900s, but we really rely on folks just like you, CO, to help point out this modern structure, because this sometimes moves away from our expertise with these shipwrecks that are sort of within the last 100 years or so. Yeah, and this is phenomenal. Again, I just want to remind folks we are on the freighter, the World War II victim of the Battle of the Atlantic, the Bluefields, at 750 feet in the water. We're seeing some fantastic views. We just got to the site, and in front of us you'll actually see an arm extended out with what we're calling the Boxfish 360 video camera to later create a virtual experience of this, so everybody can download it for free and have this experience we are at home. Avery, are there any more questions from the chat?
There are several questions. One of the questions is, why do groupers like the Bluefields so much? And that's a tricky question, but one of the things I can add in is that we recently examined about 40 years of data on small, isolated habitats like shipwrecks and pretty constrained or small in area natural reefs. And one of the things that we found is when we approach these deep depths, these small islands of habitat are really valuable for fish species. And we're actually seeing that high numbers of grouper congregate around these shores. So we do have evidence that they are hotspots for grouper. And one of the things I do want to acknowledge is that the Bluefields and the U576 were both previously known by the fishing community. They've been colloquially termed a Jack Frost wreck. And so a lot of very valuable information comes from observations of fishermen and fisherwomen who are out on these sites actively understanding what species are present on them. And then the other question we have in the chat is, what is the water temperature underwater right now at 750 feet? So hoping the ROV pilots might be able to answer that.
Yeah, ROV pilots, are you able to look at the environmental conditions and give us an update? 16.6 degrees Celsius. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, it really is phenomenal. And we should point out, that's a great point, Avery, that all of these sites, nearly all of them, are all known by the fishing groups first. Fishermen, fisherwomen. These are all known sites that are great experiences to catch fish. And it's oftentimes the historians and archaeologists that are playing catch-up and have a conversation with them where we get to learn where some of these sites might be. But by all means, if you're ever looking for shipwreck, the first thing to do is ask the fishermen where their fishing spots are. And there's a good chance your site might be it. And we
we do have some more questions coming in the chat, Tane. One of them is for you. Can you answer the question about whether the Bluefields and the U576 are inside the boundaries of the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary?
That's a great question. My office and the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries has, over the last several years, been doing a study looking at the shipwrecks surrounding Monitor, the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. We call that the Maritime Cultural Landscape. It's the surrounding history and heritage that we want to help our partners honor, including the U.S. Navy, U.S. Coast Guard, MIRAD, our allied partners, of course, the British, and we recognize, too, the Germans as well. Germany still owns the U-boat, and, of course, the state of North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. But the Monitor Sanctuary only protects the iconic Civil War ironclad Monitor. We're the smallest sanctuary in the entire system. We're a 1 mile column of water from the surface all the way down to the seafloor and protects the Monitor. So we do not protect or manage or have authority over any of these other shipwrecks, but we're very happy, I think, as NOAA, as the premier ocean agency, to bring our expertise to the table to help share this with the world and share this data with our partners, too, who might not have the means at the moment to be able to see some of these resources. And I did get an update, Avery, so the conversion from Celsius to Fahrenheit, the bottom temperature is at 62 degrees Fahrenheit. So not too bad, maybe you can get away with it with a 7 mil wetsuit.
Thanks, Tane. So we also have some questions coming in about fishing activity and some more detailed grouper questions. And I want to pose these to Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy. Brendan, first of two questions is, have you witnessed any spawning aggregations or activity at these wrecks?
Boy, that's a really good question. And, these wrecks, like most deepwater wrecks, are just not monitored enough to have a good finger on the pulse of things like that. I have not seen anything today that indicates that these animals are spawning. Snowy grouper have recently been shown to be in spawning condition quite a bit of the year. So from March to October off of the South Atlantic region, snowy grouper will be in spawning condition. But because they're so rare, not rare necessarily, but because they exist on deep structures like this that are difficult to monitor, as opposed to shallow water groupers like gag groupers, just not nearly as much is known about their biology and ecology. So we would certainly love to witness spawning of snowy grouper someday in a large aggregation, but to my knowledge it has not been recorded off of this region by video, and certainly not on these sites.
Thank you, Brendan. And then the second question is about fishing gear. Do you expect to see any fishing gear on this site today?
I could ask a couple friends who are fishermen what they've lost here, and I'm sure the answer is they've lost some things here. So I don't think anybody would be anchoring in a depth like this, but certainly there would be some line and some hooks and some lead sinkers in this area, because everything that you're looking at presents a possible hazard to somebody dropping a baited hook. So whether we'll actually see it on camera is a different story. But I can tell you with a high degree of certainty that there is some lost fishing gear on this wreck.
And as we look at the wreck, I want to point out we're seeing some of the damage from the sinking event. We've got a split in the hull here, so part of the deck is now collapsed a little bit. So that's an indication of, maybe a combination of the single torpedo that hit the vessel as well as impacting the bottom. And I want to point out maybe some of the cargo that was on this vessel when she sank. And if you look in the background, you'll see what looks like a white, sort of shiny object, sort of oblong. That's actually what we believe to be a toilet bowl that was part of the cargo here in the ship. So The audience at home might actually see more of these, but that was a part of the cargo, and you can see a little bit more to the left-hand side of the screen on the bottom. So not something you especially expect to see in a shipwreck site, but it was a freighter hauling equipment and goods, and you can see some really good views here now, actually looking down the cargo hold, and you can see more of those toilets that were part of the cargo aboard the ship. They've got some really good views here. You know, Chris Southerly, is this something you expect to see aboard a shipwreck typically?
Not really in a quantity like this. I mean, we do. You can occasionally find the head on a ship or where they were, but no, not in a quantity like this being carried in cargo. It's kind of fun and interesting to find this, and it really speaks to how you know people think it was always war material that was being carried by these ships. And it's like not necessarily. These were everyday items that people needed. That wherever the ships were bound. So a bulk of toilet seats or tools or things like that. In fact, if I'm recalling correctly, there was radio equipment, a couple cars, as well as they mentioned a cargo of a huge quantity of empty burlap bags were being carried aboard this ship, as well as some of what you would typically think is more material of drums of oil and petroleum products. So it's always fun to see these surprising discoveries.
Yeah, and I should mention, so the Bluefields is part of KS 520, which is a convoy leaving from Norfolk down to Key West. So again, there was 19 ships as part of that, tankers and freighters, and 5 escorts as well. So this was a big armada now in the later months of 1942, when we had changed tactics a bit here. But again, it's not just the material of war, it's some of those everyday items, as Chris mentioned. And what we're seeing now, again, you saw the cargo hold with a bit of those toilets and cargo. We've seen our cargo hold opening, and then we will see part of that bridge structure, which is in the middle of the vessel, coming up soon. And Avery, are you seeing anything on the screen that you weren't expecting to see?
Tony, I'm not seeing anything yet on the screen that we haven't expected to see. One of the interesting things from the ecology side is that we often try to understand how fish are associated with different types of materials on shipwrecks. And here we have a metal shipwreck, and we also have, presumably, the porcelain. You said they're made out of porcelain, right? Toilets and other cargo. So it's a really interesting mixture of materials that we're seeing here today. And one of the other things that I think we'll get a glimpse at later, once we have the Boxfish 3 is we'll be able to get some close-up views of the organisms that are growing on the wreck structure itself. And it'll be interesting to look and see if we see different types of benthic invertebrates, perhaps, on porcelain versus metal or other materials.
Yeah, and that's a good point about what these materials are made of. And we're seeing steel hull, we're seeing ceramic, we've seen glass, and this is a great example of the preservation of some of these items and what adheres to them on the seafloor. So as archaeologists and historians, we've noticed the glass and the porcelain, really doesn't have that same sort of coverage that the steel hull does. So maybe Chris Sudley, maybe you can speak a little bit to the challenges archaeologically, where when we're looking at a shipwreck site. If you're looking at the artifacts, the challenges for the conservation, because the materials are so different and the techniques are so different to preserve them.
Absolutely, it's like the how well something preserves on the bottom, especially in a marine environment, depends tremendously on the type of material it is. The iron or steel itself that the ship's made out of will begin to corrode. The iron atoms from the steel of the ship will bond with chlorides from the salt, the sodium chloride, and they form that corrosion product from the outside of the turning steel pieces, which it forms a rough texture substrate, and it for the smaller objects, that concretion is the term that we use for it, will encapsulate a lot of the, or can encapsulate a lot of the material culture, the artifacts that are around it. It gets adhered and sucked up in that blob or concretion of marine growth and corrosion products. So it helps to preserve some of those artifacts, especially for the organic artifacts, as well as for helping to slow down the corrosion process on the metal. But things like porcelain or with the toilets or ceramics of the plates or some of the galley ware or copper alloy materials, they fare better. As we saw as we approached, the glass bottles look pretty just like normal glass bottles. There's not really any marine growth or very little on those, as well as the toilets. They look as if they were just in use or could be used yesterday or could be used now. And all of those objects have a different conservation process in the lab to stabilize those. But the main thing is to get salt out of those materials that have permeated them over the tens of years or over the centuries, and so they can be safely dehydrated and a protective coating put on them in the conservation lab so they can go on display in a museum for people to see. But the preservation we're seeing here is just amazing, again, because of the constant lower temperature in the low 60s and not a huge amount of current running, at least at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the folks at home, what you're seeing, we're nearly the middle of the vessel now. You can see some housing structure there. You can see ladders going up to a higher deck. You can actually see the wooden decks there. You can see a hallway, glass portholes still in place. You can see further in the distance, there's 2 winches. There's 2 large cranes on this vessel that was sort of situated in the center and pointing towards the forward section in aft, which is towards the stern. And really, it's very unique. Actually, it would really help to identify this shipwreck, but we're getting some spectacular views. Yeah, this is what. And Avery, we're seeing some more marine species here. What are we looking at?
So right now we're looking at 2 grouper off to the left-hand side of the screen. You can see them on feed 1. To me, just joking, we're looking at 1 grouper, and then the other one is a different species that we'll come back to in a second. But we're looking at that big fish kind of in the middle of the screen right now. That is a grouper, likely a Warsaw or snowy grouper. And Brendan, were you able to get a better ID on which of those 2 species that grouper may be?
Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure, Avery. I'm looking at it now, and I'm wondering whether it's not a wreckfish, but I think it'd be nice if we could zoom in on this smaller fish that's just by the vertical structure here of the shipwreck. And I think we have the appropriate light filters on here because this fish should be reddish or pinkish in color. And I think this is the aforementioned Darwin's slime head, otherwise known as Big Ruffy, that we're looking at right here on this wreck, which is an interesting deepwater fish that's closely related to the orange Ruffy. That is a very popular fish for table fare.
So for the ROV pilots...
Yes, I agree with that.
For the ROV pilots, we're able to look again at that fish that's kind of there at the bottom right of the screen there, closer to us, the smaller guy. If we're able to zoom in a little bit at that. And would it be helpful if we had the lasers as well for scale?
Oh, lasers would be fantastic. So we're able to use lasers that are mounted on the remotely operated vehicle. Those laser beams, if we shine them on particular fish for our viewers, we know the distance between the 2 points of light that the lasers will put on the fish, and we can use that information to then estimate how long that fish is. And that can give us a better idea of how old that fish may be and provide some other really fantastic ecological information. And in 2016, when our team was able to get eyes on this site and the nearby U576, we used a really interesting technology that's related. It's called laser line scanning, and it emits hundreds of lasers into the water in very rapid succession. And from that, we were able to measure a lot of the grouper that we were seeing. And some of those grouper were, I guess, about on average, about just shy of a meter long. And now we have a great look at Darwin's slimehead, also known as it's a big roughy. We have the 2 lasers over it. The fish is still at an angle, so until that fish straightens out or we're able to move around, we'll have a distorted length measurement there. But now the fish seems to, on my screen, maybe be orienting itself so that it's going to be a great side angle view to those lasers. And so this is just another example of how some of these fish are so closely associated with the structure. Today we've seen Darwin slimehead, we've seen grouper, and we've also seen some fish that are less associated with the crevices in the wreck structure, and more associated with water around it. So those included some jacks and some other fish as well, like barrelfish. And we're also seeing lots of smaller fish in the background. Brendan, to me, those look like anthias. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's a tough one, Avery. I'd have to concur with what you said because I don't have better information. But we're certainly seeing quite an abundance of them, aren't we?
We are. And so these shipwrecks are home not only to large predatory fish like the groupers, but also small fish or cryptid species. And some of these species are using shipwreck structure for protection, to seek refuge, and others are actually using the structure provided by the organisms that are growing on the wreck structure. So you saw some kind of bushy, fuzzy organisms that some of the small fish were actually darting into and using for cover. So a really interesting and dynamic environment. And Tani, what are we looking at now as we transition further down the vessel?
Yeah, so what we're looking at is the aft house of the vessel of the freighter Bluefields. Again, we're at 750 feet on the seafloor off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. So that is the aft house, and you can actually see some fish swimming inside there. And again, imagine everything that was in place when the ship was attacked by the U-576 and hit with a torpedo. It's all still in that room. So the order is given to abandon ship. Within minutes, everybody's off and they're away and they're safe. No one died on this vessel, but everything got left behind. So this vessel is truly a time capsule from that experience. So all those stories and markers, those artifacts of who and what they were, are all here. So that's what makes the ship so special. We are at the stern of the vessel at the end, and you can sort of see on the lower hull it's starting to taper up and be rounded. So we might have an opportunity to come back at a full look at the stern, and then even drop down. Maybe we might be able to see the rudder and propellers. Maybe it would be a great shot. And then if we're able, we swing over to the other side, the port side of the vessel, and do the same thing if it's safe.
And I do want to point out that somebody had asked earlier about fishing gear. I am seeing what looks like monofilament fishing line on feed 1 right now. And then let's also get folks to look at feed 2 if you can. Feed 2 is showing an imaging sonar, and it's able to give us a different glimpse, almost like an ultrasound in this case, of the ship structure. So that's the static portion. And then every now and again you'll see little blobs that are moving, and those are fish. So we can actually detect information about the ship structure and about the ecology using this very powerful tool. And it's able to see, right now, it's seeing about 15 meters from the remotely operated vehicle. There were range markings along it. So, Honey, can you and Chris Southerly help orient us again? What are we looking at now structurally? Yeah. What are these beams?
Yeah, so this is, again, we're the aft portion of the ship, which is the end of the ship. And if you have the sonar view, you're able to see there's a curvature to the hull. So, again, that's the end of the vessel. We're looking down at it. And what looks like slats going across and sort of a grid work, that's actually the frames, the steel frames of the ship. And what's missing is the wood. So they would have had wood covering that above sort of the ceiling above your head, as well as the floors. But of course, in the marine environment, those have been eaten away. But Chris, what do you think about this architecture, and some of the things it tells us about the ship itself?
Like I say, yeah, we're seeing. I mean, this is classic construction for the time period with the iron with the steel framing. We can see part of we have a covered deck. Again, kind of a fantail similar to what we saw on the Ian Clark, the rounded kind of curve of the back with the cabin structure underneath, with a covered deck over top, and then of course as you said, the wood would have been across all of those steel supports on the top, so you would have had another level of deck up there. But along the sides, you're seeing the uprights in there, the stanchion posts, where a rail system, probably a cable or a rope rail system, would have been strung in between there on the side of the ship. And you can notice as well here in the stern, a couple bits there for the lines coming in to attach and for mooring of the ship or coming alongside and securing the lines. And now we're seeing in the I guess the starboard camera from Yogi, a good shot looking down around the stern, looking down at the rudder here. The rudder's turn looks like it would have been a turn to starboard with the angle on it. But yeah, rudder's still in place. Everything is remarkably intact, other than looks like the center section, probably where the torpedo hit on the vessel.
Yeah, and for our GFOE team, if we're able to capture this with 4K, that would be great. It's really, really interesting to see the rudder there turned full over, and it looks like we might be able to see a little bit maybe of their propeller and shaft there as well, but not quite sure at this point. Yeah, this is a great view of the stern. And keep bringing back to sort of modern, this is a fish interaction. We keep getting back to modern sort of ships and things, but again, to me, this seems like a very modern construction, something you can see afloat today and working.
Yeah, it appears that a single propeller with a single rudder right directly behind it to help control flow when the propeller is moving.
Yes, well, and again, everything very intact. It does have a bit of marine growth to it, but this is an incredible scene we have. We are on the sea floor at 750 feet, looking at the freighter Bluefields, a victim of World War II's Battle of the Atlantic. Seeing a lot of marine life here, schools of fish swimming around on the quad view. Avery, what are some of those fish that we're seeing that are sort of swimming through the scene now?
So, Tommy, earlier we were looking at some jacks that were swimming through. I'm still seeing quite a few jacks on my screen right now. And we do actually have a really interesting question in the chat about the degradation of shipwrecks and whether it's possible to predict, maybe using the computer models, what a wreck like the Bluefields might look like in the future, given what its dominant materials are. And Chris Southerly, would you be able to answer that for us?
I'd be glad to talk a little bit about it. And that's really one of the challenges we have in looking at assessing the preservation on these shipwrecks, especially the deeper ones, is we don't have a lot of data to compare it to, because as we kind of talked about, this is the first time we've been out here. Noah's been out here to put eyes on this vessel in 6 years, not longer than 6 years, 2016. So, well, yeah, it's right. I'm not good at math. I'm good at science. But some of the things that we've done with the nearshore wrecks is we started doing sampling on some of those, testing the corrosion potential, actually putting sensors into the metal, looking at how quickly they may be, the iron or the steel may be corroding in the salt water, and starting a process of monitoring that over time, going back and taking more readings to look and see if we could get an idea of how quickly the metals are degrading to give us an idea. And kind of like Tanya is kind of like looking at the monitor. It's like, the initial predictions 20 years ago were that we were going to see we were starting to reach a tipping point with the corrosion and maybe some serious degradation. And, when we were there last week, we actually saw some pretty good preservation still on the monitor. The thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And for folks joining us now, we're at the stern or the end of the freighter Bluefields, and we can actually see the twin propellers here of the vessel. Underneath it, just beyond the rudder, which is right in front of us, we can see them. They're quite small on either side of the rudder, but that's really interesting to see. And it really, the ship is quite high off the seafloor, because usually the rudder and the propellers are very close to the bottom of the hull, and in this case, we can actually see them. So this is incredible. This is great archaeological preservation on the seafloor, but also sort of a masterclass in ship construction for the time this vessel was built, which is quite early. So this is pretty interesting what we see here, because this vessel was actually built in 1917. So for those budding underwater archaeologists out there, this is a great example of how these ships were built and the state of preservation. But yeah, there's a great view of that starboard propeller. And Chris, we've been talking about rudders for quite a bit on this trip, but this is a great view of this with the straps, the pintles and gudgeons, and if I'm correct, this type of construction has been with us for hundreds of years. Is that right?
That's exactly right. It's like we're seeing a perfect example of some of the, in this case, the pintle straps that are out across the rudder that reinforce and stabilize that, and as the pins themselves, the pintle of those straps drop into the gudgeon or the receiving holes where the rudder hangs on the stern of the ship. This technology goes right back to the 1500s, 1600s. It's exactly how wooden rudders were hung from the back of the sailing ships. So the only thing that changes is the mechanism for turning the rudder and the materials that they're made of over time.
Yeah, we're
And so along that same lines, we have another question in the chat wondering if a wreck like this would accumulate a ferro-manganese crust.
That's a good question for Chris.
That is a good question. I'm not 100% positive it would or not. A lot of what we see on the concretion or the incrustation, the corrosion product on the iron and steel vessels is the evolution through the ferrous or ferric chlorides as the iron degrades that forms the concretion. But I'm not sure about about some of the other corrosion alloys that are corrosion products that form on that. It's a good question. I'll have to do some more research on it, actually.
And we're at the top of the hour, so I want to make sure that people know that you have joined us on the Valor of the Atlantic Telepresence Expedition. It's a cooperative agreement between NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE for short. It's GFOE that is bringing this technology and these sites to you now live. So they've designed these ROVs, they've built them, they're piloting them now on the ship. We're using a 2 ROV system. So one Yogi is what you're seeing in the main feed with his 4K camera, and we actually have Guru, which is a bit of a lighting chandelier, and another ROV above it giving us additional views. And of course, we're aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, what we like to think of as the pride of the White Fleet, the ship that can do it all. My name is Tane Casserly. I'm with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. I'm a maritime archaeologist. I'm also on board. We have Chris Sutherly, underwater archaeologist with North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. And we have Dr. Avery Paxton, who with our partner in this, with our ecological story, and she's with NOAA Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. And you also have a special guest with you, Avery, is that right?
Yes, we actually have two special guests now. We have Dr. Brendan Rundy with the Nature Conservancy on the line, and we also have another ecologist from NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, Paula Whitfield. And I think now is a great time to ask Brendan for some of his insight. Brendan, we're seeing a lot of grouper. To me, these look like snowy grouper. Can you tell us a little bit about these large fish that we're seeing? I'm seeing several of them on feed 1 and then multiple of them on the broad views from feed 2 in the quad.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the ROV pilots, if they're listening, if they could back up and then look again at the seafloor where we actually saw a juvenile snowy grouper a second ago that was had white spots and a black saddle across the tail. We're looking at two large adult snowy grouper right here above the propeller. But the coloration on the juvenile snowies would really give the audience an idea why they're referred to as snowy grouper. I don't see that fish on feed 1 right now, so maybe we'll find a juvenile later. I'm going to estimate it was maybe a foot or so long. So that's okay, guys. I appreciate you backing up there. Oh, there we go. There's a small one right in the center bottom of the screen. I don't know if we're able to zoom in down on that. That would give us a nice idea. So yeah, we're seeing a nice aggregation of snowies here.
So I believe that's on the quad view, and so we're going to just slowly see if we can back up and see that at the bottom of the screen on the quad view that we just saw a moment ago.
I'm just looking at feed 1 here to clarify.
Yeah, I would bring up both feeds
Yeah,
if
and
you
I
can,
can
Brendan.
see it.
Yep, it's in the screen right now. There's a large fish just sort of nudging the small fish away. And it looks like there's a couple of small snowies hanging out down there that would be a nice zoom in for the audience, I think.
And Brendan, we may not be able to zoom in with the boxfish arm extended right now, but why do we call them snowy grouper?
Yeah, so that's okay. So thanks for letting me know that. And so these fish, when they're juveniles, and often even when they're adults, do have a series of white spots going down the lateral aspect. So yeah, the fish right behind that arm right now, a couple of them right there that do have the white spots that we're talking about. Yeah, there you go. You've got a good view of it on feed 1. And there's another one where the white spots aren't quite as pronounced. I appreciate the effort there, guys. So, yep, they look like a snowfall. And colloquially, the little guys like that would be referred to as snowflakes.
Interesting. Well,
thanks so much, Brendan, and thank you to the ROV team. And Tane, one more ecological question, then we'll switch it back over to you. A viewer is wondering if we have lionfish that have been documented this deep or at this site. Previously, we have not seen them at this site when we've had video observations like this, but Paula Whitfield is on the line from NOAA as well. And Paula, can you tell us whether lionfish could be expected to be found at a site like this? The water temperature on the bottom today is about 62 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I think that I'm not exactly sure, to be honest, where this is off the coast of North Carolina, but I would think that they could be found here definitely. As a matter of fact, I have to stop because there's a snowy, right? And that's what that's just a perfect shot of the snowy grouper juvenile before, they lose their spots as they get older. Brendan just described that so perfectly, and I have only seen one of these in my whole life. I just have to stop talking about lionfish for a minute, but yeah, I would totally expect to see lionfish here under those circumstances. And what really matters is like the winter bottom water temperature, how cold it gets throughout the winter. And here, I wouldn't expect it to get very cold at all. So yeah, and they've been seen as deep as 1,000 feet, basically off Florida, off North Carolina, I think in the Caribbean, just want to point that out. So that's another reason why we expect to see them. And finally, while I'm on, I just want to say that this wreck is so awesome. You never see wrecks this intact in the shallower water. Obviously, the Clark is not in that shallow water, but it's perfectly intact. But for my diving experience, to see something this intact sitting upright on the sea floor like this, the way you guys can skin it perfectly, and the rudder with the detail on the rudder that Tommy was talking about, this is just really cool footage.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
Thanks so much, Paula. And
well, I was going to introduce.
Pass it over to you, Tommy.
Oh, thank you. Well, I was going to introduce. We have another special guest joining us. It's the commanding officer of the NOAA ship, Nancy Foster. We have Commander Tracy Miller. Tracy, CO. Thank you so much for joining us today. What is this? We've been talking about the shipwreck and the heritage, but you're a commander in the NOAA Corps, Uniformed Service. So what's that like for you, being in service and seeing something that was taken down during the war?
Yeah, it's really great to be here and experiencing this live, and learning about the history every day about these wrecks and the people that sailed, whether they survived or whether there were some fatalities. But as you had mentioned earlier, this tanker, in the Merchant Marine Service, unfortunately went down, but the battle is captured right here on the seafloor.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what makes this site so special. I noticed aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. We think of this as the pride of the NOAA fleet, the ship that can do it all. This is the incredibly experienced and professional crew. When I was walking through the hallways, I noticed that the able seamen aboard, they are merchant mariners. They're licensed merchant mariners. Is that right?
Yeah, we have licensed mariners and unlicensed on deck, and stewards, survey department, electronics technicians, and they're all really good at what they do and make this mission happen. Yeah,
absolutely. They're a core part of this project, and it's phenomenal looking at these fleets of merchant ships that also held and were operated by merchant mariners. It's that same service that we have today that is making everything possible on this ship. We have the bridge crew, which is the NOAA Corps officers doing so much, but it's sort of these able seamen, the merchant mariners, that are doing everything else, and it's a phenomenal job and coordination, and we couldn't do it without them, literally. So we're just very thankful.
We couldn't do it without scientists.
Well, we're happy to work with you because this is incredible. It's a delicate dance of the ship on the surface, compensating for wind, wave, and surface current, and the ROV team on the bottom, again, compensating with the ship movement to get them over the site, but then moving two ROVs and dealing with the current too. So we're very lucky to have these resources. We have to share this story with the American people. And I want to remind everybody viewing, we're at 750 feet on the seafloor at the freighter Bluefields. This ship went down when it was attacked by the U-576, back in July 15th of 1942. The Bluefields was actually moving in a convoy with 19 other merchant ships, KS-520. They're going from Norfolk to Key West. This is a little bit later in the war in 1942 when the U.S. started changing tactics, where we started indeed having convoys. We had armed naval personnel aboard some of these vessels. We had air cover. So when the U-576 saw the convoy, it fired a 4-torpedo spread. It hit two ships and damaged them, and it hit the third, which is the Bluefields, went down immediately. The U-576 actually had some issues with its ballast system from some action a few days previously. It was actually considering going back to France and back to Europe for repairs when opportunistically it saw this convoy and decided they needed to attack. So what happened is when they fired those torpedoes, it changed the buoyancy of the sub. So of course they weren't able to compensate for it and didn't realize it, and they popped up right in the middle of the convoy, and everybody opened up on them. So we had Kingfisher aircraft, we had a armed merchant vessel that opened up, and depth charges were thrown too, and it went down nearly immediately with all hands. And the U-576 is actually a site we're going to be visiting later today. So what we have here on the seafloor is truly a World War II naval battlefield, and the only instance in U.S. waters where the victim and the aggressor are literally a football field away. So it's an incredible day. We're getting some incredible views, and And Chris Utley, what's some of your thoughts when we talk about that history and seeing this heritage right in front of us on the seafloor, this time capsule?
Like I said, it is truly a time capsule and a snapshot of the conflict of Allies versus Axis forces, literally right off the coast of the United States. I mean, we're 20, 25 miles off the coast. It was literally in our backyard, and kind of you were talking about the convoy and the engagement, and this is we visited the E.M. Clark and the Malches earlier in this expedition, and the story of the Malches, as the sailors were leaving from that, they literally saw the fires from another vessel that was being hit by a different U-boat, and it was referred to as the Turkey Shoot in the early months of 1942. And the Allied shipping were sitting butts to the German boats, basically, and it was this particular instance is historically is kind of one of the turning points of the U-boat war along the Atlantic coast, in that the convoy system that had been put in place with the 5 escorts of U.S. Navy and U.S. Coast Guard vessels, in addition to a couple of the merchant vessels being armed with deck guns and having the air cover with the Kingfisher aircraft being flown along with the convoy that had the ability to drop depth charges, truly marked the transition that allowed commerce to start flowing again with some reliability along the East Coast. So this battle that we're seeing snapshotted right here, with 2 of the major combatants sitting on the bottom, literally a little over 100 yards apart, encapsulates all of that in one really neat time capsule to tell that story. And it's just, seeing the wrecks and the material culture with it is just phenomenal. But then when you put everything together, all of those pieces into the big picture, it really brings everything home.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to point out what we're seeing here now, too. We're on the aft house of the freighter Bluefields. That's the house that's the end of the vessel, sort of a cabin structure. You can see there. You can see the doorway that is open where the men aboard abandoned ship. You can see the glass portholes in place. So it's just incredible. We're on the port side of the vessel, which is the left-hand side. You can see the cabin structure, some railing, and the lower hull, and we're slowly moving forward down the hull. And someone who can speak very clearly and with expertise to the subject is Joe Schwartzer has joined us today, for the director of the North Carolina Maritime System and housed at the Graveyard of the Atlantic Museum in Hatteras, North Carolina. And Joe, thanks for joining us today.
I'm delighted. This is a great shot. Obviously we're looking at the stern area, and right now I guess you're looking at the superstructure as well. It's remarkably preserved. Bluefields was built in 1917. It'll be interesting to see if the hull is rivet construction. I would assume it would be. And her cargo was kind of unexceptional. She had 2 cars, a radio, some empty burlap bags, and drums of carbide and oil. And fortunately, all 24 crew members survived. So it's quite a story.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you didn't see already, we have some porcelain items that might surprise you in the hole in the debris field too, Joe. So that'll be fun for you to see that too, which was we didn't expect to see.
I look forward to it.
In 2016 when we saw, but it was quite a surprise. But thank you, sir. Is there anything else you've seen so far that you weren't expecting to see, or maybe your thoughts in seeing this World War II time capsule on the seafloor?
Well, I think it's in a remarkable state of preservation. I didn't expect to see it this complete. And when you're looking at the superstructure and the condition of the overall condition of the hull, etc., it's really remarkable. I mean, you get a very good idea of what this vessel looked like.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see some winches there in sort of the distance in the middle of the vessel that was used to move cargo, move booms, raise and lower gear. Again, something you'd expect to see in a modern ship today. Avery, let me toss it back
Absolutely.
to you. Avery, let me toss it back to you and get some of your thoughts from your team about what we're seeing and maybe what you hope to see.
Sure. So far, we've been seeing quite a few different types of fish species. We've been seeing several grouper species. Most frequently, we've seen snowy grouper today. We've seen some adults and some snowy grouper that are younger, closer to juveniles. We've seen jacks, we've seen Darwin slimehead, and several others. But the main point here is that this shipwreck, which is now 750 feet underwater, is an island of habitat. It is forming home for a diversity of fish species, some small that are using the nooks and crannies in the wreck structure, some that are like the grouper we see on the screen right now that are able to likely find prey resources here, so be able to find food and also rest or seek refuge. So it really is alive with marine life, and it's this interesting fusion of the ecology and biology with the history that makes today's dive so special. And Tani, from your perspective, and I guess maybe Chris Southerly, I'll pose this question to you. Can you tell us what the biology of this wreck, especially the encrusting organisms that are growing directly on the wreck structure, means from a preservation perspective?
I'll speak a little bit to it in terms of what NOAA thinks about this in terms of the history and the shipwreck and the structure. We're just, from the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, we look at this as an archaeological resource, as a historical resource. It should be protected and preserved, but also just so thrilled that it's now changed from a transport of war to an oasis of life. To see how its role has changed now, and it's hosting all these organisms. And to keep studying this site in deep water, to see how things are changing. Is our changing climate, is that affecting the shipwreck? Can we see those signs? What's happening here? So oftentimes studying the shipwreck, we're not just looking at it in terms of its archaeological significance, which it is incredibly important, but also let's look at the other side of the picture too, and that's that biological side and its role as habitat, and is it improving or changing, and why is that? So for me, that's really important. But Chris, how about for you?
Yeah, Tanya, that's a really great point in terms of these wrecks. As the corrosion happens, as the marine growth and substrate forms. Avery, to your initial question, that corrosion product and the marine growth that forms on top of these shipwrecks does tend to help to protect them, to encapsulate them, to slow the corrosion process down. Because it's not getting direct exposure to the seawater for active corrosion. It becomes more of a passive corrosion because it's encapsulated in this marine growth. So it's actually good for the wreck in terms of its preservation. But Tana, your point of looking at as we look at this through time, how the species that we see growing on this, the chemical processes and the biological processes going on, what that does represent to us from the climate and the ecological standpoint, because we're about 62 degrees Fahrenheit on the bottom here right now at 750 or so feet down.
I just want to jump in just a second, Chris.
If the temperature comes up in a couple degrees.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to share with the folks that are watching that we're actually seeing where the torpedo hit in 1942. So that explosion damage in the hull, extremely dramatic. We can see why the ship went down so quickly on July 15th in 1942. But this is a great example of the damage a torpedo can do to a merchant vessel. It's extraordinary as we look at this. And Chris, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to share that.
Oh no, absolutely, and that again, we've talked about before, Tane, how we look at the different clues and pieces of evidence, and we look at it kind of as a crime scene analysis as to the events, and as we're looking at this, the torpedo hit on the port side, a little forward of the back superstructure into the cargo area, and it makes you think. It's like as we rounded the stern, we saw that the rudder was positioned. It looked to be hard over, turning right, and it makes you think. It's like, did the crew see the torpedo coming towards them, realizing that it was coming, and went hard over to the right to try and turn out of its path, and just was not successful in making that turn soon enough so the torpedo would simply pass by them or maybe glance off the hull without penetrating and exploding and doing that. But all of those little details that we look for as archaeologists that might help to tell the story. We know that she was towards the back of the convoy, and it was a target of opportunity with that spread of 4 torpedoes that were fired at some of the primary vessels that missed them, but went on to hit the Bluefields. And any little detail like that can help us puzzle out the information and maybe tell the full story of what happened.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we talk about these sites being a crime scene in a way, where we're very lucky in deep water where it hasn't been affected by people visiting it through diving or other means. It's quite deep, so hurricanes and things probably haven't altered the scene. So we're really looking at that snapshot in time, and we're very lucky that we had NOAA researchers and partners help us to identify what the ship was and its importance in history. But if this was just a brand new site we found for the first time, each of these things is telling us something that we can look back to the historic record. So where the torpedo hit, how many torpedo hits, how is the rudder positioned, where's it located, what's the cargo. So these are all clues as we put that puzzle together. But yeah, this is a fantastic view. And again, just showing you the devastation one single torpedo can do. And imagine being aboard this ship in 1942 when that torpedo hit, the trauma that would have caused the ship and the crew, and that suddenness of the attack. So it would have been terrifying. Yeah. And again, we are 750 feet on the seafloor off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, on the freighter Bluefields, looking at a victim of World War II's Battle of the Atlantic. And I want to say thank you to our commanding officer, Commander Tracy Miller. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it. And we couldn't say enough about how much the ship and the crew and officers mean to us on this project.
Thank you. Yeah, it was an amazing dive already this morning, and more to come.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. So this is fantastic. So Joe Schwartzer, as you're looking at this, I know you're putting together a great exhibit on the Battle of the Atlantic at the Graveyard of the Atlantic Museum. So what does this mean to you, what you're seeing?
Well, I can only hope that we get some of this footage. You're absolutely right. That is a graphic example of the damage a torpedo will do. I hope everyone noticed how the hull was simply peeled back. The force of that explosion was significant, and again, Bluefields was sunk. The 2 other ships, the Plural and the Mowinkle, were damaged, and they tried to get them to safe port. Plural was later sunk. It wandered into a minefield, and Mowinkle was damaged, but it did get into port for repairs. So, and the 4th torpedo missed, obviously, but this one really did damage, and it's very impressive to see this.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hope this will be available, because it'd be great to have this in the exhibit and have people see what a torpedo will do.
No, absolutely. This is a public project, so we're going to get all of this data to be able to share with our partners. But yeah, it's phenomenal, and that's our hope as we come out of this project, that everything we've collected here will have a life for years, because it really is spectacular. And the GFOE has brought a 4K video camera in to catch this video, which will be super high resolution for years to come. We've got the Boxfish 360 camera that you can see it extended on a black arm coming out from the ROV with a bit of a camera with the dome ports over it. There's 3 cameras in there collecting 3 different video feeds that can be meshed together. So when you see the end product, you can actually look in any direction and feel like you're in that physical space to explore. So we're really excited, Joe. And these are all products that will be coming out slowly after the project's completion.
That's okay. We'll add it whenever it's available.
But again, you bring up a key point that this is what we're doing is for the public. We're gaining more knowledge of this resource and a habitat, archaeologically, ecologically, incredibly important, but also sharing that with the public is even more important for us because this is an incredible story, no matter which way you look at it. So we're very excited to do it.
Well, Tony, what's really exciting about this is that you're sharing it with the public as you see it. And this is real time. And I've notified a number of people to be sure to tune in because this is almost like being on the wreck yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's really terrific.
Yeah, it's that real-time exploration that's made available by the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, and we couldn't be happier with it. This is truly magnificent. And so I'll pass it to our ecologists that are on the line. You know, what do you hope to do with some of this data that we're collecting on this deep water site? Maybe a good person to bring in would be Paula. What do you think about that?
So I think, Tony, that Paula has hopped off, but I can take a stab at that question. So we
Guys,
hope
I'm so
to be
sorry
able
to interrupt, but can we zoom in on that fish? I'm so sorry to interrupt, but can we zoom in on that fish to the lower right?
So is that the one that's by the cargo hold opening?
Speaking as not an archaeologist,
sort of a large opening.
Tony, he's looking.
Yeah, apologies
sort of. So
to interrupt, but that could have been a brand new species of grouper right there, swimming directly away from us. I don't know what our ability would be to chase it, so I'll turn it over to the ROV pilots to determine that, and turn it back over to Avery. Sorry for the interruption.
So maybe to help us, did you see that by the side of the hull, or was it more in the center of the hull where you see a large opening?
So neither. It was, do you see the vertical piece of the wreck on the Feed 1 view
I do.
that's going straight up?
Okay.
And then you see another piece resting on it at an angle, kind of upward facing. It was right under there.
Okay, so that's a winch in front of it and a mast or king post.
I guess I think that what they were looking at was swimming away from us between the deck winch and what looks to be one of the king posts there.
Okay. Well, if the ROV pilots...
I don't see it now. It swam that direction, but it may come back.
If you're able to move safely in that direction, that would be good to try to look for that. But it's we'll have to navigate through the shipwreck to make sure we can do it safely.
Yeah, I think it's moved away. But we do hope to use these, and plan, I should say, to use these data for a variety of purposes. So we will be comparing the numbers and types of fish that we previously saw on this shipwreck and the nearby U576 in 2016 to what we're observing today. And we will also use some of the close-up views to understand more about the organisms and animals, I guess I should say, that are growing on the wreck structure itself. So for us, it's really critical to be able to understand how the fish are using these shipwrecks over time for their homes. And the videos that we're getting today are able to really help us dig in and start to understand some of the mysteries of these deep habitats that have such an incredible fusion of the biology with the history.
Well, and maybe to help Brendan out, too. So we're recording the HD the whole time, and sometimes we switch to the 4K. So we do have that taped. So when we get this footage at the very end of the project, after it's been processed, that is available to go through and maybe pause and get a better sense of what we saw there, just in case we don't see it again.
Yeah, I'll get the popcorn ready. Thanks. What I thought I saw there, just to fill everyone in, was I thought I saw a Misti Grouper, which is another large-bodied grouper species that has black and white vertical bars on it. And so that would have been definitely a new fish for the stock today, but I think also a new fish for this site, according to a paper that was written a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, we'll make sure we keep our eyes peeled, and please call out if you see anything like that again. We're more than happy to stop, pause, and document that for you. Yeah, thank you. Because everything we do, we want to make sure the vehicles are safe. We want to make sure that the archaeological resources won't be impacted, and of course, the marine life too. So we're just assessing and trying to find the best angle to attack this. And those of you watching the quad view, there's a fantastic view looking towards the stern and some of that battle damage, and you can see down the hull. So just some great views there of this World War II snapshot of the conflict of U-boats against merchant vessels on the seafloor, 750 feet down off the Cape of, excuse me, I'm so excited I'm talking to myself, over the coast of North Carolina off Cape Hatteras. So we're going to slowly start approaching that area now, and we'll keep our eyes open.
Yeah, Tani, I'm just looking here at the feed coming from the ROV Guru, looking down from that third-person perspective where we can see Yogi, and it's really giving, we're settling out a little bit, but it's really giving a good perspective of, how dynamic the environment is here, because Guru is hanging directly from the stern of the Nancy Foster, the A-frame off of the back. And then Yogi is tethered to Guru with a neutral tether that you can see floating in the water. And you'll notice that the cameras on Guru are bobbing up and down and seeing the motion that we're feeling here on the surface, but having this two-stage ROV system with the combination really almost eliminates the transfer of that dynamic energy from the surface to the ROVs that the pilots are working on, where they can focus on just the bottom currents primarily and not be concerned as much with the surface movement. It's the co-pilot who's flying and controlling Guru that's paying attention to that surface dynamic.
So I just want to point out to the folks that are watching.
A really good representation of that.
I just want to point out that people are watching, Chris, that's a vehicle that's underneath us. Maybe that's one of the cargo that was being carried. So I think, I have to look at the notes, but maybe a truck. So you can actually see the engine, the axle, the four wheels with actual tires on them. So this is a fantastic example of cargo being carried. So obviously we're still looking for the fish, the marine life, but this is a fantastic view again of some of those materials that are being shipped around, and it was a truck on deck. So there you go, folks. There's the remnants of that you can see there too, with the engine, the shaft, axles, and the rubber tires still there as well. So it's an incredible view. As at the same time, we're searching for a possible new grouper species as well. So incredible things we're seeing here on the freighter Bluefields, 750 feet on the seafloor.
And so, Tane, the fish that we just saw swim by the vehicle, it was in the lower left portion of the screen. You're just maybe seeing it now. That was another snowy grouper, and it looks to me like we may have a Darwin's slime head, that reddish fish that is close to the vehicle structure itself. It is active. And then we have some smaller, more cryptic fish species that we see darting in and around the remnants of the truck as well. And here comes a beautiful jack, that silvery, quick-swimming fish. It has a dark line running through its eye and up towards its dorsal fin. And these wrecks are just so alive with marine life. It's incredible that we're seeing so many bottom-associated species and water column-associated fish species on this relatively small island of habitat. And this shipwreck rests on a sandy bottom, and so it provides a
I don't mean to break in, Avery, but
you're able to call home.
Sorry, I don't mean to break in, but we can look down into the cargo hold in your feeds, and you'll notice in there is the white porcelain bowls that are inside that cargo, and those are actually a cargo of toilets are also being carried by this vessel that are inside that cargo hold there. So I just want to make sure the audience at home saw that.
Tanya, what's fascinating about this is we're finding objects in the hold as part of the cargo that were not listed.
Yeah, exactly. That's when we've discovered the site
really neat.
In 2016. It took a moment to really piece that together mentally, that are we really seeing toilet bowls on the bottom? And again, we're looking for a species of grouper that we thought we might have seen a little bit earlier. But again, fantastic views for the folks at home. Yeah, this is wonderful. You know, it almost seems like from some of the pictures we might have seen of shipwrecks in much, much deeper water, you know, thousands of feet. I feel like that same type of preservation is what we're seeing here now, sort of just totally untouched here, and it's pretty amazing. There's on one of the feeds, there's sort of a sort of pinkish hued red fish. What's that? And we got another one that just swam through.
Brendan, would you like to take that? I'm looking at feed 1, bottom right.
Yeah, thanks. I think this is another one of our Darwin's slime head, which is closely related to orange roughy. So presumably this fish is also a good table fare. That's the orange fish that's kind of facing directly towards us behind that winch or axle component there, and then up and to the right of that, we've had a couple of snowy grouper, medium-sized snowy groupers swimming into the broadcast. So there's a nice medium snowy grouper we're looking at the top of the screen, and then the Darwin slime head at the bottom. So nice work on the zooming in there, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. Again, we're about amidships of the vessel, the center of the vessel. This was a freighter, so we're seeing lots of those winches and cargo handling gear that would have been so typical at the time. You know, these were all carrying everyday goods for people, and some of them were carrying war material as well. So again, we're seeing sort of a mismatch of that. We did see lots of toilets in the cargo hold, which was interesting. We saw a field of bottles as we came closer, and of course we saw the remnants of a vehicle there too, which appeared to be the remnants of a truck with the engine, the axles, the shaft, and the tires all still there. So pretty incredible state of preservation here still. And we're going to back off very carefully and slowly here to kind of reorientate ourselves.
Yeah, this might be a good time for me to jump in. Tane, my name is Bobby Moore. I'm with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. I'm sitting right here behind my front row of pilots and navigator. And as Tane just pointed out, we're kind of backing out from the vessel right now to continue with kind of our initial survey. Safety of the vehicles is always a top priority. And so as we continue up and down, we're looking for any entrapments or other entanglements that may be on this wreck. So right now we're kind of pulling out, doing a safety check, and then we're going to continue with our survey with our new Boxfish 360 camera, which you see deployed on the vehicle on the main camera right now. Once the full survey of the wreck site is complete, we will then proceed back around, and at that point we will focus more on zooms with the 4K camera mounted on Yogi.
And for the Global Foundation of Ocean Exploration, we do have another question coming in on the chat, wondering how long is the tether or the umbilical to the remotely operated vehicle? The plural, since there's two.
Yes, there's, as you mentioned, two tethers connecting these systems to the ship. The first is our 6/8 steel cable. The 6/8 there is referring to the diameter of the cable. It contains 3 conductors and 4 fibers, and that provides all the video and communications and power to both vehicles subsea. There's then a flexible soft tether. That's the other one you see from the Guru view. That tether is about 35 meters long and connected at portions along that tether. You may see what we refer to as footballs. Those are just floats to kind of help our tether form that nice loop, that nice arch that you're seeing between the two vehicles right now, and keep it up off the ground and away from any entanglements. Another note about that tether that you see is it's generally neutrally buoyant, meaning, in good conditions it won't affect the motion of the Yogi ROV. Of course, in high currents of the Gulf Stream, that is not always true, and sometimes that tether acts a little bit like a sail. which can make holding heading on either vehicle a little bit difficult.
Again, we're getting some spectacular views here. You can see some more housing structure. Looks like you have some masts that are bent over. You see the cargo hold here. I mean, really a snapshot in time, almost like something you'd think you'd see in a movie, but this is real life. We're looking at a World War II victim here, perfectly preserved on the seafloor. Just an incredible experience. We're sharing with you here at 750 feet on the seafloor. You know, Joe Schwartz, I want to point this back at you again because, again, we're seeing some spectacular things. And, you know, we're looking at the cargo hold here. And, you know, this looks like this vessel could be afloat today.
Well, absolutely. And you know, I think whoever made the comment, it's like watching a movie. It really is like some sort of Hollywood production. You never see shipwrecks in this kind of condition unless it's extreme depth. I mean, well beyond the 760 feet that we're visiting. And this is just, I mean, you can really look at this and have a clear idea of what this vessel was, how it was constructed, and what kind of materials it was carrying. It's just remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely. And then maybe, Bobby, can you talk to a little bit about the challenges we've had? But, you know, this is incredible how you guys are able to move the ROV, follow the scientists, you know, explanations, taking us what we want to see. But it's really a ballet between the ship and the two systems. How does that work?
Yeah, it really is. As we were talking about just a few minutes ago with those two tethers, it really makes it a dance between the ship and the ROVs. Sometimes I use the metaphor of you know, the child leashes that you sometimes see, you know, at theme parks or those kind of places, and you imagine, you know, a parent has one of those on their child, and the child is in charge of the family pet, and you're walking around, and that's, you can kind of think of that's what we're seeing here. You know, Yogi can go anywhere within that 35 meters of that tether around Guru, but Guru can only essentially can only go where the ship goes because of that steel 6/8 cable that connects it to the ship. So it really is a ballet between, you know, our navigator here in the front row and the wonderful officers and other crew members up on the bridge to make this happen. You know, a delicate dance of 5-meter moves here, 10-meter moves there, as we work, you know, around these vessels that oftentimes, when we may have a good picture of what the wreck site looks like, especially if we've been there before, but you never know what new challenges may be on the wreck, new entanglements, lines, fishing lines, etc. So every time we approach, even if it's something that many people have been on, we still have to be very careful of the unknown.
No, and that's exactly right. So last night we came to the site and we did a multi-beam sonar survey of it for the whole area. You know, because we want to make sure that it's safe for the vehicles to approach. We haven't been here in several years, and you know, anything could happen on the seafloor, nets, lines, and the last thing we want to do is do something that's going to affect the resource, the shipwreck on the bottom, and of course, no one wants to damage the technology. But we did, and we got a great survey done by the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. We saw it was clear, and that same information, you know, GFOE is able to use for navigation, because it is spot on, like sub-meter accuracy, and now it's up on the screen, and you guys are using it real time.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. The multi-beam maps, I'm not sure if we're able to get a high-pack screen up, but you know, they're so important to us to overlay on our navigation system with the vehicle position and ship position. It really helps us understand where we're going and what you know, altitudes and depths and other bathymetry that we're expecting to see down on bottom. It's amazing to provide that full picture. You know, not just the cameras, not just, you know, the sonar, but now we have these multi-beam images and maps of the wreck sites. It's very important.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, the science never stops on this ship, and you know, we just saw that. And for you folks at home, what you're watching, we're on the port side of the vessel, which is the left side of the freighter Bluefields. The freighter is upright off the seafloor, proud, as they say. And what we can see here now, the left-hand screen is going towards that bow, and we're actually seeing one of the masts sort of folded over. You know, it could be called a king post. sort of one of those vertical support structures that help to move cargo. Just folds it over there, probably from the sinking event, obviously. But again, spectacular views. We're doing a little ROV pilot switch here, so the guys get a little rest.
And Tane, while that happens, we do have some other questions coming in the chat. One viewer is interested in understanding whether the ship sank and hit the bottom level, or if it perhaps hit the bottom at an angle or anything of that nature and maybe resettled into the upright position over time.
Well, we just have the observations we've been making, but it does look, I'm not seeing the bow being impacted where it might have hit bow first. It does look indeed like it really settled pretty gently on its keel, so everything is upright. But so far, not really seeing any indication of the bow being buried deeply in the sediment, or the stern as well. In fact, the stern is almost all the way out, so it appears it was hit, flooded, and then went down and hit along the bottom of its hull. So it really is, we're very lucky to have that because the whole thing is upright. Are there some more questions for us?
And then another question, we do have more. So this may be a question for you or possibly for the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. Does the remotely operated vehicle have a CTD on it or anything similar capable of measuring the oxygen levels at the shipwreck?
Yeah, I'll pass it over to the ROV pilots. GFOE, what do you think? Avery, are you able to ask the question again, please?
Let me know, Roland. Can you hear me all right? This is Bobby. I've since moved to the front row here. We had a pilot change for lunch. I believe there was a question about CTDs.
Yes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I was muted. So the question is, does the ROV have a CTD? The viewer is curious whether there's any instrumentation on board the remotely operated vehicles that can measure the oxygen levels at the shipwrecks.
Yeah, we do have a CTD. In addition to all these cameras that you see on board the Yogi ROV, we also have a suite of sensors to help give us an understanding of what subsurface conditions are like, including a CTD. Unfortunately, I don't believe we have a dissolved oxygen sensor as part of that CTD suite. I think we're just getting the standard conductivity, temperature, and depth readings as part of that sensor. But we also have on board a temperature probe, a separate temperature probe. We have the DVL, which is giving us velocities of subsea currents and our velocities over the bottom of the ocean. And several other sensors on board, all to help us understand where we are and what's around us.
Excellent, thank you. And then can you explain to viewers a little bit more about how there's two ROVs in the water? Folks are very interested in understanding how much Tether or Umbilical is out on each vehicle at the moment.
Of course, we are at 217 meters depth right now. 217, and that's only a fraction of the amount of cable that we have on our winch, which is up here on the Nancy Foster. One note here, ROV, remotely operated vehicle, means that we're all on board the Nancy Foster right now. No one is down in these ROVs. Everyone is up here, comfortable in the control room, looking at a bunch of different screens to explore this wreck. So back to the cable, it's that 6/8 cable, 6/8 referring to the diameter of the cable, so about a ½ inch. Contains 3 power conductors and a bunch of fibers that provide all the communications and power to both vehicles. A fun little fact there is we take the ship's 450 volts AC 3-phase and we bump it up to about 2,800 volts AC to send it down that 6/8 steel cable. 1 sub C. It's converted in a step-down transformer on the Guru ROV, and it's stepped down to the voltages that then become more useful for both ROVs. There's several different voltage levels for motors, cameras, lights, etc. So that 6/8 cable is really the umbilical, the life connection to the ship. And then between Guru and Yogi, there's a 35-meter soft umbilical, which allows Yogi the flexibility to sort of just roam about as it's able to, and explore these wonderful wrecks and important wrecks.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you, Bobby. Avery, is there any more questions in the chat we might have missed?
We do have one more that we haven't addressed, which is how does the habitat provided by the shipwrecks, like the Bluefields and the U576 that we'll see later, compare to natural seafloor habitats in the area? And I think to answer that question, we really need to take a broad perspective. So this area off the North Carolina coast has a lot of sandy bottom, and in particular areas we'll see naturally occurring rocky reefs that provide habitat for a diversity of marine life. And we'll also have shipwrecks as well as intentionally deployed artificial structures called artificial reefs. And so together, this matrix of habitats creates what we call the seascape. And we do see that the function ecologically of shipwrecks and artificial reefs can differ from that of some of the rocky reefs. And one of the things that is very different is that the rocky reefs can be very vast, extensive features, sometimes with ledges, sometimes with more mixed sand and hard bottom, and they can extend over kilometers in some cases, whereas the shipwrecks are very discrete islands of habitat. And so because of that, we can see a lot of differences. The shipwrecks oftentimes, especially the Bluefields, is a perfect example of this. We're seeing it sitting upright on the seafloor, so it's creating a very tall habitat. And we do know that the artificial structures like the shipwrecks oftentimes have higher numbers of water column-associated species like the jacks that we're seeing on the screen right now and other large predators compared to some of the natural rocky reefs. So there's a lot of mysteries still to be untangled about how these habitats are functioning, but footage like what we're gathering today is able to help us fill in some of the missing pieces. And so, Tani, I think we have answered all of the questions in the chat right now. Actually, there is one coming in about whether the control room is in the Connex box that we may have just seen in Feed 2. And I think maybe that would be a good opportunity to explain where the control room is in the ship and maybe flash back to it so viewers can see what's happening behind the scenes. Oh, perfect, like that. So for those watching Feed 2, the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration will just start to fill you in on what's happening. And you see Tane waving.
All right. Okay, I think my mic is live again. This is Bobby again. And we're switching you over, actually, to the control room feed. Roland, our video engineer, right probably in front view. He's there making the magic with all the images that you see. But I'm sitting here over at the far left of the front row. To my right is our co-pilot, Mark Durbin. And to the right of him is the navigator, Lars Murphy. And it takes 3 positions here to operate these vehicles. One pilot for each vehicle, and then the navigator to coordinate with the ship's drivers to keep us moving around and exploring. This control room, as you see it set up, is actually set up on the Nancy Foster. We have taken over their wet lab and imported all the screens and controls and everything you see here on camera. Came in with us about, a week and a half ago or so during the mobilization for this expedition. it's part of what we call a flyaway system, which essentially just means we are packing in everything we need on the technical side of these operations. So that would include both ROVs, the control room here, the winch that's out on deck bringing Guru up and down in the water column, and the entire 2.4 meter VSAT system that is used to transmit all these images to you on shore. So it's a complete system that has been flown in for this expedition. The Connex box that you were referring to is actually our remote tool van that we use anytime we need to work on the vehicles or anything else. We have a safe, clean space to work on anything that needs maintenance or repairs.
Well, you know, I'll add, Bobby, that I think you guys have brought so much infrastructure to the ship. One Connex box wouldn't contain everything to operate out of. You know, we've seen other operations where everything is contained in that, but I think in between everything that GFOE is producing for us here with the navigation, the satellite capability, all the video editing capabilities, and of course the broadcasting, we really needed this space, and the No Ship Nancy Foster is fantastic with what we call the wet lab to build your infrastructure. You guys really created this almost NASA-like environment here, and it's just very excited to be standing back and just saying what I want to see, and you guys guide us directly there. So thank you for that.
And if I could quickly add, part of that flyaway is also the personnel. We have 8 members of the team out here right now. As I mentioned, we have the 2 pilots and navigator here, but we have other engineers and videographers as part of this team. We have, as I mentioned, Roland is on the video station, and he's shading and keeping all the pictures looking great, as well as managing all the communications and audio to make these interactions possible. We have these satellite engineers to help get all this back to shore, videographers to tell the story, and a few other members of the team who you were watching earlier on the pre-lunch shift. So it takes a team as well to make this happen, but it's not just us. As Tanya said, it is everyone on board this ship, from the drivers up on the bridge to the engineers down working on the Nancy Foster engines. It really is a team effort to make this happen.
Yeah, we've said the last couple of days, you know, this project is really reaching from the floor of the sea floor, all the way up to outer space with the satellites. So we're bringing you this live images now from the bottom of the sea and collecting it on the ship, and we're sending it up off to a satellite, and it's being bounced back now down to the internet, and we're seeing it around the world. So it really is incredible, and it does take an entire team. And for folks that want to be part of these type of projects, there's so many ways to be part of it. You could be an engineer, you could be ship's crew, archaeologists, historians, ecologists, but we need people on web design, building the websites. Who's doing the Twitter feeds? Who's taking the pictures? Who's taking the video? Who's editing that together? Who's sharing it with the kids and putting in educational programs? So it's so much ways for people to include.
And Tani, one of the other really interesting team aspects of this mission is that we're able to bring both archaeologists and historians as well as ecologists and biologists to the table for this truly interdisciplinary collaboration and research. And we do have a question in the chat that hints at this. I think it demonstrates a fusion between the environmental components and the history. And a viewer is wondering if it's possible to take atmospheric data from 1942 out of the wreck if there's any trapped air pockets, for example. And maybe, Chris Southerly, that's a question that you might be able to help answer, whether we can take atmospheric samples out of air pockets in the wreck that may have existed over the past 70-plus years.
I guess say Avery, absolutely. While from the theoretical aspect, something like that might be possible. Really from the practical aspect, it really doesn't happen or couldn't happen simply because the with the degradation of the shipwreck and the way things have worked, the any of those air pockets would have long since been filled or eliminated from the wave action, the current moving through the ship, and the degradation of the hull. Now, something that has been recovered from other shipwrecks, and in theory, if this mission were to recover, were to include a plan for recovery, we did, as we were approaching this wreck, find several, or see a debris trail down current, because we approached from down current to be safer for the ROVs. But we had saw some bottles, and things like these corked bottles or these capped bottles have remained intact on shipwrecks. So this is whether it's wine or some other liquid that's in these bottles. This is something that is would be April 15th, 1942 vintage. If those were recovered and brought up, that microenvironment, the contents of those bottles would date right to the time period of this time capsule. But getting an atmospheric sample is not really something that we would be able to do.
And that's really interesting, Chris. Thank you for sharing that. Because one of the other things from the ecology perspective is that these shipwrecks are not only home to the large predators that we've seen today, but also the animals that are growing on the wreck structure. And we're getting a great glimpse of that right now. We're seeing all sorts of kind of fuzzy-looking organisms on the wreck structure. These are likely a mix of hydroids and bryozoans, with some others mixed in. This close-up view is absolutely stunning. Also seeing what look to be some worms on there as well, some encrusting worms, and of course the amberjack in the background. But one of the other things that relates to what you were just saying, Chris, is that some ecologists really focus on studying the microbial organisms that are on these shipwrecks. And so this shipwreck in particular, with its diverse cargo made out of many different materials, it provides a really interesting perspective on what some of those microbial communities might be that are also calling this shipwreck home. And what is this structure that we're looking at, Chris?
This looks to be probably part of the forward mast or boom assembly that would have been part of the crane system. This particular vessel was one that was able to load and unload itself with an aft crane and a forward crane. So this is part of that's collapsed out over the bow. And to the left of it there, you see a perfect image of its port side bower, or the front bow anchor that's hanging there right on the bow of the ship, ready to be deployed if need be.
And that is a fantastic image for us to potentially get 4K of. If you all can do that, we're seeing a snowy grouper that is right near the structure that Chris Southerly was just speaking of. It's a beautiful animal, identified by its characteristic white spots that are reminiscent of snow.
Now, Avery, one of the things that comes to mind is we've kind of made one complete circuit of the ship with the initial reconnaissance. Now is, in terms of some of the larger predatory fish, we've seen a couple different examples of the grouper, but one of the things that we haven't noticed that we've seen on all the other wrecks that we've been to is I haven't noticed any of the sharks. We don't have any sand tigers down here that are so ubiquitous on the North Carolina wrecks around here. Any thoughts on that?
Correct. We haven't seen any sharks today, and we have on the shallower wrecks that we've had eyes on earlier in this mission. In past visits to this site, we have not seen sand tiger sharks here either, so that's not terribly surprising from the ecological perspective. And one of the other things is that there may be other shark species in the vicinity. Some of them are a little bit shyer, and we may not be able to see on the remotely operated vehicle footage, even if they did happen to be present somewhere off in the distance. But, Chris, we're getting views of what looks to be line or rope. Is this part of this is original from the vessel at the time that it sank?
It's difficult to tell, but most likely, just the way it's draped here, it doesn't seem as likely to have sort of floated in, but you never know. That's part of the story. And this is shallow water. If we had a way to really examine the material, that might tell us if it was more modern. But it appears to be originally part of the vessel. And I should note too that was a great view of a crab there. I should note that now that we've pulled the Boxfish camera in, this is a great opportunity for us to get sort of zoomed in images. So for the archaeologists listening and the ecologists on the line, if there's features now that were unencumbered with the Boxfish, this is a great time we could zoom in and really get that detail for you. I should also mention this is actually a 2-for-1 day today, 2-for-1 special, where we're enjoying these views of the Bluefields, the freighter Bluefields, but we're going to visit the ship that actually sank it, the boat, the U-boat, U-576 here. So at 1 o'clock, we're actually going to break our survey here at the Bluefields. So we've got about another hour to explore. And then we're going to move a football field length away, and we're going to visit that U-576 on the seafloor. So just want to give people a heads up that that's still coming today, but we're very excited. Again, this is the only example in United States waters of the aggressor and its victim laying literally side by side, facing the same direction. So incredible history today, incredible biology today, and just look at the state of preservation. This is literally a snapshot in time back to 1942 with the Battle of the Atlantic.
In Tane, the shipwreck, as it now rests on the seafloor, has a new life, and it's able to form habitat for the fish species that we're seeing. We just saw a snowy grouper, again with those distinctive white spots along its side, go out of the field of view, and see a Darwin slimehead, a redfish, and then we're also seeing other animals like mobile invertebrates, like the crabs.
What's this, Avery, we're seeing now?
View. Oh gosh, that to me looks like a conger eel. Brendan, Grundy, are you on the line? And if so, would you be able to confirm that that is indeed a conger eel?
Yeah, coming to you live from the galley, my home. That is a conger eel. That was an interesting crab we had before. We're seeing another crab on the right-hand side of the screen. Oh yeah, check out looks like maybe something took a chunk out of the back end of that eel right there. There's always a bigger fish, right? So that first crab that we saw was kind of interesting and almost looked like it was entangled in some braided fishing line there. And then, yeah, again, we're seeing a medium-sized snowy grouper at the top of the screen. But great to see that conger eel. Great shot. I'm glad I know the value of the 4K 360 arm, but I'm glad we're able to do some close-ups here and really get a nice view at some of these interesting animals utilizing this wreck.
Yes, so if it's possible to zoom in a little bit closer and get 4K footage of the conger eel, that would be really valuable. We have seen conger eels on these sites 6 years ago when we last had eyes on them underwater. In those cases, the conger eels were stationary. Oftentimes you'll just see the head of an eel poking out as its body will be back into a crevice or an opening in the wreck structure. So it's really remarkable to see this animal swimming around the wreck structure. I'm wondering if we might see it start to exhibit some feeding behavior here in a second. Looks like it's starting to crouch back into the structure. But what an interesting encounter that we're having right now, being able to get eyes on this animal. Looks like it is, again, starting to retreat into the structure a little bit more. But it does appear to be very close to a red-colored fish. This is Darwin slimehead. We're seeing the tail of that fish right now, and the rest of its body is obscured under the wreck structure.
And I'll point out...
And, Tani, what are...
I think we're going to do the same thing. So the structure we're actually looking at is the ship's anchor windlass. This would be the mechanism that would have brought in the anchor or deployed the anchor, that circular structure you see there with the shaft going through. You can see some chain there that's actually attached to that anchor that we saw earlier that Chris pointed out at the bows. That's part of all the anchor structure. And then directly behind that, you'll see sort of a large post. Sometimes they're called king posts and things. That's sort of a mast-like structure boom that would have been used in the ship's loading and unloading capabilities. And to the left, there you'll see another winch. So again, this is a freighter. It was made to take on cargo and take it off. So that's all those winches that you see here on the vessel. And there's a really interesting crab, Avery. What's that?
Yes, that is a very interesting crab, Tani. I am unfortunately not an expert in crabs, so I don't have a positive species identification on that. If any of the other ecologists on the line do, please feel free to chime in. But this is just another example of one of my favorite things about these shipwrecks and their new life as a home for marine life is that it can support a whole host of organisms, ranging from crabs all the way up to large predators. And we are seeing lots of other animals growing on the wreck structure itself. We're getting some good glimpses of those organisms behind the crab, underneath the crab as well. And I'm seeing something that almost looks like a pipe. Oh, goodness gracious, there is a beautiful snowy grouper that just swam into view. If we could get 4K footage and spend a little bit of time here, that would be fantastic. Again, this image to me is just such a striking image right now of this fusion of the biology with the snowy grouper, the crab in the footage, mixed with a bottle, Darwin's slime head, and more. And Tani, what is the structure that the snowy grouper is swimming towards? It's kind of curved a little bit in front of the crab.
Yeah, I'll actually pass that to my compatriot on board, Chris Sutherly, with the Office of North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology.
I just say, yeah, we're seeing a different angle, to the left of the bottle on the screen now. Those are would be two bits on the ship that would be used to secure any type of line. In a lot of cases, they would be mooring lines when a ship comes into port to tie it into the docks. A very large diameter line would have been figure eighted around those to help hold it in place. And again, as we saw before, to the right of that, to the central portion of the ship, is part of the main anchor windlass with some of the anchor chain on that, and another smaller windlass or winch to our left, aft of what we would have had on the bow. And you'll notice as well that the winches are kind of multi-purpose. They have the main anchor windlass has the large central drum that the chain is attached to, but there's also another, like a hub towards us to the off of the side of that, and then that's like an open drum hub that you could a sailor or mariner could wrap line around and make use of the same mechanism to pull and haul on some of the lines as well.
And just to be sensitive to the time, we've got about another 45 minutes on the shipwreck. So maybe if we're done in this area of the colleges, we might pull back just a little bit and then slide to the left down the hull. We can get some additional good views. Maybe we'll see some new fish, some new species and things as we come across some more structure. If that's okay with everybody. But I agree.
Perfect. That works well for us, Tani. And I do have a correction that the animal that we were just looking at, it was near the snowy grouper and the Darwin slime head, is a squat lobster. So thank you to Mike and Connor on the chat who were able to help with that species identification. This is one of the really valuable aspects of a telepresence mission like this. So we're able to bring experts with diverse backgrounds to the table to help make the most of this valuable footage and its interpretation. So thank you both.
Yeah, and then for folks just joining us, thank you for being here with us. We're exploring live on the seafloor It's 750 feet down off the coast of North Carolina, off Cape Hatteras. We are the NOAA Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, working with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. GFOE, as they're known, they were able to bring us these live images we see here through their ROV systems. They have 2 ROVs, remotely operated vehicles, robots, if you will, on the seafloor that we're guiding from the ship, the Noah Foster, the pride of the NOAA fleet. I'm Tane Casserly with NOAA's Modern National Marine Sanctuary. On board, we have Chris Sutherly with North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. On the line, we have, on the history side of the house, Joe Schwartzer, Director of North Carolina's Maritime Museum System. And on the line, too, we have Dr. Avery Paxton, North Carolina's, excuse me, we're off North Carolina, but NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. And you have an expert that you brought with you as well, isn't that right, Avery?
Yes, we have one other ecologist on the line right now, Dr. Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy. And who else do we have on the line, Tane?
I think that's it for the moment. We'll be joined by a few other folks later, but it's a small and intimate gathering of experts today.
Perfect. And so right now we're seeing another glimpse of what looks to be grouper on the screen. I can't quite tell, but I would assume based on what we've been seeing earlier today. Oh, yep, now I'm seeing the white spots. That is another snowy grouper. And a few moments ago, if I was looking at feed 2, on the quad view bottom right, I was seeing a very impressive school of jacks that were circling Yogi.
Is that another snowy grouper that's coming into frame here, Avery, soon?
It is. It is a snowy grouper. Great eye, Tane, coming front and center in my screen. Again, moving pretty slowly along the shipwreck. And this view that we're able to get is pretty remarkable. And if there's any way to add some later over top of that to get a length, that would be great. But only as a quick thing. You don't need to dwell on it too much because there's still a lot of wreck to see with the close-up views we're able to get now.
Yeah, I think we're moving actually a little bit down the hull here. We were at the bow, which is the front of the vessel, the pointy end, if you will. The vessel, the freighter Bluefields, is sitting upright on the seafloor, and we're on the starboard side of it, which is the right side of the vessel, looking at the hull. And just on the top of the screen, that's where the deck is and things to it. It really is resting on top of the seafloor, which is quite remarkable and a fantastic state of preservation. Again, this is an example of a victim of World War II's Battle of the Atlantic here off the coast of North Carolina, this worldwide conflict that came to America's shores so predominantly off the coast of North Carolina, and it's incredible. And then maybe Joe Schwartzer, we've been talking about the Battle of the Atlantic and this victim. What do you think about this World War II victim to the other victims we've seen from that U-boat war in World War II, this shipwreck versus the other ones we've seen earlier in the expedition?
Well, obviously, Tane, the condition of this shipwreck is infinitely superior to what we've seen before. E.M. Clark is, of course, interesting, but unless you know exactly what you're looking at, it just looks like a pile of metal on the ocean floor, except for the rudder and the propellers. This, it simply looks like someone's toy boat was just sunk in the water, and you're looking at it. It's in lovely condition. It's fortunate that all 24 crew members survived this sinking. It went down very fast. The cargo, what I find fascinating is the cargo list is different from what we're actually finding on board. I mean, first of all, they're not cars that are listed on the manifest. That is definitely a truck, or the remains of a truck. The porcelain toilet bowls. You mentioned bottles. A lot of bottles on the debris trail. That could be ship stores. It could also be some sort of cargo or smaller cargo. All in all, it's just you have a remarkable picture of a victim of the U-boat warfare, and a real emblem of the Battle of the Atlantic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like somebody picked up this intact freighter from 1942 and with a giant's hand threw it to the ocean's floor, where it rested gently on the bottom, and everything sort of was there or gently spilled out. I mean, it's it's phenomenal. We're seeing here on the deck on the main feed, there's more of those darker glass bottles just laying there. And like I said, were they ship stores? Was it part of the cargo? We're not sure at this point, but it's telling that story of the people that were aboard. Fascinating.
Exactly.
Some more great views here.
I'd say a really nice view looking as we were looking forward up underneath the forecastle deck.
And soon, for the audience at home, you're going to see more bottles on the deck of the vessel here as the ROV moves back away from the cargo hold. Yeah, just beautiful. So again, when for our pilots, if we're able to move further to the left once it's safe to navigate, it'd be great to see some more of the structure and perhaps some more of the fish poking around here. No, Avery, are these, forgive me, are these the slime heads or are these more grouper that we're seeing here, the silverfish?
So I'm going to pass that over to Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy. Brendan, can you help viewers understand a little bit more about the fish that we're just seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. Those were two larger snowy grouper, Tony. So they do appear silver, but they're more of like chocolatey brown, at least dorsally, and then ventral towards the belly. They do look some color a little bit, but the silver coloration that you're perceiving there is mostly the reflection from the lights of the ROV.
And Brendan, why do some of the snowy grouper that we're seeing today, can you explain to the viewers, have really distinct white spots and others don't?
Yeah, that's a great question. So generally with the species, the smaller juvenile individuals have those spots, and then they lose them as they grow older and mature. There are some individual species that are quite large and sure that they retain those spots, and it's not really clear why that is. Coloration within a given species of fish does tend to vary from animal to animal. So good question that we know at this stage.
Again, we're getting some more great views here of the bow of the Bluefields. Again, some of that windlass, that anchor machinery that we just had described by Chris. And as we swoop around here, we're going to see the tip of the bow, which is really dramatic. You can imagine standing there with the arms out, and it's almost a Titanic moment. Your loved one holds you from behind as you glide through, and you can see the anchor stowed away here in the hawse pipe. And then part of that major feature here, some call it a king post, major structural feature laying over the side there that would have helped in the moving of cargo as well here. So now we're on the port side of the vessel, which is the left-hand side, and we're going to start moving slowly down the hull to get some really nice views of the shipwreck of the Bluefields, as well as hopefully get some really zoomed up shots of the marine life as well.
And Tani, from the ecology side, the footage that we're getting now at this angle is really valuable because it's taking us from the stern to the bow and then back from the bow to the stern in a very systematic fashion. And for us, that provides a transect. So basically a set line of ROV movement along the shipwreck from which we can assess the number and types of fish. And we know the distance of the shipwreck, so we can use that to standardize. So this is one way that we can compare the fish abundance and diversity that we're seeing on the Bluefields right now to what we will see later on the U-576 that is just a football field length away.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I should add for the purposes, the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, and of course all of our partners, historically and archaeologically, we're doing the same thing. So this is a snapshot in time of the physical structure of the shipwreck. We can look at it. How is it doing? Is the structure holding? Is it buckling? Sort of the sands of time. Are they acting on it? Are we seeing increased corrosion? These are all good questions that can be answered by really analyzing this video at home in the comfort of our office versus being scuba diving, which this is well beyond the means of nearly every diver, 750 feet on the seafloor. And that's why this ROV technology is so valuable for scientists to document the site and the habitat, but also, like we mentioned before, sharing this in real time, this real-time exploration with the public at home, and of course all our experts that can call in. It's incredible cutting-edge technology and real-world science happening in real time anywhere in the world.
Hey, Tony, this is Brendan. I have a couple questions that maybe one of the archaeologists from the line can answer. We talked about the rope a little while ago, and we're seeing a lot of rope as we move down this aspect of the wreck here. And I'm suspicious if whether this rope is actually contemporary with the wreck or if it's become entangled on the wreck since then. It just looks like most of the rope is sort of caught or laying on the surface of the wreck, as opposed to if there was line on the ship when it went down, maybe we would see it more internal to the wreck. And so if any speculation there, the rope we're looking at now, it kind of looks like modern, maybe nylon rope that might have been adrift and got hung up on the wreck. Any thoughts?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It could very well be newer material, and we're seeing now this nice zoomed-up image. We obviously got some fishing line kind of against the hull here as well, talking about that more modern intrusion. But yeah, it does very well appear to be like a polypro type line. And you know, this is a deep water shipwreck. It's really a sandy environment. These things are, just as they attract maybe marine species, they also happen to attract things floating in the ocean. And you know, maybe it's a testament of how much of this loose gear is rolling around on the seafloor that when it comes in contact with the shipwreck, it snags and then stays in place and becomes part of that whole story. But yeah, you're right. There's quite a bit of this could be that modern polypro type material, and we haven't seen too much maybe of historically dated lines yet. I might expect some of that to be steel cable as well, and I haven't seen too much of that. And Chris Sutherland, what do you think?
I guess I think you're exactly right, Tony. I think what we're seeing up here, especially at the bow, is some type is fouling of more modern net or line that's come into contact with the wreck. But I think as we were further back to the stern before, and again as Brendan observed, the more interior to the wreck, I think we probably do have some of the original lines or standing rigging that may have been associated with the wreck itself that we have remnants of, in addition to the intrusive lines that are showing up here that I think we're looking at now.
Yeah, and we should remember too that this was moving in convoy at the time, KS 520. They were en route, and so everything would have been stowed for sea, battened down, lines taut. So so a lot of the stuff that we see probably in the exterior is more modern or floated into the site, an intrusion, if you will, upon the archaeological site. And sometimes we have to be very careful when these are brand new shipwrecks when we look at them. So we'll find, sort of a can or a bottle or a label. You think, oh my lord, this is obviously from the wreck. Well, as we mentioned before, the fishermen always know where the wrecks are. So you got to be really careful. Where I've worked on shipwrecks that were clearly from like the late 1800s, early 1900s, but yet there's a 1950s era Coke can on it or a Budweiser bottle. So you just got to remember, hey, sometimes it does get intruded upon. Because, like anything, they're great fishing spots. So it's one of the things we keep into account. And
if I can just jump in,
of course, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. We had a great question in the chat, which is about the sexual life history of groupers. Oh, we're seeing some great school of jacks coming to the screen here. These look like Almaco jacks, and a snowy grouper to the bottom left, as I interrupt myself. Anyway, the question in the chat had to do with whether groupers are protogynous hermaphrodites. So what does that mean? Protogynous hermaphrodites is a type of sequential hermaphroditism where the animals are all female to begin with, and as they mature, some transition to males. So they start out as immature, then they first mature as females, and then later they transition to being males. And snowy grouper do have that type of sexual life history. So it's impossible to say externally what sex each of these animals that we've seen today might be, though we can say with a high degree of confidence that the smaller fish, the smaller snowy grouper, are likely all females, and some may be just maturing as females, and those smaller ones with a lot of white spots tend to be immature females. So there is one other type of sequential hermaphroditism in the fish world, and that's the reverse, called protandrous hermaphroditism, and that's of course where the animal starts out as a male and then later transitions to a female. And so one prominent example is clownfish. So clownfish actually all start out as males and then transition to females later on.
Oh, thank you. I want to point out for folks that were watching when we were on the seafloor, you might have seen something buried in the sand. It was upside down. It looked like it was white ceramic. That was actually an example of one of the toilets that the Bluefields was carrying in its cargo hold. So as we move down the shipwreck, keep an eye out, but you'll be seeing more of those in the seafloor and the cargo hold. As we move down the hold here, down the main deck here, we can see the cargo holds open on the left-hand side of the screen. We're on the port side of the vessel, which is the left side, and we're moving towards the end of the vessel, or the stern. There we go. We're getting a great view down into the cargo hold here.
I guess so, yeah, you can get a good example of the scale that we're looking at here. The on the left-hand side of the screen, going vertically down, that's a ladder that would allow the crew to access the cargo hold from the deck. So that's a person-sized ladder. So the openings here are quite massive openings.
And there might be some of the burlap sacks, the bags. I think maybe the was on the cargo manifest. Is there clearly sort of containers, maybe some sort of sacks?
Or possibly bundled together.
Yeah. Joe Schwartzer, if you're on the line, what do you think we're seeing there?
Well, remember, part of the cargo were empty burlap bags. You may be looking at that.
Yeah, very well might be. Yeah, fascinating.
But is that a gauge or a dial?
I'm unclear. If we're able to zoom on that. Oh yeah, thank you, ROV drivers, pilots. Unclear. It almost.
Oh no.
Is it a jar?
Oh.
Maybe? What do you think?
I have no idea.
I don't know the Bobby. Can we get the lasers on that to get an idea of scale? So about 10 centimeters. Yeah, I'm thinking that might actually be a dome for over top a light bulb, like a light fixture cover.
Oh, yes. Okay.
I almost thought that too, like a street light.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like your basic builder version of the little round dome over your hall lights type of thing that you see at the hardware store. So yeah, if it's about 10 centimeters, that'd probably be just about right for for a cover on one of the underdeck lights, possibly.
Yeah, and that looks like some sort of crated or bundled materials there as well. Maybe some more of those toilets off to the right, maybe? Not quite sure. It appears to be some sort of white porcelain. Something else we've got a fish swimming through. Yeah, it might be a light fixture broken. Yeah, great views, guys. Again, there's not many shipwrecks. I don't think any of us have been on anywhere that you can still see that intact cargo so perfectly preserved on the seafloor. I mean, it's incredible. And almost like on the main feed now, directly down, looks like maybe some cups, porcelain cups and things, some sort of small porcelain containers. Yeah, some great views.
It does look like that.
Like I say, the camera capabilities here are just amazing for the zoom, because realizing that the ROV is meters away from what we're looking at, and we're getting the ability to zoom in and get all of that detail. Yeah, it looks like maybe some coffee mugs.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, small.
Yeah, they look like mugs.
Yeah, amazing. You know, and we should add, as we look at this and we look at these artifacts and things, that, you know, these vessels are all owned by somebody. And also to the right, the screen, once we're done, the ROV is almost just on top of the remnants of that vehicle as well, too. So once we're finished here, that's a great thing to look at. But all of these shipwrecks are really owned by somebody, so we've got to keep that in mind. Many of them by the original government that might have used them. The British own several merchant ships as part of the war effort, so the U.S. As part of MIRAD, U.S. Navy, Coast Guard, so many more. And, you know, the sovereign vessels that belong to the different flag nations still belong to them, too. So it's not a no man's land out here. Even if it was a merchant vessel and there's an insurance payout, the insurance company still owns this. So they might have words for anybody who decides to do something untoward to these sites other than treat them with respect. This is a great view of the vehicle we have here. You can see the hubs of the tires, the wheel hubs, the rubber axles, the shaft here, the main drive shaft, of course, the engine. I mean, it's phenomenal preservation. Yeah, this is great stuff.
But this is something interesting to notice, too, and it kind of goes back to one of Avery's questions and comments earlier on of the preservation that we see. And, you know, these are the heavier, thicker pieces of steel and metal that would have been associated with this vehicle, but the lighter weight sheet metal that would have been part of the body and some of the other pieces and parts of the vehicle. You know, there are a few pieces that are fallen off and are laying here on the deck, but, you know, a good bit of it's gone. So the thinner metal does corrode away, will erode out, or possibly be carried off, and that's typical to see on these shipwrecks. Is small artifacts, lighter weight artifacts, less robust, do deteriorate faster or are carried away as part of the environmental site formation process. But the heavier, more robust pieces are what remain behind.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this might be the lower part of a vessel where they're going to put the cab on and the bed later, perhaps. It's hard to tell. But you can look, when we look at the shaft, the main drive shaft there and the axle, all that detritus underneath it, which could indicate that it did have structure there in its sense, you know, sort of the workings of the salt water on those materials have corroded it away. But great preservation. I mean, these are the type of things that you expect to see in Truck Lagoon or some of those other very famous World War II spots. And, you know, we're seeing that off the coast of North Carolina, so this is very special that we're able to share this with all of you.
So it looks like you can actually see the grill of the radiator there as we're passing over it.
You know, on the main feed, we're seeing another fish there. It's sort of laying there, the red one. What's that we're looking at, Avery?
I actually do not know what that is. Brendan, do you know what that is?
I'm not certain. We may be looking at a species of scorpionfish here. Trying to tell. Maybe someone. We've been getting some really helpful ideas in the chat online. Maybe somebody can drop in what they think it might be. So yeah, again, I'm not sure, but it's exhibiting interesting behavior. Obviously, sitting there on the sediment on this shipwreck, not moving around. There's another one on off to the right. So thanks for getting a close up there, and we'll get back to you if we do get an ID on that animal.
And we do see a bigger fish moving into the frame on the bottom left, and that is Darwin's slimehead, the one that we've seen several times throughout the day.
Avery, that's such a unique name. Do you have any idea what the origin of the naming was for the Darwin slimefish?
I do not know what the origin of it is. but I can look into that and get back. We do have somebody from the Smithsonian and from NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service who's contributing on the chat. Mike says that the redfish is a scorpionid, and so I think we've confirmed that. And if anybody does know the origin of Darwin's slime head, that name, please do chime in.
It's just such a great name.
And I'll point out we're towards the stern of the vessel now on the port side, which is left-hand side, and you can see sort of that aft cabin. Aft is the end of the vessel. See that structure there? You can see some portholes. Actually, there's a porthole that was open right there at the glass. You can see there, it's pretty phenomenal, right into the hull. Again, speaking to how quickly this vessel went down on July 15th of 1942. So they're getting some great shots here of that on our HD cameras. There we go, some nice overhead views here.
Like I say, I'm really liking the top-down view that we're getting from the ROV Guru hanging out above there. It gives a great what we would call a plan view perspective, seeing Yogi and the looking down on the deck of the ship itself.
Yeah, it gives folks a phenomenal perspective of sort of that far wide-angle view of what we're seeing here. And of course the Yogi with its more close-up view here, getting some great shots of the deck. Some bits there on the left-hand side, which of course you would have tied your lines off to when you're at sea or tied up to the dock.
Tane and Chris, we do have another question coming in through the chat. Wondering whether the fuel bunkers were hit with torpedoes or whether there's still potential for some of that oil to leak out.
Well, that's a good question. I don't think we know that at the moment, but I will say it took a pretty catastrophic hit. And I would hazard a guess that all of that material flowed out of the shipwreck during the sinking event in 1942. NOAA does have a database of wrecks that are potentially hazardous because of their fuel, and this vessel is not on it by any means. So it was a smaller freighter, not one of those giant ones. So we have no indication that there's still fuel on this vessel at all. And again, because it took such a catastrophic hit by the torpedo that hit it from the U-576, it really ruptured the entire hull that we can see so very dramatically. So I would have guessed that a lot of that material escaped into the environment over 75 years ago.
Yeah, again, we've got a great view here
Thank
from
you.
From the third-person view that Guru's giving us, seeing some of the king posts there that were around the cabin structure.
Oh, and on the main view, we can see the inside of that aft cabin. You can actually see the wood interior in the walls. You can see a porthole that's sitting there with the glass intact. I mean, really spectacular imagery we're getting here on the seafloor at 750 feet on the freighter Bluefields. Yeah, just beautiful. And Avery, did you have another question?
I have an update, actually. So Darwin's slime head, that is, like we've mentioned earlier today, another name for that, the common name is Big Ruffy. The particular one that we're likely seeing is Jeffrey Roberic's Darwini, and Mike from the Smithsonian and from NOAA National Marine Fisheries Service has added that the species name of that, the Darwini portion, was likely in honor of Darwin. So thank you for that addition, Mike.
Wow, wonderful. You know, we're looking here, we're the aft part of the vessel, just looking around, and again, you can see sort of the power of the torpedo that hit, sort of blowing out part of the structure. So we saw most of this shipwreck is in really good shape, but there's some parts that have just been utterly destroyed, and really that's from that explosion from the torpedo from the U-576.
And one of the viewers is wondering if you can tell us more about the material of the porthole. Perhaps is it brass?
Yeah, Chris, that's a good question for you. What do you think?
It could be either one at this time frame. And, a lot of the portholes and the mechanisms were constructed out of brass originally, and this could very well be brass. But eventually they do start to be made out of steel, the same as the rest of the ship, and it's difficult to tell there. That could very well be brass.
And it looks like we've got a little crab above it too. Yeah, intact glass is beautiful. Again, this is another great example of the very dual nature of these shipwrecks, where they are an archaeological site, a piece of history, but also now habitat for all of this diverse marine life. It's just really cool to see. This is a great view. This is, if we're getting this in 4K or some stills, this is a wonderful view to share with folks. Just the blending of the history and the ecology. With an iconic piece, everybody can recognize a porthole.
See, and again, Tani, as you noted before,
one of the viewers.
Go ahead, Avery.
One of the viewers is wondering about how many people it took to operate a vessel of this size during World War II.
You know, that's a really good question. Let's we're going to go to our handy-dandy documents here and try to get you a good answer for that. I'm not quite sure at the moment, though.
I guess I believe we'll go back and look, but it should have had a crew. What, Joe? About 20 or so.
24. It had a crew of 24.
Crew 24. I want to point out, as we're looking at the main feed, you'll see what appears to be another porcelain item. That might be a sink there, or it could be a toilet. Not quite sure. But this is maybe inside the house of that material. So this one might actually have belonged to the ship itself. Maybe that's yeah, it's one or the other. Again, helping to tell that people story of people aboard the ship. I'm sure the folks that were crew on this vessel over 75 years ago never expected implements from the head of the restroom would appear now on images around the world. But it's telling that people's story. You know, it was crewed by human beings, and here we are, is telling that story. Okay, so we got about 10 more minutes on the site. The ROV pilots have notified me. For our ecologists, is there anything else that you would like to focus in on as we're drawing to the close of our time on the Bluefields? It looks like we're at the area now that the torpedo hit the explosion.
No, this has been fantastic, Tani.
Okay. I want to point out...
Can you help give us an idea of scale of how broad this torpedo damage is?
We can try. If people look, we actually saw one of the, again, more of those toilets. That was that white feature on the main feed on the left-hand side. You know, Avery, it's hard to tell. You know, I think that lasers are only about 10 centimeters apart, and we're talking a giant chunk of the hull here that got ripped through when that torpedo hit. So I would, geez, I don't know, 20, 30 feet maybe? I mean, it's a gigantic hole.
You can see, the overall length of the ship is about 250, I believe. And the multi-beam image kind of helps with that a little bit. Is when you look, that shows literally where the side has been blown out and some of the damage to the deck is missing and everything else as well.
And as Joe Schwartzer pointed out earlier, you can see how the hull is actually peeled back there from the force of that explosion. So again, imagine not only the explosion, but then the onrush of water now as this vessel went down very, very quickly. And thank goodness all crew members got off safely. And that's back when it was attacked on July 15th in 1942 by the U-576. And the Bluefield was in convoy convoy KS-520 going from Norfolk down to Key West. It was with 19 other merchant ships and tankers. It was attacked by the U-boat, the U-576. If we're looking inside the cargo hold here, you can very clearly see all of the white porcelain there, and the majority of that are part of the toilets that were part of the cargo. And again, as Joe mentioned, not on the ship manifest, so something we didn't expect to see, but yet we're seeing on the seafloor. So the U-576 was damaged earlier, a few days earlier before it saw the convoy KS-520. Part of its buoyancy system was damaged. It was actually on its way back to Europe so it could undergo repairs, and then opportunistically it came across convoy KS-520. It moves into attack, shoots a 4 torpedo spread. 2 of the torpedoes hit 2 other vessels, causing damage and fires, but they're saved. The 3rd torpedo goes awry, doesn't hit anything. The 4th one hits the Bluefields, which is the vessel we're on now at 750 feet on the seafloor. But what happened after that was, because the buoyancy compensators were damaged, the ballast system was damaged on the U-boat, because those torpedoes have so much weight to them and mass, when they're released, the U-boat wasn't able to compensate, and it literally pops up into the middle of the convoy, and everybody opens up on them. Because you can imagine your crewmates in these other ships are under fire, they're sinking, people are screaming, and then the enemy pops up in the middle. So we had Kingfisher aircraft dropping depth charges. Some of the merchant ships were armed or firing on them. The naval vessels are coming in, and within scant minutes, the U-576 is also sent to the bottom. So this is truly a World War II battlefield we have on the seafloor. There's some bottles there, some carboys, large class carboys. You can see, phenomenal. So we have just about 5 more minutes left on the Shipwreck Bluefields, and then we're actually going to transition over to the U-boat, the U-576, which is about a football field away. So stay tuned for that. We'll keep you updated. And as we look at this, we look at the cargo hold here, where this explosion happened, where the torpedo hit. This is a World War II battlefield on the seafloor. This is the only examples in U.S. waters of the aggressor, the U-576, and its victim, the Bluefields, sitting side by side on the seafloor. So this is very, very special. And it looks like we're seeing, I don't know, Chris Sudley, what do you think? Some more cables there?
It looks like, coils of cables there.
Yeah.
Cables. We got a glass carboy behind it. More glass bottles, just like we saw in the debris field coming towards the shipwreck. Looks like it's spilled out. Another glass carboy there. More. Oh, look, there's a whole pile of glass carboys. And cargo. And, Joe Schwartzer, I know you've done a lot of work in the Mediterranean, and maybe these carboys and things, are they similar to maybe amphora that you might see? Maybe same type of purpose, that carrying vessel that you might see in those much older ships?
Well, it's possible. Usually the ships that I worked on in the Mediterranean were flat. There wasn't much left. Although the recent discoveries in the Black Sea are quite astounding, and they're Roman and Byzantine ships that are sitting upright, much as this one is. And they haven't excavated them, but as they've blown some of the sediment away, you can see that they're remarkably intact. That might eventually solve that question, but no, I haven't seen anything like this before.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm not quite sure what we just saw on the main feed. Some sort of rolled material. I'm not sure if it's solid or bundled, but it was pretty interesting.
I guess my first impression was actually looked like munitions rounds, but I don't think that's what it was.
And this is a fantastic view from GFOE, kind of showing us the interior of the cargo hold. Really, only an ROV is really able to capture that, so it gives you a sense of what it was like inside there, with these materials were stowed away for shipping. We need to think of these ships like a semi-truck today with their containers. It's exactly the same idea. Whether you're going to one of the major supermarkets or an electronics store, back in the day, if you had to go far distances, you went by ship. So it could be anything from, like we're seeing here, glass carboys, bottles, cables, vehicles, all sorts of things you wouldn't expect. But here they are. It's just the same thing you'd see in a semi-truck today going to your local stores.
One for to put it in perspective for people too is the technique has changed slightly, but unless something says made in USA for the folks here in America, if it came from anywhere else manufacturing, more than likely it came to the U.S. on a ship, in a big container or on some of the big cargo ships. So it's still the way the world works for major transportation of goods. Just larger scale versions of what we're looking at right here, right now.
And to build on that, with even our weapons of war in the military, I think with modern conveniences, well, you take the plane, right? Everything ships by plane, and that is not true. A lot of times, our personnel, our trained soldiers and sailors, airmen, will fly there, but those heavy pieces of equipment are all shipped. So even today, every major effort the United States, or really any country, does where you're working away from your homeland, it all gets there by ship, and that's exactly what the Bluefields was doing here. Mm-hmm. And there's another great view into the interior there.
Yeah, these are just phenomenal snapshots into history right here that we're seeing live from the ocean floor, 750 feet down, roughly.
Yeah, it could be all sorts of things. It almost looks like it might be some sort of rolled material or rubber. I don't know. It's one of the challenges. We're not taking any samples during this trip, so we just have these visual observations. So we'll look at the tape. We might find some interesting answers on the chat too. Some very knowledgeable people are joining us on the chat. Love to hear your thoughts. You're exploring this in real time, just like we are. So we're doing this together. So any knowledgeable advice, opinions given would definitely be appreciated. Thank you.
Like you say, that is the absolute beauty of this of the telepresence project. Is not only are we out here live looking at it, but with the technology and the capability of GFOE with the satellite system, any scientist, any maritime historian, any expert in the world can, with a 10-second, maybe 20-second at worst delay, view exactly what we're viewing right now on the two feeds that are streaming out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to remind folks, and we are now backing away from the freighter Bluefields at 750 feet on the seafloor off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. We are now going to pull up and actually cut the feed for just a little bit, because we're going to transition over to the U-boat, the German U-boat, the U-576, very shortly. And it's only a football field away. So please stay tuned. Keep watching the feed, but we should be there. And ROV pilots, how long do you estimate maybe the transit to the Bluefield, just so we can tell our audience? About 20 minutes? Good Lord. Okay, in 20 minutes' time, we're going to be on the U-boat U-576. So please join us then. Avery, Brendan, thank you so much. Please tune back in. I think we're actually going to cut the feed for just a little bit. Oh, we're not going to cut the feed. Okay. Are we going to keep broadcasting live the whole time on the seafloor? Well, then join us in real time, Ted. So we're sort of... We didn't think we'd be able to, but the conditions on the seafloor are more favorable than we thought, and we are going to transition over. And because we're moving away from the Bluefields now, maybe Avery and Brendan, maybe some thoughts of things that your thoughts as we leave the ship, and things that you saw, and maybe some surprises you didn't expect.
Sure, Brendan, would you like to start us off?
Yeah, sure. So, one of the most startling things for me is the abundance of small fish sort of flitting around in the interstitial space on that wreck. To be honest, I was having trouble identifying a lot of those fish. I did think I saw a couple of squirrelfish, maybe a small queen snapper in there just for a really brief moment. Another reason that I'm excited to hopefully have access to review the footage that we've been taking today, because that, you see a few large fish, but there's at least an equivalent amount of biomass in terms of fish biomass from the small fish that are much more difficult to see, that we refer to as cryptic species, and that's of course because they're sort of hiding, which is obviously a strategy that they take to avoid predation, because little fish tend to be food for big fish. So the snowy group we saw swimming around, those are generalist predators, which means they'll eat just about anything you put in front of them. I had a fisherman tell me one time when we were talking about catching snowy grouper to tag. I said, what kind of bait are we going to use to try to catch these fish, bring them up to the to the surface and put tags in them? And he looked at me and said, "Man, a snowy grouper will eat a rock if it moves." And so that's definitely the case. It's not an exaggeration. Those animals will devour whatever you put in front of them. And so all of those little fish might perceive an ROV that's the size of, I don't know, you guys tell me, 10 or 12 snowy grouper, at least might perceive that as something of a threat. So we do have a tough time seeing the small fish with any sort of observational gear, but the ROV is right at the top of that list for sure. So I'll need to go back through the footage and take a look a little more closely and see if we can do freeze frames in 4K and things like that, and see out what the small fish were that we saw in the wreck. So that's just an initial observation. Avery, did you see anything that surprised you?
Sure. So I didn't see anything that surprised me per se, but this dive was just such a reminder for me of this unique combination of history and ecology that we can find on shipwrecks. To me, I was happy to see a lot of the large predatory fish like grouper, and also mixed in with some of the smaller fish. And so, Tani, I think to me this really speaks to the value of this shipwreck now as habitat for marine life. And I think it's a really unique situation where we have these two historic shipwrecks side by side, representing this key battle during World War II's Battle of the Atlantic. So I'll turn it over to you and Chris Southerly for closing thoughts on the Bluefields before we continue our navigation to the U5.
Yeah, no, thank you, Avery. Thank you so much. Yeah, it really is. Again, these wrecks are now islands of life. It's fantastic to see. I love seeing all the marine life. I love learning from you and the other experts we have on the line about what we're seeing. And this is, it's amazing as we're now, maybe it's a little more somber as we're moving through the water column and we're seeing this dark blue, almost black water as we move to the aggressor, right? The U-576, the German U-boat at the start of World War II was some of the most feared and the technologically advanced weapon of war ever created. I mean, it was astounding what this weapon did and how many ships it sank in World War I, and then even more so with more advanced weaponry and technology in World War II. And for us to be able to see that firsthand here off North Carolina is incredible. We think about World War II as an event that happened over there, right? Over there, and it's not true. It absolutely happened here right off our shores, sometimes a mile or less off our shore. In the case of the U-701, mining the mouth of Chesapeake Bay, sinking ships, that was a mile off Virginia Beach. People on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, they would wake up and see those fires of war offshore. They'd hear the explosions, the light, they'd wake up from it. They'd see that the after effects on their beaches, it was in our faces. And the Germans knew exactly where to hit us. They hid in the deeper water off the continental shelf in the daytime. At nighttime, they crept up onto the shelf, the continental shelf where we are now, in the shallower waters, and they attacked ships. In the early months of 1942, we didn't have a convoy system in place. We didn't have aircraft cover. A lot of these ships moving back and forth had no escort, and the Germans took full advantage of that. So within just a few months in 1942, from the outbreak of the war till when really this conflict of the Bluefields of 576 on July 15th in 1942, they sank 90 ships off, 90 ships total from World War II were lost off here, but 78 of those were merchant vessels. So that's just off North Carolina. That's an incredible number. And success rate is insane. There was 8 Allied naval vessels that went down as well off Carolina waters, and of course, luckily, we also put down 4 German U-boats. And if we think about it, we had the first Army Air Force sinking of a U-boat anywhere in U.S. waters was the U-701. The U-85 was the first U.S. Navy kill of a U-boat in U.S. waters, and the U-352 was the first Coast Guard kill. So that all happened off the coast of North Carolina in 1942. So we're very lucky to be able to share that history with you. And, you know, as we saw the victim, the Bluefields, that devastation that one torpedo made, just one torpedo that literally blew it apart so prominently with that peeled back hull. And to be able to see now the aggressor, the 576, totally intact atop the sediment on the seafloor. It went down very quickly, and we need to remember the entire crew of that U-boat is still in the U-boat. You know, so we treat it as a war grave. You know, we treat it with respect, and we recognize what happened during the war. But there's 45 dead sailors inside that vessel. It's still German sovereign property, so we won't touch it, we won't impact it, but we'll be able to look at it and share it with the world. So we're very lucky. And we may have been joined by another archaeologist, Hans von Tilburg. Are you with us today?
Yeah, hi, Tony. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Thank you for joining us.
Great, thanks. Well, thanks for having me, and it's exciting to be part of this.
Yeah.
Live exploration and discovery. I always enjoy these types of platforms and podcasts.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. We were just at the freighter Bluefields, and now we're going to the aggressor, the U-boat that sank at the U-576. We're just in the water column now. But Hans, I know you've done a tremendous amount of work studying World War II activity in the Pacific, in Hawaiian waters. So, you know, what does this mean to you that you're literally coming to us live? You're in Hawaii right now, is that correct?
Yeah, you know, sorry I didn't join earlier, but I did. I've woken up and had a cup of coffee now. So it's a nice morning here, and it's kind of a nice Sunday morning activity for me to participate in this exploration. You're right. The Pacific is, you know, obviously a very important theater, and Hawaii, being strategically located, has an underwater resource of many properties, and some of those are reflective of both, you know, the U.S. and the Japanese presence and the attack on December 7th, 1941. And we've had the chance to look at some of those with partners and to do some of these broadcasts on those. It'll be very interesting to compare conditions and and materials from that archaeological perspective.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to have you with us today for many reasons. But you know, I know you're a part of a team that looked at the Japanese mini-sub off Pearl Harbor that was part of that attack on December 7th. Is that right?
Yeah, in fact, you know, there are two out there. There are 5 involved in the attack, and they were brought over the night before on the backs of larger Japanese submarines, and they were coordinating their efforts to penetrate the defenses at Pearl Harbor, along with the aerial attack in the morning. And what we ended up finding with Terry Kirby and the Hawaii Undersea Research Lab and the National Park Service is the one of those 5 that we refer to commonly as the Ward sub, because it was sunk by the USS Ward before the arrival of the aircraft, kind of an early warning. The Ward submarine was sunk as it was trying to get into the harbor channel and follow an arriving vessel past the submarine defenses. But there's a second submarine out there, another of the 5, that we believe did make it inside the harbor, was later recovered in dredging operations and disposed outside the harbor. That's actually one of the 5, and that one's in pieces. And we refer to that one as the 3-piece Japanese submarine. So we think we're looking at 2 of the 5 that participated in the attack.
Wow, that's incredible, and it does show you how the undersea warfare was being used, effectively to different degrees on the 2 fronts, on the 2 naval fronts, the 2 naval wars.
Right. Yeah, this was pretty amazing technology. You know, many navies experimented with these kinds of mini subs we did too, but I think that the Japanese Navy had taken it to a level where, they were putting them in these situations, using them quite an effective level. Not that it turned the tide or anything, but now, years later, for all of the sailors that lost their lives, we have to respect the kind of bravery that it took for two Japanese sailors, the lieutenant and the engineer, to climb into that small submarine and launch themselves towards that harbor in the dark of night. And it was not a mission. They were meant to come back from this mission. They were meant to rendezvous around anyhow a nearby island, so the Hawaiian chain. But the expectation of really being able to do that in an operation like this, I don't know that you could really think this is a two-way trip.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I'll be really interested to hear your observations when now you've seen from a very similar time period that undersea warfare, that weapon of war, the Japanese mini-sub, to what we'll see now with the Type 7 German U-boat. It'd be interesting, the same type of preservation or maybe a little different observations, but it does appear from last time we saw the U-boat that it really is up above the sediment, much like that Japanese intact mini-sub. So it'll be fascinating to hear your observations.
Sure. And it's nice to be working with you again, Connie. It's been a while.
It has. For those of you that don't know, which is the entire world, but I started my career at the University of Hawaii, and Hans von Schilberg, Dr. Hans von Schilberg, was one of my first maritime professors. So this is a real treat that we're doing this real-time exploration, and he's joining us live from Hawaii as we're nearly on the other side of the world in the Atlantic Ocean, again, sharing this World War II history live with the world. So thank you, anyone. And maybe for Avery and Brendan, as we're going over to the 576, and maybe especially for you, Avery, some of the species we saw on the site years ago, what do you expect to maybe see in terms of the marine life and habitat on the U576?
Good question, Tane. On the U576, we expect to see grouper, likely snowy grouper, potentially some Warsaw grouper, maybe a yellow edge grouper, and possibly a few other species. And we'll point those out as we see them. But they are big fish. We've also been seeing in the nearby vicinity on the Bluefields fish called Darwin's slimehead. We've seen some anthenids, conger eel, and a few others. So we're really excited about the diversity of marine life that we expect. And Tani, is now a good opportunity to introduce a few other experts who joined us on the phone?
Absolutely, please.
Excellent. So on the phone today, we also have Dr. Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy, who studies a variety of reef-associated fish, including the grouper that we're seeing today. And we've also been joined by a very special guest, Melanie Demore from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And Melanie, can you introduce yourself briefly to the group? You are multiple hats from the archaeology side and the biology side.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thanks. Well, hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. I'm Melanie Demore, and I'm a marine archaeologist with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and I'm based in the Gulf of Mexico region. And while my interests obviously include historic shipwrecks, one of my more unique focuses has been on shipwreck microbial ecology to better understand site formation processes and responses to things like oil spills. So we've investigated a U-boat of the Gulf, so I am super excited to check out U576 for the first time, and I'm very much looking forward to this. Thank you, guys.
Oh, it's wonderful. I mean, Melanie, we couldn't be happier to have you. And I know your experience on U-166, I believe, in the Gulf was pretty groundbreaking, the work you did there.
Oh, thanks. It was a lot of fun to work on, but I have to give credit to Rob Church and Dan Warren, who were with CNC Technologies back in 2001. They're the ones who identified the U-boat, so they definitely need to get credit for certainly the longest duration in terms of investigating and researching that shipwreck. I only came on board in 2011 and 2012, so I'm a more recent participant on research at 166.
Well, I think that's a good point, Melanie.
And
that
Melanie, one of the things. Oh, go ahead, Tony.
Well, no, I was just going to say that Melanie brought up a good point that it takes a whole team to do these types of projects. So, sometimes the first discoverers are working with you, but like today we had this entire team here of ecologists, biologists, historians, the engineers, the ship, and really there's multiple points for folks to join these type of projects and really make a really substantial contribution to what we're doing.
I completely agree with that. And from the perspective that these shipwrecks are now having a second life as a home for marine life on the seafloor, I'm really excited with the expertise we have on the line today. Folks will be able to talk about how these shipwrecks are home not only for large fish that we've been seeing today, but Melanie will be able to talk more about how microbial organisms are also able to colonize and thrive on some of these shipwrecks.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're taking a hands-off approach with this particular expedition. So we're not taking any samples. We're not taking any artifacts or anything of that nature. We're not taking any biological samples. Really, this is a sort of the classic diver line of take only pictures and leave only bubbles effect. And the real value for NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, which Hans van Tilburg is part of with the Maritime Heritage Program joining us. We're really looking at these resources in the bottom to be able to share them and showcase them with the entire world and help tell this World War II story. So we're collecting environmental data through our different sensors. These are going to be visual observations to help with the monitoring of these sites to share with our partners. NOAA does not manage these sites. I need to reinforce with people, but they are looked after by different federal agencies or different governments. So the German U-boat is actually property of the government of Germany, the German Republic, and it remains so. And a lot of these other vessels are either under the authority of the U.S. Navy, Coast Guard, MIRAD, allied partners as well too. So we fully respect that. But as we investigate these shipwrecks too, it is with that sense of respect and being a non-intrusive sort of approach. But the beauty of this ROV technology and the telepresence is all the folks on the line are adding their voice to this real-world exploration, this real-time exploration, as well as the people online. So thank you, everybody, for joining us today.
Sure. It's remarkable to be able to do it, to understand these sites in place, in situ. Because, frankly, even if we did want to bring things back as the old practice of 19th century archaeology, you take everything and cart it back to the museum. You bring something up from the bottom of the ocean like this that's been soaking up these chlorides and it's been impacted in the marine environment for so long, for decades. There's a quite lengthy and often very expensive conservation process that may be applied that may or may not succeed in stabilizing what it is you've recovered. Because quite often it can turn very quickly into a pile of rust and corrosion before your eyes. And that happens all too often. So you're right. We do take an approach that favors initially this non-invasive in situ data collection for the protection of the resource.
Yeah, absolutely. And fully respecting that. As we're really approaching pretty quickly to the site here, so I want to introduce who we are to the people listening at home. This is the Valor in the Atlantic Telepresence Expedition. Thank you for joining us today. This is a cooperative agreement between NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE, as they're known. GFOE is making this possible. They're bringing this technology to us to be able to share this real-world exploration with you. So they build remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, as they're known. They design them. They're piloting them right now in the water column. What we're using is a two-body ROV system, so there's actually two ROVs in the water at one time. We have a lower ROV with a 4K camera, which is going to get those close-up shots, called Yogi, and another ROV above it. It's almost like a lighting chandelier with more cameras on it. Above it is called Guru. And we're also aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, pride of the White Fleet, the ship we think that can do it all. So we're very thankful to the expertise of the officers and crew of this vessel that made it possible. We are very lucky today to have very favorable conditions on the surface and at nearly 700 feet on the seafloor, bringing this story to you live with literally a 4 to 6 second delay. So we're actually, if you think about it, we're doing a project where we're operating from the bottom of the sea to space, where we're beaming this information through the ROVs to the ship to a satellite that's then sending it right back down to the internet and sharing it with you in the real world. So thank you so much for being here. My name is Tane Casserly. I am with the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. We protect the iconic Civil War ironclad Monitor. I'm also on board here. I have my compatriot, underwater archaeologist Chris Sutherly, with North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. We have several experts joining us on the line using the power of telepresence to lend their voice. Dr. Hans van Tilburg with the NOAA's Maritime Heritage Program, and he's in Hawaii. We also have Joe Schwartzer. He's director of the North Carolina Maritime Museum System, and thank you, Joe, for being here. And we have Dr. Avery Paxton with NOAA's National Center for Coastal Ocean Science. And Avery, you've got several experts with you, including archaeologists. Is that right?
That is correct. We have Dr. Ben Grundy from the Nature Conservancy joining us today, as well as Melanie Dumore from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM. And Melanie is a maritime archaeologist or a marine archaeologist, and she has lots of experience with shipwreck microbial ecology as well. So glad to have this team on the line.
And looking at our navigation screen, in the Nancy Foster, the NOAA ship Nancy Foster is now parallel with the German U-boat, the U-576. We're just getting set, and the ROVs are getting in position now, so we should be seeing that boat on the bottom very, very soon. So this is very exciting. So,
Melanie, this is Hans.
yes, Hans.
Nice to be with you on a project again.
It's wonderful to have you here too. So maybe for my compatriot on the ship, Chris Sutherly, so you haven't seen the shipwreck yet, but I know you've heard us talk a lot about it. So as we approach this, it's the aggressor in this conflict that we've been talking about, what's some of your thoughts?
Like I said, well, just the prospect of, looking at this site, I mean, from previous imagery and the multi-beam survey of this, the boat is sitting upright or nearly upright, listed over to the side a little bit, on the bottom, completely intact from all the reports. It's going to be interesting to take a good look at this and give us a comparison, because we're going to be about 690 or so feet deep here. Compare that to the preservation of the 701, which is a little bit shallower, and then also to the U-85 and the U-352, which are at recreational diving depths. And we're all out here near the Gulf Stream along North Carolina's coast to look at the differential preservation. And then, as Melanie mentioned before, Rob and Dan with CNC they've got the 166 that's literally over a mile deep in the Gulf. To look at the corrosion and the preservation, just that differential, because all of these U-boats were built about the same time, the same type of manufacturer, to look at that differential preservation that we're seeing with that, and also looking at the clues of the U-boat itself. I mean, she went down with all hands, but are we going to see any evidence of escape hatches trying to be used, or something like that of the crew trying to abandon ship as she was going down? Or do we have all 45 members of the crew still aboard, with this being the complete war grave for those German sailors at the time?
Absolutely. And for those watching at home, we are on the seafloor now, about 650 feet of water, and we're slowly making our way over to the U-boat, so should be seeing it just shortly. If I can call out another one of our experts, Joe Schwartzer. Joe, I mentioned this earlier, but I know you're putting together a Battle of the Atlantic exhibit at the graveyard at the Atlantic Museum in Hatteras, North Carolina. And what's it like for you to be able to see this arguably one of the most intact U-boats in U.S. waters, along with the U-166. There's not a lot that are this well preserved. What's some of your thoughts when it's about to come onto the screen?
Well, it's very exciting because what you have to realize is that this is not a typical 7C. This has been slightly modified in its design, and from let's say from one that was laid down in 1939, which is the U-552. This was laid down in 1940, but its tower, its conning tower or sail configuration is slightly different, and I think it incorporates a aerial periscope, which was critical in order, and they started to realize that their greatest threat was from the air. The other thing that I'm interested in, which is kind of horrible to think about, is that, Tana, you've seen this before. Is there any direct indication that the pressure hull was pierced during the engagement?
I haven't seen that personally from the videotape, but again, this is a fantastic time for everybody on the line and our viewers to really get that first-hand exploration discovery. But from my memory of 2016, the hull appeared to be completely intact. So it'll be really interesting to see.
Well, what add to that is that forward dive planes are tilted up.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were trying to surface. So the possibility of that being what's called a dry wreck, in other words, the pressure hull remained intact and those men suffocated to death, is there. I mean, unless it was flooded, and it drives home the nature of this battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though at the time they were, this vessel and the inhabitants were enemies of the United States, the war's over. We're looking at it in hindsight, and they're just, poor sailors, mariners lost on the seafloor. So as we approach the ship, the U-boat, excuse me, it's a sense of excitement for us on the ship, but also, being somber and respectful as well for, no one asked to pass the way they passed. And again,
exactly.
For folks watching, the ROVs are just getting settled. The pilots are choosing a line of attack to come close to the U-boat so we can do so safely. But again, we should be seeing that shortly here.
And Tane, as we continue to approach the U-576, this is Avery Paxton from NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. I do want to introduce another ecological expert who has joined us, Dr. Chris Taylor, also from NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. And Chris, if you're on the line, we have a good question coming in on the chat, which is, can the proximity of these two shipwrecks, the U-576 and the Bluefields, to one another influence the fish communities? And might you be seeing some fish move from wreck to wreck?
Yeah, it's a great question. Hello, everybody. Happy to join today. Chris Taylor here with NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. And yeah, I fully suspect it. I mean, we really how fish, the full story about how fish navigate between these features that are on the seabed. I mean, these things are, in our perspective, in the middle of nowhere. But it's very likely that fish are using a variety of senses. It could be hearing, it could be chemicals in the water, it could be pressure. All of those things, vibrations from the movement of things underwater. All those things could be part of the navigational signals that the fish might use, and based on the proximity of these two things, I would not put it past the snowy grouper that you guys saw earlier from just hopping back and forth between these two wrecks. Whether they do that on a known or on a periodic frequency, we just have no idea. I think we have to ask them. Maybe when we get to the U-boat, we can ask some of the fish how they got there.
Thank you, Chris, for that poignant narrative, as always. I want to, restate that as well. That we're looking at these sites, these resources on the seafloor. They're incredibly important historically, archaeologically, but also just as important for NOAA is that these are habitat. They're really important now. They've transitioned from weapons of war to now these islands of life. So we recognize that whole spectrum. So when we document these shipwreck sites, we're looking at it with those multiple viewpoints because they are incredibly important. And we look at how is climate affecting these resources. Is our changing climate changing and affecting the site itself? What's happening? So that's part of what we'll be observing as we document the site visually with these 4K cameras and things too, is really to help us get that better understanding. And the more sites we do that with off of North Carolina will give us that larger snapshot overall about how these the changing climate is affecting these archaeological resources on the seafloor. Again, we're getting very close to the U-boat now.
And honey, as we approach, I think this is a great time to, again, highlight that fusion of the history and ecology that you just mentioned. And one of the things...
Oh, looks like we might have lost Avery there for a moment. Chris Taylor, maybe could you speak to that a little bit?
I'll pick that one up. Yeah, this whole mission has been all about that fusion between the history, the archaeology, and the ecology. We're encountering these wrecks here. Obviously, the fish have known about them for probably 75 years, and we are just setting eyes on them for the second time in a decade. It's just fascinating to see the integrity of these wrecks as they rest on the sea, that the fish that are occupying them. We can tell that story, sort of weaving it together, and it's just been a fantastic mission to do that. I'm really looking forward to seeing this again just by video. When I was on part of the 2016 mission, and our colleague, archaeologist Joe Hoyt, dropped in on the sub for the very first time, setting eyes on it since it sunk in 1942. The first thing he said was not about the history and the archaeology, but it was, "Is Chris up on the bridge? Someone tell him that this thing is loaded with grouper." and I hope we see that same thing again.
Well, and Chris,
I'll talk about.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Chris, but if people look at feed 2, we're now seeing the U-boat on the blue view, the multi-beam. So please, everybody, look at that. You can see the bow of the U-boat right in front of us. And Chris, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please continue, but I wanted to make sure to share that with everybody watching. And Chris, we do see marine life swimming around in that blue view viewing page.
You're exactly right, Tony. This blue view is just a game changer for how we do these exploration missions with the ROV. I mean, this thing is 35, 40 feet beyond the field of view of the cameras. Even beyond the lights, the strongest lights and the highest resolution cameras would likely not be able to see this at the depths where we are right now. And so being able to see this structure before we encounter it, being able to move towards it, being able to see the fish that are moving around it. So this field of view is about 140 degrees. It's almost a full half circle, or almost a half circle. We're seeing out 60 meters, 180 feet from the ROV. We're able to encapsulate the whole wreck here of the U-boat and also see the fish move around it. So you're right, Tony. Those fish were moving around. Each of the pixels that represent those fish, we're able to make some measurements of those fish. We're able to look at how they're moving around the wreck. I would suspect that they know that the ROV is coming towards them, or they know that it's in the vicinity. Maybe we'll see them come in front of the camera.
Absolutely, this is exciting. And literally, we kind of see in the views here where the sand slopes down, and that's actually the U-boat that's going to appear right in front of us in just a moment. It's like the big reveal at Christmas time. Oh, there we go. Folks at home and those on the line with us, we can see the bow now of the U-576. So we're going to switch feed 2 to the quad view where our HD cameras are getting a good view, and it's just coming into frame with the 4K camera on the May feed. And for those watching at home, this is a spectacular shot of the classic bow view of the U-576 projected off the seafloor here, almost like it's still underway on the seafloor coming right at you. So Joe Schwartzer, I know you've been studying this for years. What's it like actually seeing this now in real time?
Now, obviously, her torpedo doors are closed.
Yep, it absolutely looks like they're closed and sealed. And down below, we can see the dive planes. We'll get a little bit better view of that in just a moment. But we're getting some spectacular views. So for our videographers, if we're able to capture this in 4K, that would be the time to do it.
You know, the public ought to think about this. Usually when you see these in shallower water, the superstructure, the what we regard as the hull of the U-boat, all fallen away, and what you're looking at is the pressure hull. It's almost unrecognizable. This, you're actually seeing the exterior of the hull that was wrapped around the pressure hull, and this actually looks like the hull of a U-boat as we see it in photographs or in other images.
Yeah, that's a great point, Joe, that a lot of the U-boats off North Carolina, if not all of them, they're missing that outer hull. So what you're seeing is the inner hull, which looks like more like a modern submarine, sort of that rounded bulbousness. But this is more like the ship sort of outer hull fairing, which is very unique. But again, yeah, that is missing for most shallow water U-boats. So I'd love to hear from Melanie. What do you think about seeing this in comparison to the U-166?
Well, certainly this particular site is completely intact. 166 was destroyed by a depth charge and exploded underwater, and the stern are about 450 feet apart, with a pretty extensive field in between. There was quite a bit of damage to the hull itself. I mean, it's completely separated. There's a lot of dents and outward explosion sorts of things. So seeing this particular wreck that's completely intact is pretty exciting. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's amazing. And ROV pilots, once you get settled, if we slowly move down the hole just like you're doing, we're going to get a great view there of the dive planes. We can get a good view of how they're angled, but this is a fantastic viewpoint we have here.
Oh, Tane, this is Hans. That's quite an impressive covering of heat. And that's good. It's, a protective layer between the metal and the environment. But for the shallower depths that we're looking at here, that really is impressive. The submarines out here on the island in Hawaii are at deeper depths, usually 400, 800 meters that we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you seeing this same type of fouling, Hans, on the Japanese mini-sub Pearl Harbor, or is it more of a clean metal?
It's a different kind of fouling. It's deeper. We're not having the barnacle covering like this, but there are sponges. There are rusticles. And quite a rustical process that's associated with deep wreck. That rustical process is fascinating. That's a good shot of the dive plane there.
Yeah, it really is. And the bow plane is at an extreme angle. They really return to the surface. Boy.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. So we're seeing a little bit of the hull plate that looks like it might have fallen off in the outer fairing there. But that's a great view, sort of the inner workings of the construction there. You can see the framework. And again, there's the dive planes.
Yeah, there were 82 frames along between the pressure hull and the outer hull. You see that structure is very edifying. That's terrific. Seeing that kind of construction detail.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. Great views, and we can see that the U-boat really is up off the seafloor. There's only a certain portion that's being supported, resting on the sand, and we're getting these unprecedented views of basically like you're holding it in your hand and looking at the sub. This is phenomenal.
Well, it's a testament to the structural integrity too.
Yeah.
We have quite a bit of scouring that happens around the U-boats out here on the bottom of the ocean. the currents, move around these cylindrical sites, these objects, and both at the bow and the stern, it can scour a pit, and the whole thing can be resting midship. Sometimes that does happen. Structurally, it's not the greatest situation for site preservation.
For our ecologists, this is pretty interesting to me that we're not seeing that same amount of life that we saw in the Bluefields. Is that because maybe it's more exposed here, or what do you think we're not seeing as much so far yet on the site?
Yeah, Tanya, that's a great answer. I'll chime in since I was on the line for the Bluefields exploration earlier this morning. We are so far seeing fewer fish on the U576 than the Bluefields. We have seen what looked like a snowy grouper just a few seconds ago, and the occasional jack in the screen. But one of the things that I anticipate is that as we head closer towards the conning tower, as we move along the vessel, that structure is taller, and we often do see more fish congregating around that high-relief, vertically extensive structure. So in 2016, when we last had eyes on, we definitely saw that pattern, and it'll be curious to see if we see that again today. I wanted to turn that to my colleague Chris Taylor. And Chris, can you tell us a little bit about the height of these shipwrecks and why we might see more fish congregating around a structure like the conning tower?
Yeah, it's often the case that that we'll encounter fish in higher numbers around those higher relief structures in a wreck, even on a wreck that has varied relief. So we could come across a shipwreck that is fully collapsed at the bow, and then maybe there's a bridge or a wheelhouse that stands up proud off the seabed, and it's pretty common for us to encounter a higher abundance of fish. And is that maybe a scorpion fish on the hull right now? I'm not sure if I got good eyes on that one, but I'm not sure the species at all, but it does look like a scorpion fish of some kind.
So it likely is, and one of our colleagues, Mike Vecchione, may be on the line right now from the Smithsonian and NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service. Mike, are you on the line? And if so, can you help us identify that species of fish? Nope. Okay. I don't think Mike's on the line yet. But yes, earlier he was weighing in that is likely a scorpion fish of some sort.
Seen in previous footage, yeah. I'm really sad that I did this, the Bluefields this morning. So when there's high relief structure from the wreck, it's really common for us to see sort of fish swarming around it, and my recollection of the first footage that we got in 2016 captured that very remarkably, and I think let's just predict, maybe I'll put it out there, that we'll encounter more of the grouper and the other fish like you guys saw in the Bluefields as we approach that conning tower.
Yeah. Well, I might ask the ROV pilots if we can start sliding to the left. That will take us to that iconic tower. We're going to see the gun, the main gun. That should be on the deck, as well as some of the periscope structures, and then the sort of the aft area where they could put machine guns and things too, the anti-aircraft guns.
And Tani, while the ROV pilots maneuver towards the deck gun and conning tower, I'm wondering if Melanie might be able to share with viewers a little bit about how the shipwreck forms not only habitat for large fish and small fish, as well as marine benthic invertebrates, but also for microbial organisms. Melanie, can you provide a little bit of background on if we had a microscope and if we were sampling, what we might find?
Sure, I'll try and give you the marine archaeologist version of shipwreck ecology. But essentially what happens is any time there is some sort of new input into the marine environment, whether it's a shipwreck or a tire or a concrete block or whatever, the microorganisms, which includes bacteria, archaea, and fungi, they are the first ones on the scene to check out what's happening there. And what you'll see is different bacteria will form a biofilm over time, and essentially what that is, it's sort of this conglomeration of microbial communities that form on the interface between the seawater itself and then the surface of the object. And as those microbial communities grow and expand over time and create this biofilm, that essentially provides the chemical cues to other marine fauna that, hey, this is some suitable habitat here for you to settle on. So you'll start to see things like larvae settling on these, and corals and sponges and other invertebrates, and then those in turn will attract your more motile species, so your fish and other marine organisms. And over time, as that particular habitat becomes a happening place, it starts to attract more and more variety of species, and over time it can become, quite an oasis in the desert, in essence, and, in the bottom of the seafloor where there's nothing much else around it. How's that, Avery?
We're getting some great views of the internal
That was
workings.
excellent, Melanie.
We're getting some great views of the internal workings, too, of the U-boat. We got to remember, this is not all the way into the interior, of course, because the pressure hull is still intact, but you can see the remnants of the pressure hull underneath that deck, and you'll see the framework there at the metal. And on top of that actually would have been wood, which has now since gone away. So that removal of the wood is giving us this construction features and viewing that inner pressure hull as well that appears to be still intact on this U-boat, on the seafloor, the 576. It looks like, Avery, on the quad view, we are seeing some more fish swimming around.
Yes, we are. I saw what looks like a few jacks, but now what I'm seeing, they look more like barrelfish coming in. And Brendan from the Nature Conservancy, would you be able to explain a little bit more about the fish that we're seeing in the quad view and now in the main feed one?
Yeah, that's right. So we're definitely seeing some barrelfish here, as you said, Avery, and the schooling, deep water fish, temperate fish. There's a commercial market for these fish, but it's not as valuable as, say, a grouper species like snowy grouper. But still interesting to see these large-bodied animals on the wreck, and looking forward to seeing whether the observations today, grouper-wise, are equivalent, or rather how they stack up to what the previous observations on this site were a decade or so ago. So very interesting what we're seeing so far.
And I want to point...
Thanks, Brendan. And there's been some chatter in the... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. As we talk about the chatter, I just want to identify that's going to be coming up. We're going to see the 88 millimeter deck gun. It's going to come into view very shortly here. You can see it a little bit on the quad view camera, but it's going to be in the main view here just in a second. That's that large main duck gun, the 88 millimeter. We're going to see that soon.
Water clarity is pretty remarkable, looking at Yogi as she crabs along from right to left and capturing it in Guru, at least on feed 2.
Yeah, the clarity is remarkable.
Brendan, do you have an ID on that fish?
Yeah, I think we, on the bottom right there, lower right on the main feed, I think we do have a snowy here, but it's just we're coming in at a strange angle. Trying to see it again broadside to confirm.
Is it possible to get lasers on that fish, RV?
I think it's on the main.
Light that puppy up, guys.
On the main feeds here soon.
There we go. Thanks.
There we go. Yeah, so we're looking at maybe
a meter long. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little short of a meter. I'm going to call that a snowy. There's a closely related species called a yellow edge grouper that, hence the name, they tend to have yellow margins of their fins and the mouth, and just hard to perceive yellow at this depth, even with the great lighting system that the equipment is outfitted with. So I do think that was a snowy grouper, but we're going to keep our eyes open for other species of grouper as we move through the wreck.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's amazing that this is still an area of scour as we move back to midships, and many of the large wrecks in Hawaii have such a scour around them, they essentially excavate a crater for themselves and begin to, move downwards from relative to the seafloor. And what happens, I think we saw a bottle in that last shot. That's not necessarily associated with this submarine. What then happens over time is that debris that's rolling on the bottom of the ocean currents, like a lot of bottles, fall into the craters created by the scours around things like submarines and gather themselves there. So we can't assume it's associated. Kind of.
Yeah, it's amazing, and we mentioned that before on the Bluefields that we have to be very careful, of course, as we investigate new sites and things that, we do have the intrusion of some of these other more modern day artifacts. You have to be careful about what comes from when. As you said, they could roll into the site along the seafloor. These sites are all known by fishermen. This site indeed was known by fishermen. Oh, here, we're going to get a great view of the 88 millimeter gun right here, folks. And again, this is an intact 88 millimeter gun. This is something you're not going to see on any other more shallow water sites, because often these gauges and these mechanisms are all taken and removed illegally. I should mention this is still the property of Germany, of the Republic of Germany. They still own this vessel. Everything aboard it is theirs, and we need to respect that, of course. And of course, the 45 poor dead mariners that are in this vessel. But this is one of the only times we'll see this close to shore an 88 millimeter German U-boat gun with everything still there from the actual battle itself.
Yeah, the tampon is still in the barrel. You can see the end of it to seal the barrel off from seawater.
Yeah, absolutely. And people look at feed 2, you can actually see the sail of the U-boat 2, and that's going to come into view as well here on the main feed. So it's very exciting that it's coming up to us.
For the novices among us, myself included, could someone please describe what 88 millimeters, which dimension that refers to, and what this gun would have been used for, what type of projectile it was firing?
It's the diameter of the bore. It's 8.8 centimeters. It's a fairly large shell, and it was extremely effective.
Yeah, this was used for oftentimes torpedoes were hard to come by, not necessarily resupplied quickly, so they would use them judiciously. So oftentimes they could use the 88 millimeter gun to fire on enemy ships, merchant ships that were unprotected, to sink them. So they had two really weapons they could use. I'm sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Do you see the U-shaped things? Those actually fold in and out, and that was when they were working the gun. The gunners would stand in between the arms of the U to keep them steady.
Absolutely. And we're getting some fantastic views here of the sail as well.
Wow, look at the sail. Wow.
I guess, yeah, the torpedoes on a boat like this were valuable commodities. She would have only carried 14 torpedoes with her. So, that was literally 14 shots during the, probably on average, what was about at least a month-long cruise, whether it was prowling in the Hatteras area or somewhere up and down the Atlantic coast. So, yeah, if they weren't part of a convoy or they didn't deem the vessel a significant threat, in a lot of cases the U-boats would pop to the surface and use that 88 millimeter gun to attack the ship on the surface.
And we're going to get a great view of the sail here and inside the sail as well. And this is an area too where a lot of the periscopes would have been.
You see the small dimple on the front of the sail. That's a part of the radio transmitter that would have a wire that would have run up to the cabling.
Oh, and it looked like there's some sort of mechanism inside that little divot too.
It's interesting to see some small spots, or what look like small spots of active corrosion on the 88 millimeter deck gun, perhaps elsewhere. Otherwise, there's a pretty uniform coating of incrustation, which is a barrier to some of the active corrosion from the seawater, which is good. But there are places, for some reason or another, that it looks like there's active orange, darker orange corrosion going on, where maybe the incrustation barrier has been broken.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a good observation.
You actually teed that up. Sorry, you actually teed that up really good, because that was something I was curious to look at. On the starboard side of U-166's conning tower, there is an area, a roughly L-shaped area of hull plating, where there is no biofouling whatsoever. There is no corrosion, no rustical formation, and there's only a couple of Venus flytrap anemones there, but you can literally count the rivets on it. And that has perplexed us for many years. We cannot figure out why that small area is completely lacking in any sort of biofouling or rustical formation. And so my question for the U-boat historians is, Could there have been something stored in that area inside the conning tower that would have perhaps created some sort of electrical charge, something that would have deterred any sort of biofouling?
Wait, not that I can think of offhand. You can see what's interesting. You can see here that all the wooden lining on the interior of the sail is gone, and the surface helm is bent over slightly. The periscopes and attack periscope and view periscope are still intact. And then you see, this is the interesting thing. You see how that little triangle rises up on the side of the sail. That was not typical of the early Type 7Cs from 1939. This gets added after 1940, and it's on all three of the Type 7Cs that are off Cape Hatteras. Not the U-85, that's the Type 7B, but the 701, the 352, and the 576 all have that. And it's an added. I think it's an aerial periscope, but I'm not sure. But it's an added feature, and they were changing these things every year. By the time you get to 1943, you can barely recognize a Type 7C from the early ones.
Oh, this is a great view.
Well, we have a question coming in about terminology. Are the words, is sail a synonym for the conning tower, or is sail a particular portion of it? Is the question?
It's the same. If you're a submariner, you use the term sail. The Germans refer to it as the tour of the tower. We call it the conning tower.
Yeah, but
you
that's
can
right.
see this is the winter garden. You can see the remains of what have been a 20 millimeter anti-aircraft gun. Just the gun's gone, but the stand is still there.
And that would have had a railing around that too, right, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
Right, would have had a railing all the way around it. I'm wondering if that's where one of the shells took, because that gun would not have just fallen off.
That's a good point. So it looks like there's a hatch there, so we get the hatch just behind the conning tower. We can see. Looks like it's still in place and secured and sealed. And we're getting some great views behind the conning tower, the sail. There's a hatch. And then we're going to slowly move towards the stern.
That hatch is sealed.
Yeah, the hatch is sealed.
Wow. And Tony, I don't see any severe damage to the pressure hull at all. As a matter of fact, the ductwork and conduits underneath, you can just get a glimpse of underneath the superstructure, is phenomenal.
Yeah, for students of history, engineering, and ship construction for U-boats, this is a great masterclass. See what one of the real ones look like on the seafloor. It's sort of a peeled back view of the skin to see what's underneath.
Yeah, when you
And
get
we are seeing a fish in the bottom right of the feed one. It's reddish, pinkish in color, and that is Darwin's slimehead.
Which seems like an unfortunate name. Or maybe not. Maybe the fish just owns it.
yeah,
It's just who you are.
well, it's like all of us. Somebody else names us. We don't choose our own names.
Yeah, exactly.
And so those fish have large mucus cavities. One of the experts who's been contributing on the chat weighed in that is partially why they're called a slimehead. And another expert has weighed in that the species name has Darwini in it because it was likely named after Darwin.
Yeah, Tana, your observation is just spot on. This is a perfect example of, realizing that the living portion of the sub is considerably smaller than the exterior dimensions. And you realize how small an area that those 45 crewmen were crammed into inside this sub.
Oh, yeah, bringing all the armaments, torpedoes, the food, everything they needed to survive had to be packed in here. So it was quite a feat, I think, to be a U-boat sailor or in any service as being a submariner. Definitely took a a special character to excel there. Get some more.
Well, added to that, after the voyage, after several weeks on the voyage, the atmosphere inside would have been less than pleasant. You would have had molding and rotting food. You would have had just human body odor. You would have had diesel fumes. You would have had other things. And as you've seen some of the large conduits, ductwork to bring in fresh air and stuff, but even at that, it was not pleasant.
Guys, do you think we could zoom in what's on the top eight of the main feed right now? There appears to be a large-bodied, likely a grouper in one of those cavities that you were just mentioning. It's just sank below view, but it's in the very top right now. Moving towards the center of the screen now. It looks like it's kind of navigating the superstructure of the wreck. I think I see it in that smaller cavity there. Definitely in the right vicinity there, guys. I don't know if we saw it. Yeah, there's his head. Might even have something hanging out his mouth. We might have interrupted his lunch. Oh, okay. So I think we have a wreckfish here. Polyprion americanus. So this, I think that's a wreckfish, guys. Maybe somebody else wants to confirm or chime in. So a different species, not a grouper, but somewhat closely related. Let's call it a cousin of the groupers. Another important, mostly commercial targeted species. So we're looking at the brown fish on the right as opposed to the red one on the left.
And the red one on the left is that.
That's a pretty large-bodied fish. It looks like it's the brown one. I wonder if that's a hake of some kind.
I also thought I saw
look
a
at the fins that are. Yeah, look at the fins that are extending into that viewable space in the lower right.
I also think there's two fish down there.
That is.
I think there's two side by side.
That we're looking
Agreed,
at.
I think.
We can see through the wooden decks that have deteriorated and get such great shots, and you can see some active scaling that's happening in the corrosion process, the site formation process here. My guess is we're kind of over the battery room by now. We had passed over the hatch for the marker buoy, aft of the conning tower or sail. We saw that big pipe beneath what remains of the wooden deck, the main air induction. And I think we're over the battery area now and looking for, our next catch will be a torpedo loading hatch, where they would have, angled it and loaded the torpedoes to fish into the submarine. I don't know if we passed that yet.
I don't think we quite have yet, Hans. I think it's just a little bit more to our left. We'll be seeing that soon.
I think the fish, too, are thankful that the wooden deck has gone away and they have access to the inside of the outer hull, making fantastic habitat, obviously. I always said fish love their history.
Yeah, except I think he'd appreciate the wooden decking now, so we wouldn't be able to stare at it this whole time.
Yeah, somebody needs to turn the lights off. Yeah.
I have often asked fellow biologists and colleagues when we do these things, what do you think the impact is of this lighting on these wrecks that rest in the darkness usually? And I think the fish recovered. That's the answer.
Yeah, it's a good question, Hans. We were talking about that yesterday, and Avery, maybe you can give a little summary of that, because it is interesting that the light doesn't penetrate to these depths to the same extent as shallow water. So, what do you think these lights are doing to their behavior?
Right, so we're in a zone right now, depth-wise, where there's diminishing light. And we can see that if we look at the quad view. It's pretty dark outside of the areas where the lights that we've brought down as part of the remotely operated vehicles are shining. So this infusion of light is pretty new for these organisms. It's something they don't see regularly unless expeditions like this come down. And so it's kind of hard to compare, right? These are the observations that we're able to make with this gear, and we need light to be able to see these animals, so we don't fully have a good grasp on how they might be behaving if we didn't have this artificial light source down there. And Chris Taylor, maybe that's an opportunity to talk about how we can use other sensors sometimes that don't have light, like using sound to sense some of these fish.
Thanks, Avery. Yeah. So one of the examples of using sound to make observations around features like this, both the shipwreck and the fish, is the Blueview imaging sonar, and that's rapidly transmitting pulses of sound into the water and giving us basically an acoustic video of what's in front of us. That can be in the absence of light. We can also use similar sonars mounted on the hull of research vessels that are on the surface that'll transmit sound through the water downward and reflect off of fish that are in the water column or on the wreck or on the seabed around the wreck. And that's a way to remotely sense the position, location, and abundance of fish around habitat features like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in terms of measuring the wreck itself, 3D lasers offer a spectacular feature because they don't attract the fish, and they operate in the absence of light, so the less light the better. So they tend not to attract the fish, and you can get pretty exquisite, accurate measurements of a shipwreck from using a 3D laser.
Yeah, absolutely. So the ROV is just kind of repositioning itself as we continue moving down the German U-boat, the U-576, that was sunk on July 15th of 1942 when it attacked the convoy KS-520 off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. The U-boat shot a 4-torpedo spread at the convoy, striking 3 vessels. 2 of them escaped. The third actually is the one we investigated earlier today, the freighter Bluefields, which is a spectacular shipwreck site. And now we're looking at the aggressor, the 576. And after it shot that 4-torpedo spread, it had an issue previously with its buoyancy compensation system. It had popped to the surface after that mass and that weight had left the U-boat, and it popped up right in the middle of the convoy, and everybody opened up at it, and including Kingfisher aircraft, armed merchant vessels, armed guard crews, and same with the naval vessels, and it went down very, very quickly with all hands. And we're here at 690 feet on the seafloor off Cape Hatteras, exploring that real time with you. We're approaching the stern, which is the end of the U-boat, and we're going to get a good look at the aft or the end dive planes, as well as the propellers as well. So some spectacular views here from the seafloor.
It really is remarkably intact.
Yeah, this is one of the most intact U-boats in U.S. waters. It is deeper, so the environmental conditions aren't affecting it as much. And of course, nearly impossible for humans to actually interact with it, other than submersibles or ROVs like we are today. So we're seeing a very special remnant of World War II time capsule captured off Cape Hatteras.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's very intact. We're past the wooden deck now. We're back on the steel, so the top sides are once again sealed up. But the I-400 submarine, the Japanese aircraft carrier submarine discovered by the Hawaii Undersea Research Lab, but here sank to great depth after being sent to the bottom, and the descent was so powerful that the speed stripped off the conning tower or sail and tore off the entire hangar from the deck.
Wow.
And so she hit the bottom and impacted, and the top superstructure was just taken away. Here we have a shallower depth. We have a different loss event, a different wrecking process. No doubt an impact to the sea floor, but very intact. It's wonderful to see.
And we're getting some great views here on the ship and sharing with you at home. We're seeing the stern of the U-boat, which is the end. We're seeing the aft dive planes. You can see the rudder. You can also see the propeller there on the port side of the U-boat, which is the left-hand side, sitting there too. So again, some spectacular views of this weapon of war sunk straight to the bottom during the battle. And I need to reinforce that this is one of the only sites in U.S. waters where you actually have the aggressor and the victim from the same action, the same battle, side by side on the seafloor. So it's a spectacular captured World War II battlefield right here off the coast of North Carolina. So we're going to pause here for just a moment as the ROV pilots are discussing the next steps. But again, Joe Schwartzer, what do you think? We're getting a really good view of this entire U-boat. We're talking about how intact it is, and we're seeing parts of the drivetrain and those dive planes and things. What's your thoughts?
Well, the Bluefields was beautifully preserved. This is really unprecedented. You're essentially looking at a Type 7C U-boat, intact, as it would have been in the service, except obviously for the corrosion and the loss of the deck. It's just incredible, and to understand its engineering and how it was designed and how effective. And Tana, you mentioned earlier, at the time, this is a state-of-the-art weapon. It was really ferocious. It was the only thing that Churchill was ever really afraid of, and you can see why.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a technological marvel at the start of the war, and it struck terror in the hearts of sailors. And we can see why the devastating effect off North Carolina in World War II through the 42 to 45. The 90 vessels were lost during World War II in total just off North Carolina. 78 of those were merchant vessel losses due to U-boats. So it just shows you just off one state off the eastern seaboard, the devastation there. So it's incredible. And again, here's a snapshot of that weapon of war that's not everybody gets to see. So we're very happy to share this with people.
Yeah, really, when we get to the bow and stern, I'm looking for, crumpled hull plates. This is going to impact the bottom. And there was that one area on the starboard bow where the outer hull plates on the lower side, you can't go over, right?
Right.
Were peeled away, scaled off. And, perhaps that was that part of the damage from the depth charges straddled by the air attack or impact to the bow?
I was thinking that myself. You may have a good point.
Yeah, absolutely. And as
but I'm not seeing crumpled hull here at the stern. So, and the planes are intact, the props are intact. So, not going down stern first, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
I'm
sorry, Joe. Why don't you go ahead?
And if the depth charges simply compromise the exterior hull or compromise the ballast tanks, that accounts for it not being able to surface.
Now you can see as we move underneath the vessel there, you can actually see where they would have fired the aft torpedoes. There's a little indentation underneath that lower hull there, and you can see the two rudders. The U-boats have the two rudders and the dive plane, so this is a fantastic view. And both the ship and the ROVs are just getting settled so we can move forward again.
Hi, everybody. This is Brandon.
So,
go ahead, Dave.
Oh, good. So, pilots, ROV pilots, once you're settled.
Oh, okay. I was
just going to tell the ROV pilots, once you're settled, let's move on this side of the hull, this high side, slowly back down to the bow once you're settled and set. And we'll get some great views of the other side of the U-boat.
Go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, thanks. This is Brendan with the Nature Conservancy. I just wanted to talk very briefly about what we're seeing is really a lack of groups other than what we're now seeing the screen that calls and the tails. Overall, we just haven't seen, I think what some of us were expecting on this site, which was seen here the last time an RV was on it, when there was quite an abundance of large grouper on this place. And my main hypothesis for what the difference is has to do with fishing. And so this site is open to fishing recreationally and commercially. Snowy grouper are a valuable species, and so it's likely that because this location is known, that it has been fished down a little bit or a little bit at this point, and so that's That's just something that happens, and it's perfectly legal. So, in any case, I think that's more the human effect than the population effect would be in my hypothesis.
I guess that's the corollary to fish like their history and live on wrecks, and they like their history to their own peril.
Very well said. And it looks like
I'm still impressed that this looks like scoured at the stern as well. We haven't seen, of course, we haven't been examining the lower hull or the mud line, the silt line, but, where is this wreck that's very intact deep supported? And what we have happening on a Japanese mini-sub near Pearl Harbor is, just kind of an outcropping amidships in both bow and stern, scoured and unsupported, and the vessel beginning to break apart at the frame. It's from the weight of the batteries, the weight of all the interior equipment. So, we're still looking at a significant amount of scour.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a lot what we have here, Hans, is that the bow and stern of the U-boat have scours underneath them, and they're not supported, and that support really is coming from the center of the U-boat, where it's a little bit more buried, on top of the sand. But you're right, the bow and stern are not supported on this U-boat. It looks like we can see the aft
we're
dive.
looking at a common phenomenon.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can see
Similar to many of these sites.
Yes. We can see the aft dive plane there. It looks like it's angled up as well. Well, the rudders looks like they're full ahead.
Yep.
Are you seeing the same thing, Chris Sutherly, when we look at this?
I guess so, yeah, absolutely. It looks like what Joe had mentioned earlier, that the crew may very well have been trying to fight back to the surface with both the forward and aft bow planes, or dive planes being angled for an upward maneuver, and the rudders being straight on. Which kind of would match with the issue that they were having with the malfunctioning, or the one flooded midship ballast tank, if I'm remembering the one historic account correctly, from probably Kingfisher bombardment from a couple days before, from an aerial attack when they were running on the surface.
Yeah, we should mention, so the U-576 was actually on its way back to Europe because of that, the damage that they had, but there was a convoy that appeared and they took a target of opportunity. And unfortunately for them, the U-boat wasn't able to compensate with the torpedo spread that's sent, and they did bob to the surface and were immediately attacked. But again, we're keeping our eyes open for any of that battle damage. Maybe some things we've seen on the bow on the starboard side, but we'll keep our eyes peeled too. And please, online, if you see things as well, please mention it in the chat. But so far, we've seen a very intact and upright U-boat on the seafloor in fantastic condition.
Mm-hmm. And in speaking as a historian, I've got to say, that's quite a decision to make, with damage to your ballast system, and you're headed back to safety in France to take on a convoy. That moment in time was quite a bit of history.
Yeah, it was gutsy.
Yeah, and knowing you couldn't, when you fired those 4 torpedoes, you couldn't compensate for the additional ballast you were losing. I mean, that's 8,000 pounds. And undoubtedly, they were aware of what they were doing.
Oh, sure.
So as we get reset, I'll just remind everybody who's viewing at home, this is the Valor in the Atlantic Telepresence Project. It's a cooperative agreement between NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. NOAA is the premier ocean agency, so we're looking at this site historically, archaeologically, ecologically, and telling all those stories today. We're aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, which is the pride of the fleet for NOAA, a ship that can do anything. It's been able to bring us out here to operate. And what you're looking at through your screens is through an ROV, a remotely operated vehicle. That's run by GFOE, again, the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. So they designed these ROVs. They built them. They're piloting them. They created this whole infrastructure aboard the ship that's almost like a NASA space center. They have a satellite capability, so we're literally working from the ocean floor to outer space to beam these images to you live through a satellite and back down to the internet. So thank you, everybody, for joining us today. My name is Tane Casserly, and I'm with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. And while we don't protect any of these shipwrecks, we do protect the iconic Civil War ironclad USS Monitor off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. On board the ship, I've got Chris Sutherly, underwater archaeologist, and he's with the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. And online, as part of the historical archaeology team, we also have Joe Schwartzer, with Director of North Carolina's Maritime Museum System. We have Dr. Hans von Tilburg with NOAA's Maritime Heritage Program, also with the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. And wearing two hats is Melanie Diamore with Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And Dr. Avery Paxton, you're with the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science. Do you want to introduce the ecological team?
Sure. So the ecological team on the line right now. So I'm here from NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, along with my colleague, Dr. Chris Taylor. Brendan Rundy, Dr. Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy is also on the line, and you already mentioned Melanie Jamore with her archaeology hat, but I do want to mention that Melanie from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management also is researching the microbial communities on shipwrecks. So we have quite a team today with a variety of backgrounds and expertise.
Yeah, thank you. And now we're starting to slowly move forward, and we're on the port side of the vessel, which is the left-hand side. It's the side that's a little bit more facing towards the surface. And to remind folks, we're about 690 feet on the seafloor off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. You know, we had a question in previous broadcasts, but are you guys able to describe what we're seeing in the water column that almost looks like we're going through warp speed there, that snow?
I'll take that one, Chris Taylor here. It's likely made of a bunch of different particles. Whether it be zooplankton, living small microorganisms, could be small plants or algae. It could be sediment that's being transported by the currents. We call it marine snow collectively. It could also be decaying biological matter that's falling through the water column and settling on the seabed. And we're sometimes we'll capture some of the organisms passing close up to the camera. You may see them sort of jut out of the way. So there's some that are able to swim actively, but not fast enough to outswim the currents, and most often just being moved passively through the water column.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And for those who are watching on the main feed, on the left-hand side, you can see what looks like a shaft going in. That's the propeller shaft going into the hull of the U-576. And you can see the outer hull fairing here, sort of that outer shell of the U-boat is very intact and looking in really good shape here as we move towards what's known as the sail or the conning tower of the U-boat.
Yeah, Tane, there was a question earlier about failure depth, crush depth, and I read that the maximum operating depth for Type 7C was about 270 meters. So, I don't know that we're at that crush depth on the seafloor here, but I've certainly seen, as well as you have, at deeper depths, evidence of outer hull plating or even the main hull plating being crimped, and maybe implosion damage from exceeding crush depth and operating depth limits for submarine wrecks. And I've got to say, there's something a little bit ironic about looking at a submarine from a remotely operated, essentially a submarine, or certainly being in a manned submersible and looking at a submarine. It's a little bit moving to see that on the seafloor.
According to design specs, the crush depth on this boat was between 820 and 986 feet. So it's it's what, 690, Tane?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I think looking at the altitude of Yogi, we're coming in right about 700 feet on it right now, I think, if I'm doing my conversions right.
Well, then it's still above its crush depth.
Right. I noticed there's some crabs on the main feed. What type of crab is that we're looking at?
It's a
Hey, honey, I am not.
spider crab. Oh, sorry. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's a type of spider crab. It has relatively small claws, probably picking at the smaller invertebrates that are attached to the hull.
And I was going to add in that if Mike Vecchione from Smithsonian and National Marine Fisheries Service is on the line, Mike, please feel free to chime in either in the chat or verbally over the phone link.
There was what looked like a patch of scaling and a little bit more corrosion just below these crabs. But I had a question for Melanie. Are we too shallow to be seeing the classic rustical formation that people are familiar with deep ocean wrecks like the Titanic and others? We're not at those depths, so we're not looking at that kind of biological, chemical, interesting process of rustical formation here. Too shallow?
Yeah, that's a great question, Hans. I don't know offhand what the depth limit is for rustical formation, but you bring out a great point. I really don't see a lot of rusticles on this particular wreck, whereas U-166, which is in 4,800 feet of water, is covered in them. The conning tower is completely covered in them, and they are of the white rustical formation, and anyone who's seen Titanic has seen the brown rusticles, and you're well acquainted with those. But I'm not seeing those on U-576. So, yeah, we may be a little bit too shallow for the rustical formation.
I wonder what the height...
Well, from the point of view of the resource, thankfully, because it's just the corrosion of the metal pouring off of those deep ocean wrecks over time. It's quite dramatic sometimes, that type of rustical.
Well, I wonder, too, if it's with the high currents we experience off Cape Hatteras, 2, 3, 4 knot currents. I wonder if they scour. We often see a different kind of corrosion material in those high current wrecks versus ones that are a little more sheltered. And for folks at home, if you're watching, you're starting to see the saddle tanks there on the side of the U-boat. On the port side, the left-hand side, that's that sort of that bulbous protrusion that goes the length, sort of the middle of the vessel there. But again, that outer hull looks to be in very good shape. Still not seeing any buckling or breaks or cracks.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Is that dark? That dark? Is that marine life or is that a crack? My image is a little fuzzy. Well, I think maybe it's a marine life.
I think it's marine life, but we keep moving this direction.
I think it is. I think it is too. I think it's marine life. Yeah. Yeah. No, that ballast tank is perfect. I mean, it's.
Yeah, if that damage we saw in the starboard bow initially was not from the impact, the rest of the submarine looks like it made it to the bottom, without a hard landing, possibly. They're somewhat in control of their orientation, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, from all accounts, it looks like it came down quite gently so far. But we're going to move back towards the bow and get a good look at that too, and the sail structure and the gun as well.
Tana, you mentioned the saddle tank there on the side, and maybe recall reading the history of it, and the write-up here of the background research is saying that 576 reported home on 13 July that it had sustained irreparable damages to its main ballast tank and was operating with ballast tank number 5 flooded and possibly a ruptured saddle fuel tank. So, and that would have been, it is suspected that it was the result of an aerial depth charge attack executed by the Coast Guard on 12 July with the Kingfisher aircraft. So, Joe, maybe that is a crack or slight fracture there that may be indicative of a failure along the saddle tanks there. Oh, here's some great views for people at home here and those on the line with us.
Again, there's that winter garden where the machine gun would have been, the anti-aircraft. And again, as we mentioned, Joe, as you're saying that perhaps that's what took some battle damage, taking off the railing, taking that gun being swept off.
Just a slight correction, that wasn't a machine gun, it was a 20 millimeter anti-aircraft gun.
Oh, excuse me.
Right, but in any case, whatever it was pretty firmly attached. We wouldn't have
Right.
that, so.
Well, yeah, but you can see the base for it. It's in great shape, and
Right,
the whole gun system is gone.
Yeah.
And that's really
I've
been
never seen a case where those have simply, deteriorated later and fallen to the sea floor, in place. So something possibly knocked that off prior to the descent.
Yeah, true. And
As
it
a matter
is.
of fact, it looks as though the base is at a slight angle, as if it had been struck.
And this is a known fishing site. You might have had a modern line or something snagged on it too. We're not quite sure, but really this is the only physical damage we've seen on the shipwreck site.
Well, that's an excellent point because trawling in terms of underwater cultural heritage and preservation of the site, trawling is a pretty big issue and threat and potential impact. And we often see, abandoned or hot nets, hook nets on wrecks like this, making them very hazardous for this type of exploration. And thankfully, we're not seeing trawl nets. I'm not here in the middle of the North Pacific, so I'm not familiar with, trawling regulations or where they're allowed in this area. But certainly none of those nets are here.
Yeah, well, that's a good question for our ecologists. I don't believe there's a lot of trawl activity in this part of North Carolina, but I could be wrong. What's your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, no deep water trawls are permitted in this part of the country. So we've seen on this wreck, and maybe right there by that derelict anti-aircraft gun, it looked like maybe some braided line snagged on there. But the only type of fishing that we would have around here, at least at this depth of the water column, would be vertical hook and line. And then, 600 or so feet above this, you might have pelagic long lines, but neither of those would result in a large net being left on the wreck like you were describing there.
And I should mention in 2016 when NOAA came to look at these for the first time, the gun was also missing with the railing of that section after the conning tower. Again, we're getting some great views of the saddle tanks there and the sort of the lower hull of the U-576. Again, very intact.
When we looked at the Japanese aircraft carrier submarine out here in Hawaii, I full on it, the descent was so quick that it stripped off the superstructure and sailed. But the deck gun was still intact, much like the deck gun on this wreck. But the force of water was so great, there was a piece of sheet metal that had caught in the tank, pressed up around that gun, the large Japanese deck gun on the submarine, and wrapped around it like a piece of tinfoil.
Wow.
And we at first thought it was a tarp or cloth, but it was sheet metal. So the descent was quite dramatic. I'm glad we're looking at something here that looks like much more slow, gentle. Well, gentle, I mean, they were fish something more time ago. Not as gentle, but at least we're not looking at the same type of impact. Wonderfully intact.
Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe for our ROV pilots, we're getting some spectacular views here. So let's keep exploring the sail. But when we get a chance, if we move over to get maybe some zoomed-in shots of the 88 millimeter deck gun, hopefully we might be able to see some of the gauges that are on there and some of those firing mechanisms. Some were removed when they dove, but a lot of times they were permanent in place. So it'd be interesting to see what those look like from a battle-ready World War II German U-boat. Roger that. And I've got a good question for the ecologists, maybe for myself, maybe other people's are interested, but, we're not seeing a lot of that other growth on this. It looks like we've got some sort of hard concretion over the metal hull, but really none of those other things that we saw on the other shipwreck sites. And is that a factor of the depth, a factor of the current, or maybe we just don't know, but it just seems very swept and clean to me.
Good question, Tony. I'm going to turn that over to Melanie. Melanie, would you like to answer that one?
No. No. Honestly, without knowing what the exact environmental conditions are, I mean, it's really hard to postulate why there aren't more fish around this particular site. I mean, it certainly has enough relief, similar to other wrecks, that it would attract, fish and other species. But honestly, I'm not sure. I don't know if it has to do with the currents. I don't know if it's, the temperature's not right. There's not enough oxygen content in the water. That I really don't know.
And so I think this is a perfect example of some of the ecological mysteries that remain around these shipwrecks. So the two that we've been to today, the U576 where we currently are and the Bluefields where we were this morning, are so close by. They're less than an American football field away from one another, yet the types of marine life that we're seeing on them are pretty distinctly different, at least in our snapshot observations that we're able to make today. I have in the past few minutes seen some large fish, the grouper that we've been talking about, likely snowy grouper and possibly a few Warsaw grouper mixed in. And I've also seen some jacks. They are faster moving, kind of silvery fish that we're seeing, usually coming in from above the ROV, darting into the frame of view and then exiting it pretty quickly. But lots of mysteries here remain, and this footage is really helpful in understanding what's happening over time on these two structured habitats on the seafloor.
Yeah, on the main gun here, we can see on the main feed, on the 88 millimeter, we're getting some great views of that. It looks like we've got some line mixed in there. This is a known fishing spot, as we mentioned. It might have been fished heavily for that grouper, but it's just wonderful to see all these mechanisms and adjustments and knobs and things that we use to really fire this gun and to maneuver it. You can still see those so clearly here on the seafloor.
Great detail.
Yeah, this is great detail. I've like many of us, have had the privilege of diving the U701, the U352, and the U85, and those guns have either been removed illegally by divers in their entirety, or pieces and parts have been removed. So this is the first time I've ever seen all the equipment that should have been with the gun when it was in operation actually still here. So this is amazing.
Right, and I really appreciate the note about the trawl at these depths, not allowed in the area, because that just looks like a great hang spot. And we don't see it that often at many sites. And I will say that the corrosion process overall, these are complex specimens, and there are different metals used. So when we see those spots with what look like more active corrosion in this 88 millimeter gun, the darker orange spots, why does that happen? Is it fish line impact, or is it something about the internal composition of the various metals that are used? Some spots simply are more susceptible and some aren't.
Absolutely, and I want to point people's attention to our feed 2, where in just a moment here, we're going to give you the view from Guru up above. So it's showing Yogi ROV highlighting that 88 millimeter gun. It's a spectacular view. Really gives us a great understanding of what this looks like. And that's one of the beauties of this two-body ROV system, is that we can get these two different views of the U-boat. So we're coming in with this beautiful 4K footage, well lit. You can really zoom in and get a great understanding. And then we get that wide-angled view from the other ROV hovering up above it. So this is fantastic.
Yeah, there's a fishing line in the current right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it.
So another hypothesis to add is that, perhaps it wasn't just trawling or active fishing or something that was happening in this area that could be material that was jettisoned elsewhere or lost elsewhere and just happened to have drifted through in the water currents and got snagged on the wreck and hung up. Sometimes we'll see that on some of the deep water shipwrecks in the Gulf that are well beyond trawling and fishing limits. So, sometimes things just get hung up in the water and they get stuck where they get stuck.
Yeah. Well, from my experience, I think that ROV pilots or submersible pilots of any sort are generally fairly wary of any type of life in the water. So there's been some discussion in the cab about things like this.
We do have an interesting question coming in through the chat that lies right at the intersection of the archaeology and the ecology. And the viewer wonders if the differences in the growth of animals that we're seeing on this site and the Bluefields that we visited earlier might have something to do with the material of the hulls or a coating or something like paint. And so I guess from the ecology side, yes, we can certainly see differences in the types of organisms that encrust the wreck structure based on material and other underlying chemical factors like you alluded to. But I want to turn it over to the archaeologist to maybe talk a little bit more about the material that we're seeing, the composition here on this wreck versus the Bluefields. Are they similar materials?
I can start with that, but I'd love to hear from my compatriots. But they were built in entirely different areas, so that's going to be probably steel hull at some point, but steel from different areas. I'm not sure what they did to coat German U-boats, but they definitely didn't want fouling on it, so maybe it was fairly toxic to marine life. So I'm not really sure, but even though I think it might be the same type of material, they're from wildly different areas, and they would have been treated wildly differently too during the construction process. So it's hard to say. But how about Hans van Tilburg? What do you think?
That's a great question, and you're absolutely right. The type of material is going to affect what can settle on there and thrive and what is prohibited. And obviously there are different metals that were used specifically for their anti-species properties, anti-fouling properties. Copper has a toxicity. Aluminum forms a corrosion layer that prevents some of that. But I think here we'd be looking at the types of steel that were used for the construction. And steel overall, in general, is, as you can see, fairly friendly to being settled and colonized. There were paints that were used to prevent the fouling. And if those still remain, those may be active. Those generally had kind of a shorter lifespan, though, of effectiveness. So I don't know that I've seen so much influence from anti-fouling paints on wrecks that are on the bottom of the seafloor for 70, 80 years, as much as the distinct difference between brass, copper, or steel. But, there's obviously more expertise out there to better answer that.
Yeah, hey, this is Melanie. Unfortunately, I missed the entire investigation of Bluefields this morning, so I don't have anything to compare it to other than what I see on U-167. Of course, that's in a completely different water depth, and so those conditions are going to be much different than what you're experiencing in this much shallower area. So the growth is different, the biofouling is different, the communities are going to be different as well. So, I think the fact that it's constructed of steel and a German steel versus, one manufactured in the U.S. or England, there are going to be subtle variances in those materials that may attract different microorganisms.
I think it'd be great if we continued on that high side of the U-boat, which is that port side, and keep moving down the hull. So as we do that, we are looking for any kind of damage that might have been caused from the attack, and just really getting a good view overall for both archaeology and the ecology.
And we do have a follow-up question to the discussion that we were just having. The question is, were there any coatings specifically used by the Germans on their submarines or U-boats to help avoid detection by other vessels?
I don't know, but that's maybe a good question for Joe Schwartzer. I know maybe the later types of U-boats use different kind of coatings, maybe sort of a rubberized coating. Is Joe, do you have any information on that?
That's very late in the war. These boats did not. They had a heavy coating of a petroleum-based black substance they put on the wooden deck to keep it from rotting, but that tended to wear off over time. Oftentimes the hulls were dazzle painted, but they used standard paint. But there was a great deal of aluminum and brass and other materials used in non-strategic areas. There was things that would not succumb to excessive pressure. So I maybe the combination had something to do with it. But I think, Connie, you may have touched on it earlier. You're still in a Gulf Stream here. I imagine there's still a certain amount of scouring and stuff that tends to keep these hulls at least a little bit clean of marine growth.
Yeah, and just to reinforce that we've had those challenges the entire project where we had incredibly excessive currents on top and bottom, and they really do scour these shipwrecks as a sort of almost like a fire hose in some ways. It can be extremely strong. So just in my personal observation, I've just seen these wrecks that are in more in the current. They look more like we're looking at with this vessel versus ones that are more in sort of less dynamic conditions. Again, I should reinforce I'm a historian and archaeologist and not an oceanographer or any expertise in the subject matter. Yeah, so the ROV is just kind of resetting, and then we're going to start moving slowly forward and get an opportunity to look at that hull again. It'll be an opportunity, too, to see how much scouring we have at the bow, being that this is sort of the high side of the vessels. That'll be interesting as well. I do think it's interesting when we looked at this vessel in 2016, it did have marine life all over it, and it's interesting to see that really maybe not quite so much of that density as we saw then, of those larger fish that were on it. So it's just an interesting observation several years later. Again, we've got some multiple views here happening. We've got the feeds that are being shared with the public, but we have one video feed that's in black and white that's behind the Yogi ROV. It's almost giving this spectacular, ghostly black and white view of the aft section of the U-boat. It reminds you how quiet and desolate it is down here, and of course reminds you of those poor 45 German sailors that are still entombed inside this vessel. It is a war grave, and it is still the property, sovereign property of the government of Germany.
Having an interesting discussion out here in the Pacific, Connie, because I used to think that was the case with the Japanese sunken military craft we've been looking at, and even the Japanese aircraft carriers north of Midway. But I learned recently that by treaty, after the war, and by some of the Japanese ministries themselves today, those were handed over to the Allies. And so probably not property of the Japanese government. It's a very interesting question that we're looking into further.
Yeah, that is fascinating, Hans, too. And, we have to look at those later treaties after the war. I can say from our experience working with the German embassy that they still, from our conversations, they indicated that they still own these shipwrecks and have sovereignty over the German U-boats around the world and in U.S. waters.
Of course.
But again, that's a good example that what one nation has an agreement with our nation doesn't necessarily apply to every nation. So we're just resetting and just getting ready to move back forward towards the bow again.
if that's natural deterioration over time, break penetration there in the saddle tank. It's still sediment.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Or just sealing of the outer surface of it.
What's a good question for Chris Sutherley? Maybe is that a sort of the metal deteriorating in layers, or what do you think? I know I've seen iron deteriorate in layers, but that's steel.
I guess I don't know enough about the specific metallurgy of this type of steel that would have been used to. I wouldn't think it would, as it deteriorates, that it would be flaking like that. But again, I'm not certain.
And that's the beauty of the project we're doing, is that everything has been recorded, so we could take this to our conservation and metals experts and ask them the questions. So that's, again, part of the beauty of what we're doing here today. This project will live on beyond what we're doing here on May 22nd of 2022.
I guess absolutely. It's like every hour of video that we're generating here is going to result in weeks of study by specialists and scientists in a whole host of fields.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe a question for the ecologist. It looks like there's something growing or attached to the side of the hole there, almost like a wispy hair-like filaments. What do you think that was?
So, Tani, I'm seeing a lot of... Yeah, so I don't have a good answer for that either. It could be bryozoans or hydroids. They kind of have that fuzzy appearance. If we're able to get a closer look, we may have some folks on the line who are able to identify those animals a little bit more.
Roger that. We're kind of looking downward here. In your views as well at home, you can see the forward dive plane. Those helped the U-boat move up and down on the water column, and you can actually see that, and it appears that it's positioned so the U-boat would be positioned to move upward towards the surface. But we'll get a better view of that in just a moment. Again, we're starting to move forward here a little bit. There we go, and there's the dive plane. Again, it looks like it's angled upward.
Dramatically. Yeah, it does.
And on feed 2 right now, in the quad bottom right view, we do have a school of jacks that are coming through. We haven't seen many fish recently, so I wanted to point them out.
Absolutely. It looks like we have a little bit of a line on that lower hull plate just aft of the dive planes. So I'm not quite sure if that's a growth or... Doesn't look like it's broken into the hull, but maybe that's just a marine growth. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's penetrated that outer fairing. And we can
Actually, like good territorial name, but I am not a college biologist, so I'm just saying what I saw. Yeah.
Well, and as we mentioned, it looks like the bow has a scour underneath it. So really, what we saw at the stern, there's a large scour, so it was freestanding above the sediment. The same thing we're seeing with the bow. It appears the same thing. where it's free from the sediment, kind of getting that really fantastic view of the whole structure there. So as the pilots reset, if we're able to get a really good view of that dive plane we're looking at, kind of backed away just a little bit so we can see the sediment underneath, that would be great on this high side of the U-boat.
Tane, do the action reports suggest whether the ship was hit on the starboard or the port side when she surfaced in the convoy?
I'm not sure. I didn't see that level of detail, but again, I didn't. You have the notes that we brought with us. I don't have the original action reports, so unfortunately, I can't tell you that at the moment.
It'd be interesting to find out. Because the port side looks to me to be beautifully intact. I don't see any problem with it at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. There are some spots of various deterioration, but that's pretty typical for something like this. Just small spots here and there, but nothing that looks like, battle damage or bottom impact damage. I'm curious about that starboard bow damage we saw. And I must say, I really appreciate the experience and expertise of ROV pilots like this. It really is something for us archaeologists to be able to get home and have a cup of coffee and get an excellent survey like this in a comfortable setting.
Some of our experts were bringing in from a tropical paradise were able to join us live, so we're happy to have you, Hans.
I was going to say, Hans, is it late enough there to have a Mai Tai yet?
It's Sunday. It's always appropriate.
Oh, there you go.
Again, what a great view.
Is that forward dive plane out of its harness, out of its slightly been jarred out of its arm, the holding arm? It almost looks like it's outside of the.
Yeah, it almost looks like it's bent.
Mm-hmm.
There's some great views of it there. You can see part of that lower hull is missing there. We can see the framework there, the fairing.
Yeah, and I would guess this is the same area as the starboard damage, the same missing plates, and that's interesting.
Yeah, look at that.
That's the keel.
Oh no, those are vents. No, those are just vents on the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
But that dive plane does indeed look like it's. Well, we have the. There you go. That's a great view. So we've got the plane and then the mechanism that held it there as well.
Yeah, it looks as though it may have been jarred out of its arm, but I can't tell from here.
Too much corrosion or file fouling.
It looks like we've got a little crab friend there with some sort of long appendages. What type of crab is that? I've seen a few of those that appear to be that same type of species with this very long claws and arms. And there's the mechanism.
And we've gotten some insights on that through our chat window that it's a spider crab, not the same species that we see in shallow water around estuaries in the coastal zone of the Atlantic, but a deeper water variety. So it's not the same type that you might see on dinner plates in restaurants. The king crab, red crab.
It's not an eating crab.
Maybe not.
The outline. Is that the outline of the torpedo door?
Again, there's the great view of the bow on the port side and the vents. And maybe for the ROV pilots, if you're able to see on this side of the vessel, the underneath the hull, you don't have to go underneath the hull, but just a glance to see how much scour we have there. I think it would be interesting to see the hull condition and then the scour. They could tell us a lot here. perfect.
There's all three clippings today, so cameras are all in. Don't see any of the teeth on the lower stem of the bow, the net cutter. Nor the net cutter on the bow deck.
Yeah, we're not really seeing that classic net cutter, are we? Now, for our ecologists on the line, is there anything in particular you might want us to try to take a look at? What we're gonna do now is sort of come forward of the bow and come back along that high side of the hull and just looking underneath it. But after that, is there maybe some certain portions of the vessel you guys might find interesting to look at the marine life that are calling this home now?
Yeah, this is
Sure,
all
Danny.
about fish where we have the wooden decking that's the missing wooden decking has exposed some of the under structure of the vessel, and I think that'd be great to see focusing on some of the smaller fish. So I think your idea is great. We could just make our way along that main deck and then take a look.
There, we got some great views there. Yeah, it seems like the ghost of a U-boat that's moving silently through the sea. And I can't imagine the terror this would have struck for people that were at sea and unexpectedly seeing this off on the horizon coming at you. I think would have been utterly terrifying. You know, Joe, I know you're putting together an exhibit for Battle of the Atlantic, and you know, how are you telling the story of the U-boats and the attacks there? I mean, what type of mediums are you doing, and what's your thoughts with that?
Well, the first thing we're focusing on what was called Operation Paukenschlag, or Drumbeat, and that's when 14 of these boats were sent to the coast of the United States. We had every type of U-boat off of North Carolina: the Type 9C, the Type 9B, the Type 9C, the Type 7B, the Type 7C.
Oh no, looks like we lost him. So hopefully Joe will call back in again.
Well, let me ask a question of the scientists. So I'm this is Roland, the video guy, looking at this and seeing the sub land down on its starboard side.
On its starboard side.
Mm-hmm. Did that mean that maybe the damage was on the starboard, since all the air would have been up in the port side to keep it upright?
No, not necessarily. All of the U-boats actually in North Carolina waters all lay on their starboard side for some reason. So every single one of them, they all went down in different circumstances, but for some reason they've all laid down on that side.
I wonder if there's something with the construction that once they lose buoyancy control, that they naturally list to starboard.
Yeah.
So being roughly rounded, when they come to rest on the bottom, they heel over to the starboard side.
And I'd invite people who are viewing, if you want to learn more, if you go to the website monitor.noaa.gov, we have a shipwreck page, and we've archaeologically mapped with our partners the U-352, the U-701, and the U-85, and you can see all those site plans there, and you'll see they're all very similar in terms of how they lay on the seafloor. Some are a little buried than others, but the other one that's mostly intact, the closest to this, is going to be the U-701 as well. It's a little shallower, but very difficult to dive in high current. You know, as
Sorry, I'd like to add that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Melanie. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add that U-166 in the Gulf of Mexico is in two complete separate pieces. In both the bow and the stern sections are also lifting to their starboard side, and that wreck is nearly a mile deep.
Wow, that's fascinating. Yeah, well, maybe there is something with the construction once they lose buoyancy.
How they're naturally ballasted or with the weight of the machinery. It's interesting.
And I should remind folks, if you're just joining us, we are live from the seafloor in almost 700 feet of water off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. We are on the German U-boat, the U-576, sunk on July 15th of 1942. Incredibly intact U-boat. It does have its crew of 45 members still inside it, so this is a war grave. This is German property still, so we are being very respectful as we look at the exterior of the sub, document what we're seeing. We're looking at it archaeologically, historically, and of course ecologically, looking how it's gone from a weapon of war to really an island of life now. So we are aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, which is part of the NOAA White Fleet. It is the pride of the fleet, so we're very proud to be on this vessel. We've been fighting a lot of currents and weather during this project. It's off Cape Hatteras, and it is a cape just like Cape Horn or the Cape of Good Hope. So there is valid challenging surface conditions, but the ship is able to hold station with us. And this project is a cooperative agreement with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, GFOE. They are making this possible with these images you're seeing now. We're looking at the shipwreck with an ROV, a remotely operated vehicle, or a robot, that they build, they design, and they pilot. So we're here inside the ship of the Nancy Foster, almost like a NASA Space Center, where everything's being guided and then beamed to you from the seafloor to outer space to a satellite and to you through the internet. So thank you so much for being here. It's very proud. My name is Tane Casserly. I'm with Monitor's National Marine Sanctuary. We do not protect these wrecks. They are not in the sanctuary, but we are helping to look at it as part of the larger maritime cultural landscape of the region around the sanctuary that we look to do in partnership with our multiple partners and the folks that still own these vessels. So the German Embassy, the U.S. Navy, the United States Coast Guard, MIRAD, our allies, the United Kingdom, of course, too, and so many others. So because we are the premier ocean agency, we're able to come out here, do these projects, and really share this information to help those that are responsible in managing these sites. On board here, I also have Chris Southerly from North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. And on the line, as part of the archaeology history team, we have Dr. Hans Van Tilburg, also at the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries in Hawaii, as part of the Maritime Heritage Program. Joe Schwartzer, the director of North Carolina's Maritime Museum System, based at the Graveyard of the Atlantic Museum in Hatteras, North Carolina, that's telling this story, sharing it with the people there through his exhibits. And we have a whole host of ecologists as well with our National Center from Coastal Ocean Science, another NOAA office. And Dr. Avery Paxton, if you want to introduce yourself and the rest of your team.
Sure. My name is Avery Paxton, and like Tane said, I am an ecologist with NOAA and the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. And also on the line is my colleague, Dr. Chris Taylor from NOAA National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, as well as Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy, and Melanie DeMoore from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, who is an archaeologist but also wears an ecologist hat by studying the microbial communities on shipwrecks.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just to remind people that this is part of the World War II heritage that we have off our eastern seaboard in the Gulf of Mexico for the German Atlantic conflict. The Battle of the Atlantic. We are looking at the aggressor here. This is the U-576. Earlier today, we were actually at the shipwreck site of the vessel Bluefields, a freighter that it sank in the conflict that sank itself. So they were actually off the eastern seaboard here, off Cape Hatteras. The freighter Bluefields was part of a convoy system, convoy KS-520, going from Norfolk down to Key West, Florida, with about 19 merchant ships and tankers and 5 armed escorts and destroyers, naval vessels. They were steaming south when the U-576 sighted them. So previously the U-576 had been in some action with a Kingfisher aircraft, and they had parts of its ballasting equipment and tanks damaged. So it was actually on its way back to Europe for repairs when it sees a target of opportunity when the convoy appears, and it decides, even though it is damaged, to attack. So it does. It sends a 4 torpedo spread out into the convoy. It hits 2 ships, causes fires, but they stay afloat. Another torpedo misses entirely, and the 4th one hits the freighter Bluefields. Now, because of that massive change of weight and mass from the U-boat, from those torpedoes being sent, and the damage already sustained, the U-boat has an uncontrolled ascent and pops up right into the middle of the convoy, and everybody opens up on it. So Kingfisher aircraft come, they're called in for their air support, they're dropping depth charges on it, the armed guard aboard these vessels are firing upon it, as well as the naval vessels that come in too, and very, very quickly it's sent straight to the bottom with all hands. So what we're seeing here is truly a World War II battlefield on the seafloor, in one of the only instances in U.S. waters where the aggressor and the victim are side by side, literally a football field apart. So it's incredible heritage we're telling here, that snapshot in time, and really encapsulating the World War II Battle of the Atlantic, merchant vessels hiding and running as fast as they can from these U-boats that were ultimately successfully sinking them. So thank you so much for joining us today. And we're seeing actually some marine life here too. Maybe you can help us with what we're seeing, Avery and Chris and Brendan.
Sure. Brendan, would you like to share with the viewers what we're seeing for marine life right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to look at all the feeds here and see where we might have the best angle. So we did see some fish going through, just making sure I'm on live as well. And in the upper right of the quad feed, we saw a school of fish just losing view. I know we saw some jacks in there that were either Almaco jacks or greater amberjacks. Did we see some barrelfish as well in that one, Avery?
I thought I may have seen some. I couldn't get a 100% positive ID. They were moving pretty quickly.
Oh, here we go. We got somebody swimming into view there. That looks like a barrelfish right there, right on cue. So that was a barrelfish that just swam through the main feed there, feed 1.
And just an update from the pilots. They're doing a little bit of tether management, so we're just kind of maneuvering, getting some great views of the bow. And you could actually see we had a large scour under the hull, and you could see both dive planes. But so that's just for an update for our audience. We're just doing a little maneuvering, and we're going to come back. And back to you, Avery.
Thanks. We have some comments coming in the chat. Hans is wondering if we do move aft again, if we could re-examine the starboard bow hull damage. I think that would be helpful from his perspective.
Absolutely. So we're just kind of spinning around here on the seafloor.
Sure, and while we do reposition, Tane, one thing I think now is a good opportunity to talk about is that this shipwreck, while it's a war grave and has incredible historical significance, today in its current resting spot, 690 feet underwater, it is forming habitat for marine life. Today we've seen a few different species of marine life, some large fish that are occupying this site, and we've also seen that in areas where there's lots of nooks and crevices in the wreck structure, we do see a lot of smaller fish. So this site is a home for marine life.
You know, and maybe as we reset, reset, Avery, can you and Chris kind of talk about some of the research that we've done together, where we've gone out and looked at these shipwrecks and imaged them acoustically? You know, for Monitor Sanctuary, we were looking at them archaeologically. You know, that beautiful sort of 3D images we get with the multi-beam, but you're using the sonar very differently, looking at these shipwrecks with the biomass on them. Can you guys talk about that a little bit, because it's a fascinating project?
Yes, I'd be happy to talk about that. So what you're mentioning is that our team, sometimes we use multi-beam echo sounders, which we use to map the seafloor, including the shipwrecks. But we can also use a portion of that data as well as data from another instrument that emits sound pulses downwards into the water column to map the fish. And so what we can then do is we can have these extremely high resolution maps of not only the shipwreck structure, but also how fish are distributed around it. And we've been calling that project Living Shipwrecks. in 3 dimensions, because it really is a phenomenal way of, without us getting eyes underwater, being able to remotely sense how these shipwrecks are forming habitat for marine life. And I think we're seeing some of that come to life today with both the Bluefields that we did earlier, as well as the U576 where we are right now. And one of my favorite parts of working with shipwrecks in the ecology is that it's not just ecology that we're focused on, it's the collaborative teamwork with archaeologists like you, Tane, and Chris Southerly, and Hans and Joe on the line. And so wondering if you can share a little bit about how we can use some of those remotely remote sensing tools, to understand the archaeology and the history of sites a bit more.
Well, maybe if we start with Hans, because he's done a lot of work in the Pacific, in Alaska and other areas in the far Pacific, and using these types of technology. So Hans, what's your thoughts? And we might have lost Hans.
I'm sorry. I stepped away for a brief bio break for a moment, so my apologies. You have to repeat the question briefly for me, or Tom, take it away, and I can follow on that.
Oh, no, it's all right. Avery, would you mind asking the question again?
Sure. So when we're talking about how we can use remote sensing tools like multi-beam echo sounders and split-beam echo sounders to not only map the habitat created by the shipwreck, but also to map the fish distribution. And so it goes back to you. What can you use from the archaeological perspective those habitat maps of the shipwreck for?
Well, that's a great question, because, we are contributing the archaeological, the cultural heritage perspective to something that is a major mapping initiative right now. The U.S. is in the process of wanting to complete seafloor mapping of our explicit economic zone. And this is a multi-year initiative, because lots of the seafloor have not been mapped. And so things like, multi-beam, remote sensing, the main reason we like it is because we use it to discover sites. It's an acoustic world in the ocean. So we're not going to go out there and survey large pieces of the seafloor visually. Can't. That's done acoustically. And we want to ally ourselves and take advantage of the mapping technologies, the sonar technologies that are used for habitat mapping and for bathymetry and for charting the seafloor. Now, lots of times that means that, the kinds of resolutions that are used to create maps of the seafloor might not be the resolutions we're looking for to find individual targets, to find wrecks or submerged archaeological sites. So that's where, the challenge is. And that being said, even our best multi-beam tools, from hull-mounted systems anyway, from the surface, are going to be challenged finding targets, archaeological sites in the deep ocean, 15,000 feet, 18,000 feet. That requires, additional tools like towed sensors, towed fish, or autonomous underwater vehicles that have been have the capacity for multi-beam, for sonar mapping, and the depth capacity for the deep ocean. Most of the world's ocean, the average depth is, 2 miles or more than that? So it's quite a different world down there, and there's quite a lot of it. We're 71% ocean on this planet, so there's a lot of seafloor out there that we really don't know where these sites are. Things like this. This is relatively shallow, what we're looking at today, and nice that it's relatively shallow. It makes this type of survey a little easier. But there's a lot that we simply need to do the first step and find targets, find anomalies that could tell us about our history on that.
That's right, Hans. And one of the other things that we can use these maps for is if we repeat the mapping at a particular site, like a shipwreck, over time we can start to use that to measure changes that we might see. But go ahead, Tani.
Oh, no, I was going to say exactly that, Avery. We've been out here multi-beam at night because science never sleeps on the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. So we're doing the ROV operations in the day, and at nighttime we're multi-beam surveying. So we've been looking at multiple sites here over the years, and this using the multi-beam technology aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, we're able to track changes over time remotely, which is fantastic. We could do a development over a shipwreck site and be done in less than half an hour, and it's what a fantastic snapshot and high resolution at looking at changes, in 3D, which are wonderful. So it's, has the hull shifted? Did we have a major storm come through with the hurricanes with 40, 50, 60-foot waves? Did they move the hull? So this is a great way to capture that for us. And again, it just that instant snapshot where you could really get a great bang for your buck, and you didn't have to put a diver in the water. And diving is always an essential part of a lot of these projects, but to get a lot of data done in a minimal amount of time using these type of resources we have aboard this ship and other research vessels are really, I think, been very, very valuable in combination with diving and a lot of other techniques. So it's going great. We've worked so closely with the NOAA ship Nancy Foster over the years where, they do the large swath survey of the seafloor, but we've been able to work very closely with their survey technicians to get exactly what we want. I want something that's so high resolution I could put on a book cover, say. So they've worked out some great techniques for us to get that, and we've got some phenomenal images from that as well.
And one of the other things we can then use those maps for are for the remotely operated vehicle pilots to be able to safely navigate to and around the shipwreck sites. But Melanie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Tonic's point is that, we have a wide array of instruments available to us as resource managers to help record these sites in such precise detail that we can actually measure how they're changing over time. But the other thing that we can do that is really cool is we can take all of these 3D data sets, whether it's laser or sonar, multi-beam sonar, ROV video, and we can combine all of that together to create some pretty amazing, hyper-accurate 3D models so that we can then share these shipwreck sites with the public. And I think that is like the final piece of this really cool puzzle is that we get to share this with everyone. So it's not just the archaeologists holding on to this data in our ivory towers. We can actually show the public what these shipwrecks look like and how they're changing over time.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a fantastic point that you bring up. And it really is true, with modern technology going the way it is, to be able to overlay that data and create those 3D models, it's phenomenal. So it's fantastic for us as resource managers, right, at every level. But now being able to share that with the public where they're getting that 3D exploration where they can be at their home computer, and they could be on their couch and navigating around it. And what I'm particularly interested in is the combination of a lot of these data products to create 3D printed products of these sites that you can actually take and bring to an event and put it in a kid's hand and this is the USS Monitor, or this is the Titanic, or this is the U-576, and put that in their hand and they can hold that history there. I think that's incredible, and that's where I want to take this. And we were seeing some activity on the quad feed of the fish really darting around. Do you think that's from the lights, or what might be causing sort of that behavior?
Yeah, I'll chime in there. This is Brendan. I think it is probably from the light. I think they're a little spooked. There's one right there, not acting quite as spooked, but that's an Almaco jack, just cruising along. But I do think that sort of darting behavior that we were witnessing was because of the presence of the ROV.
You can see more and more species here. So we're just getting reset as we're looking at the marine life here at the bow of the U-576, and then we'll slowly start gliding down the hull there once everything is settled. But again, we're getting some fantastic views of the marine life.
And it looks like on my feed one, I'm seeing a grouper just move out of the frame on the bottom right. It was moving relatively slowly and was a bigger, again, slower moving fish than the ones we've been seeing earlier, that were the jacks that Brendan just pointed out. And so one of the interesting things I'm noting is that today we've seen fish using different portions of the rack. We've seen some that are kind of resting underneath the hull. We've seen some that are in the nooks and crannies. We've seen others that are using the water column and the space above and around the rack. And that speaks to the diversity of strategies that these fish use to feed and seek refuge and rest. So really interesting behavior that we're seeing today.
Yeah, it really is. It's really special. Oh, I should mention, too, we were talking about the multi-beam sonar, the work we do on the ship. But so just showing you what we can do in real time is that last night we wanted to get the most accurate picture of what the freighter Bluefields and the German U-boat U-576 looked like in May 22nd of 2020, instead of relying on data from several years ago, that we re-multi-beamed survey the area and gave that to, and processed it, and gave it to the pilots of GFOE, and now that brand new data that's hours old, giving that newest information, is now up on their navigation screens and making sure that we can approach these sites safely. We know there's no nets or overhangs on them and things of that nature. So again, just showing you some of the real-time science that happens here. It's really helping the project move, all because of the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. Again, we're just getting ready to remaneuver. And I should say too, maybe a proud point that we had during the project was we completely finished mapping the entire sanctuary, the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, the other night. So we have 100% multi-beam coverage, not just the Shipwreck, but of course I should also mention Monitor's the smallest National Marine Sanctuary at 1 mile diameter. But now we have a full multi-beam survey. Characterization of that, which is really important for us, for the Shipwreck, of course, as we monitor it over the years and document any changes that we might have seen, but also ecologically to get a greater understanding of the landscape on the seafloor there. So we're very proud of that, and we're going to continue building out that multi-beam survey as well, that box, to get an even greater understanding of the landscape and Monitor's role in it. So we're very happy with that.
So we do have a comment from Hans coming in the chat. Hans, I'm wondering if you want to pose that on air to folks.
Oh yeah, I'm just wondering about the other side, that starboard area where we saw the frames and the damage to the hull plating, the outer hull plating. It's a long shot, but are portions of that outer hull plating lying on the sand beneath the submarine? Is that a natural deterioration process? I think it would be unlikely, but here we are with the ROV on site, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think we're going to go down the lower hull now, and I think, it's a great view of not just the two dive planes at the bow that are both angled up, but also we can see that keel, too, on the bottom as well, sort of the long strake feature at the very bottom of the hull there, going the whole length, which is great, too. Fabulous U-boat construction that we can see here now. And again,
and this is a great view for 4K, Tommy, if we're able to grab it, with the barrelfish coming in and the grouper also towards this portion of the wreck.
Roger that. 4K video acquisition requested. It's interesting, we were talking about the scour, and even the starboard side dive plane, the right-hand side of the vessel, is entirely up off the sediment. So there really is nothing of the U-boat touching the seafloor here, until you get a little closer to the middle of the U-boat. And as of right now, in 2022, it doesn't look like there's a lot of stress yet put on the hull where you see any market bending or twisting or anything from that weight. So at least for now, it seems to be in very good shape. Looks like the main view's got a great view of a dive plane there on the port side dive plane. On the dive plane, Chris and Avery and Brendan, there's shells covering it too. What are those? Are those mussels? Or are they something else?
Tony, I can't
Good to
quite
get
tell
some-
with this
zoom
view.
in. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was going to ask while we're doing that, and potentially zooming in, can you explain to folks who may not be very familiar with U-boat terminology and features what exactly a dive plane is?
Well, sure, I could do that. But why don't we bring in Joe Schwartzer? Joe, can you help the audience understand what a dive plane is?
A dive plane works the same way a flap does on an aircraft. It allows it directs the water and helps the boat either rise or descend. In this particular instance, the way the bow planes are oriented, it indicates they were doing their best to ascend.
Right, and we should mention they were...
Thank you, and we're seeing a beautiful view. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to mention, why don't you talk about the marine life, because I want it while it's in the screen.
Yeah, we're seeing a beautiful view of a Darwin slime head, that pinkish red fish, and if we're able to make sure we're still recording 4K for this video portion right here, that would be ideal.
Roger that. I was going to mention...
Wouldn't hurt to fire up those lasers, too, while we're broadside and get a nice length measurement of that.
Oh, lasers
That's right there, if possible.
Roger that. And I was just going to mention, so there was two sets of dive planes on the U-boat. They had the bow planes, you can see here, and they had stern planes as well. So there's two sets of dive planes moving the U-boat up and down the water column.
Tane, what I thought might have been starboard damage may have just been the vent on the starboard side, free flooding space, and we're certainly seeing that here on the port side, and that means that no indication of bow impact at the bottom, reinforcing the idea that this did come down gently and settle to the bottom relatively slowly.
Yeah, well, that's a good...
I think on the starboard side you were actually seeing some frames.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It looked like higher up and more extensive.
Yeah, I think so.
And that looks like something in the sand right down there, possibly.
Yeah, it looks like we've got part of the lower hull there. Maybe it looks like a whole chunk of concretion has fallen off here. So you can see that fresh rust. Chris, subtly.
Yeah, that's not unexpected. If this thing is unsupported at the bow and beginning to be unstable, there's some flexing going on. Even in a vessel like this, there can be flexing going on that will scale off, break off the outer corrosion, and start having cracks show up between outer hull plates like this, eventually drop them into the sand, and so it's site formation process. It's not the loss event.
Yeah.
But that's certainly looking like a big patch of what could be minimal flexing and then outer hull damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is kind of what Avery and I have been chatting about over the past several vessels, about how the corrosion product and the marine growth encapsulates these iron and steel wrecks and actually helps to protect them and slow the corrosion process down, and how when something impacts them, be it a diver or a net or some other object, and dislodges that protective concretion and marine growth over top, we see that this is bright orange, and another spot of active corrosion that's rapidly taking place now that it's been freshly exposed to the seawater again. So this is going to speed up the degradation and continued site formation, or in this case deformation process to promote continued degradation of the hull.
And we can see one of those hull plates
And
is actually...
melamine.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, we can see one of those hull plates is actually separating a little bit and coming just apart from the hull as well on the close-up view.
Yeah, I was wondering if Melanie might be able to weigh in a little bit and help us understand more from the microbial community perspective what could also be going on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, looking at that area where the whole place is starting to peel away, if you think of like a biofilm as essentially like a scab over a wound, and once you pull that scab off, you reopen that wound, and that enhances, that corrosion process kicks up all over again. But what we're seeing from a chemical standpoint with the microbial communities and looking at impacts from the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, whereas those weren't as much physical impacts as they were chemical in terms of changing the chemistry of the area. When that biofilm was impacted from a chemical standpoint, it killed off a lot of those microorganisms, and that was essentially like peeling off that scab again. And so what we saw on the U-boat after the spill was that corrosion really started to ramp up again in areas that had already been damaged from whether it was corrosion or from the actual sinking event itself. And so I think you're going to see in this particular area where this corrosion is happening on more of a physical, mechanical level from the hull plate separating, is that this area is going to start showing a lot more corrosion faster than other areas of the hull that are still relatively intact.
Yeah, and that's a great point, and that's why this video in the ROV is so critical, is that, in years hence, if we're able to come back and have this type of technology, we can reinvestigate this area and see exactly what's happening. And there very well may be further damage that we see here from time.
Right, and those tools like 3D laser and 3D sonar, if you can get really high resolution scans of this area, you can actually measure that degradation and that change over time, which is a really cool thing for long-term monitoring purposes.
Yeah, that's amazing. And we can see here on the quad view of the feed that this is the area now where the U-boat is actually making contact with the sediment. So it is quite a ways back from the tip of the bow.
And if you come back here years later, Connie, there's going to be a big hole there. That's what's going to happen eventually. And it's not a gradual process. Well, it's, the site's life, its history is gradually falling apart, but it's not a smooth line. It's what we see in a lot of World War II wrecks in places is, stable for a long time. Then ultimately a period of catastrophic collapse. When things start collapsing, they keep going.
Yeah. Again, these are some great views on the quad view of looking down the hull, and you can see a great view of the underneath of the vessel and the keel of the U-boat, which is the very bottom feature underneath the hull.
It's a pretty big topic here. And at Pearl Harbor, of course, there's the wreck of the USS Arizona. And the Arizona was topped off with bunker C fuel, days before the attack, and then burned for 3 days. But there was an estimate of 500,000 gallons of bunker C deep within that battleship, that war grade. And sometimes there's a question of, why doesn't the Navy just go in and pump that out? Well, it's behind, 18 inches of armor plating, and it would be incredibly invasive to try to get to those fuel bunkers now. There is some leaking out slowly over time. So the deterioration rate and process of a large, complex vessel like the USS Arizona is an important matter for consideration for that site and for other sites in the Pacific, for potentially polluting vessels and sites, particularly tankers related to World War II.
Yeah, that's a good point, Hans. And, these vessels this is a worldwide conflict, and these vessels are around the world. They ran on fuel, and a lot of it is still there. So it's a sort of a double-edged sword when we talk about the history and how important it was, and to tell those stories in these vessels. But again, a lot of them are carrying materials that aren't necessarily the best for the environment. Again, another great view of the underneath of the hull and the keels, and sort of looking in the structure. So maybe for our Avery, Chris, and Brendan, This is a great blow-up view of the hull, and this is much different than what we saw on our other vessels here in terms of like the growth that we have on it. It looks like we have little white dots all over. Is that an animal?
Yeah, Chris, you want to take that one?
I really have no idea from this view.
Yeah, so I think those are probably worms that we are seeing, and sometimes they'll almost create these casings that are left behind. But I'm not an expert on the animals that we're seeing right now on the hull. So I'll defer to anybody who may be on the line who's an expert in some of these. Melanie, do you have this expertise to be able to help us understand some of the animals we're seeing on the hull right now?
No, not an expert by any stretch, but I mean, my screen's a little bit pixelated, but they almost look like little hydroids. Like we'll see hydroids on a lot of the deep water shipwrecks. So I'm wondering if that's something similar. I mean, this is much shallower than on some of the wrecks I've investigated in the Gulf.
Oh, wow.
This is a great...
Yeah, so I would say they're probably cnidarians of some sort. And then I do also see some animals that do look more like worms as well. And Mike, I don't know if you're still on the line or on the chat window, but please feel free to chime in. And one of the great things about this mission is that by gathering remotely operated vehicle video footage, we're able to share this video footage with subject matter experts who do study these organisms following the mission, or share while people are on the line to confirm the identification. But regardless, what we are seeing is that the structure of the ship itself is encrusted in a variety of organisms. So again, the storyline that the shipwreck is not only habitat for large fish and small fish, the crabs that we've seen today, but also animals that are growing directly on the structure itself.
And Avery, you had mentioned the word cnidarium. For folks that don't know, can you describe what that is?
Oh, thank you, Tane. So cnidarian, that is it's a phylum. So it includes corals and anemones and some other things. And we do have Mike Vacconi weighing in that we are looking at serpulid tubes, so from serpulid worms. And we're also looking at anemones there. So he thinks those are anemones and not hydroids that we were looking at.
Yeah, amazing.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, so the ROV pilots are just sort of resetting at the moment. So maybe this is a good time to ask Chris Sutherly. I know you've dove on the other U-boats in North Carolina. From your experience from seeing those U-boats, what beyond the obvious that this is intact, what else are you seeing that might be different between, one of the most famous U-boats on the eastern seaboard, the U-352, to this one in much deeper water? U-352 is about, 120 feet deep, thereabouts?
About 110.
Yeah, 110. Great dive site. Yeah. Recommend it to anybody. But what we're looking here now at the 576, what differences are you seeing?
I guess it was primarily, this is, as stating the obvious, it is pretty much completely intact. All of the top deck pieces, the 88 millimeter gun, the 20 millimeter gun, are all still there, as are the details on the command deck on top of the sail. But one of the main things noticing is just the marine growth and the marine life here in terms of the surface growth really seems comes across as very minimal here, as opposed to what we see in say 110 feet growing on and around the U-352. And I know we've had that, we've kind of bantered that around earlier in the discussion, but it makes me wonder if not just part of it may be the light penetration for the depth, the type of marine growth that can occur, but also maybe the currents that run through here, or the temperature as well, that may be keeping this surface cleaner than what would be seen on the 352. I don't know, Avery, you and Chris have, I'm sure, been diving on the 352 as well, and especially being right there in Beaufort. What would you think about those, raging archaeological hypotheses, venturing over into the biology side that I'm throwing out?
I'll let Chris take that one. Chris Taylor, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we're in a very different depth zone of our coastal ocean. The 352 is in a photic depth, so it's depth that gets plenty of light, about 100 feet of depth. So we get detached sponges, we can get even some algae accumulating around it, soft corals, and even some hard corals. And I think we're in a different depth zone here, and I was drawing a blank on many of the organisms that were attached to the hull, but I think we're just beyond that photic depth where we're getting different types of organisms. But it could very much be related to the current. We're in a region in very close proximity to the Gulf Stream where currents can, as you guys have experienced in the mission so far out there, they can range from less than a half knot, which is where you may be now, to 1.5 or 2 knots, and that can make for pretty turbulent conditions on that shipwreck, and maybe things aren't able to attach quite as well.
I guess yeah, looks like we're at about 0.6 knots right now, which is really good. It's not a challenge, not a huge challenge for the skilled pilots here to compensate for that. But yeah, in the past days where we've had the call operations, we've had well over 2.5 knots running on the bottom and on the surface. So I can imagine that'd be kind of like if you wanted to equate it to being on the surface, almost like taking the hose or a pressure washer to your car, sending a stream of water across it. So any marine growth that would start on the surface would be scoured off or damaged in its growth state, I would imagine.
Tony, are those the vent ports on the underside of the ballast tanks?
So yeah, Joe, this is Chris. I think that is what we're looking at here.
Because it's interesting that they're clearly closed.
I guess yeah.
All 3 of them.
I guess yeah, I think Tane did a little recon out. He's coming back here, but we can pose the question to him too. But I think that may be what we're looking at. Is like, what are we, Tane? Do you know what we're looking at here? Are these vent ports on the ballast, or something else on the side of the ship here?
Oh, that's a good question, and I'm sorry, I just don't know. I'm not an expert in U-boat construction and engineering, but we need to remember this is the very bottom of the hull, so it could be areas where water was taken on and expelled from the U-boat as it moved up and down the water column with those ballast tanks. Yeah, some great shots here as we're moving down the hull. You're coming up to a part where this is really the only portion of the vessel that is sort of buried, and it's just a little bit of the keel. The keel here, which is the very bottom structure of any vessel, that long piece that you have there. But it really is just resting on its side, everything exposed, in fantastic shape. Again, it's surprising to me when we were looking at the Bluefields and much larger structure, different structure, more complex, higher up in the water column. The diversity of life we saw there, maybe it was because there's more places for the fish to hide. I don't know. But we're seeing something very, very different on this site, which is so close, which is I just find fascinating as just somebody who loves watching marine life.
I guess, yeah, there aren't really very many, if any, nooks and crannies, so to speak, on this site for, to provide a refuge for juveniles to avoid predation or to not be nice and smooth and exposed to the currents running through.
Again, now we're starting to see a little bit more of the sand had come up, and then now it's kind of being scoured out again as we move towards the stern. Get it incredibly intact though.
That's a lot of weight to be hanging over these scour areas, and eventually it's going to take its toll as this structure doesn't age enough.
Yeah, I absolutely. And we're very lucky now here in 2022 to be able to use this technology to share it with you while the U-boat is still intact and in such a good representation of a Type 7C U-boat on the seafloor. Again, not many times you're going to be able to see something this intact. This artifact award.
We've all watched them in the movies.
Right.
We've all enjoyed them in the movies, but this is the real asset. This is the history.
Right. This
on
is
the seafloor.
The real thing. This is going to be a great view.
And the discussion about scouring. The discussion about scouring is important because for many of these wrecks around the world, really, in terms of resource preservation and what can you really do to keep something intact, it's quite difficult. There are some things that people have tried for in situ management, in situ preservation of a historic wreck like this or others. And if you start placing sandbags underneath the wrecks or filling the scour, it often exacerbates the scour with the currents moving around those. Something else that has been tried by preservationists, by archaeologists, are simulated seagrass mats. So mats made of polypropylene seagrass. The seagrass traps in a kind of natural way the passing sediment and builds the berm back up and reproduces the support for portions of historic shipwrecks. And there are some other things that have been tried as well.
Yeah,
we're looking at hull plate separation there, Tom?
No, I think that's an architectural feature. I think.
Okay.
So it is the end of the. Yes. So it's the end of the keel.
Yeah. Sort of like the shaft tunnel would be there.
And then you see some more vent, and you see some more vent ports just beyond that.
In the stern. Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking at the midsection up on the hull, on the freeboard, but that looks like an architectural feature just forward where the pump shaft makes it exit. So maybe it's part of the fairing for the top.
Yeah, it appears that it's that part of the hull plate that's sort of the interface between the outside of the hull with the shaft and the shaft tunnel into the interior part of the hull there. It's a pretty straight line. And these are some great views of the stern of the vessel. We're about to see the port side propeller. We're seeing the shaft of it right now, and then we'll see the propeller soon, as well as the aft dive planes. Dive planes that you heard us talking about earlier would help to enable the sub to go up and down in the water column, to move vertically in the water column. And we're about to see the propellers now. And Joe, there's some of those vents that you had talked about.
Right.
Yeah, so this is a great view. It's also a pretty unprecedented view, too, to be able to see underneath the U-boat and see this intact construction features here, which oftentimes are underneath the sediment, difficult to see, but here we have the intact. It's a great view.
So in fact, it reminds me of my home scrubbing days. I just want to get in there and clean that hull, collect my money, and go home. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. You know, you were comparing this to other U-boats. It's interesting. You look at this and then compare it with the U-701, which oftentimes is essentially buried under the sand, depending on what the current's doing. So having this one open like this is really something.
Yeah, it really is an unprecedented view underwater to be able to see these features. So we have the propeller shaft, which is that long sort of shaft that's coming into the hull, and then it comes to the propeller itself, and then a bit of a fairing that goes around, and you can see the dive planes there, sort of that horizontal feature, and they're actually angled so that U-boat would be going up if it was able, and then the two rudders behind it as well that we can see. There's vertical planes of structures.
Remarkably undamaged.
Yeah, it really is remarkably undamaged.
And Joe, you brought up a good point about the U-701. I've been lucky enough to dive that a few times over the years with our teams, and that there's a huge shift in sediment there where we've dove, and you just really see the conning tower and the upper part of the hull, and then we've come back where you can see most of the ballast tanks, and the bow is exposed.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a sediment change of 6-8 feet sometimes, and it's incredible how much the sediment moves and the power of the currents off North Carolina.
I don't think I've ever seen a more intact and undamaged submarine wreck in my career.
I'd have to agree. This is just incredible. I don't think we've seen any real battle damage, either on the hull or on the deck side. I have to assume it must be on the port side, or the starboard side.
Well, it almost makes you wonder whether or not it wasn't necessarily the Allied fire against it or even the depth charges, but continued malfunctions in the ballast tank that maybe sent her irrevocably back to the bottom.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, just from what we're seeing, I think you've got a better case for that.
Like I said, because she looks, almost perfectly intact, and the fact that both the bow and stern dive planes are, angled hard up, makes lends the thought that they were trying their best to stay on the surface.
I would agree. I think that's exactly right.
And we have some comments in the chat talking about the history of the attack when the sub was sent to the bottom. So it says subsurfaced, decks to wash, 2 depth charges from Kingfisher AC, then 2 dropped at the conning tower depth, and believe sub turned to starboard to evade or as a result of damage. So it's interesting because it looks like the rudders are pointing, so the vessel would be going in a straight line, so that's interesting.
Like I said, even if she was turning to starboard but continued to sink, turning the rudders due forward to try and maximize the lift of the propellers off against the dive planes to try and keep her on the surface. And maybe it was their attempt to stay at the surface to be able to get men out of the hatches, but they just couldn't do it.
I think that's exactly right.
So the ROV pilots are just sort of repositioning now and getting ready for the move to the starboard side of the vessel, where we'll go up, take a look at the cutting tower again, and the gun, the 88 millimeter gun, of course, in that bow section, Hans, that you wanted to look at again to get a good view. Now that we've sort of seen the entirety of the port side again, just with this new knowledge, looking at the starboard side and being aware of what we're seeing.
So that area at the starboard bow that we saw initially, that's the only kind of damage area we've really seen yet, and of course right under the keel up at the bow. But that could be natural. That could be flexing, unsupported. The bow is supported over the scour area. That's curious, otherwise very intact. But the coverage has been remarkable, and hats off to the operation, GFOE, and ROV pilots.
Absolutely. And Hans, that's a great reminder for everybody at home. This is the Valor in the Atlantic Telepresence Project. Thank you so much for joining us. We are on the site of the German U-boat, the U-576, in nearly 700 feet of water off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. This is a cooperative agreement project between NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries that I work for. I'm Tane Casserly. I'm actually with the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. I'm an archaeologist and historian, and I'm working in partnership on the ship here with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, the GFOE. So they're providing these visuals you're seeing right now. So these are done by 2 ROVs, remotely operated vehicles. They're robots, essentially. So they design them, they build them, they pilot them. They've created a nearly a NASA Space Center type environment here aboard the ship, the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, that we're using here as our research platform. And they're taking this imagery live and sharing it with the world through satellites. So we have a satellite dish here that's being beamed up and then comes back down across the internet. So you can be anywhere in the world and joining this real-time exploration with us as we explore the U-576 German U-boat from World War II's Battle of the Atlantic off the coast of North Carolina. Aboard the ship here, I've got Chris Sutherly from North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. He's an underwater archaeologist and historian as well. We also have Dr. Hans van Tilburg, also with NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, our Maritime Heritage Program, and he's out in Hawaii sharing his expertise in World War II and what happened out in the Pacific. And we also have Joe Schwartzer with us, who's the director of the North Carolina Maritime Museum System and housed at the graveyard at the Atlantic Museum in Hatteras, North Carolina. And of course, we couldn't do this with our other half of the project, which is looking at the shipwrecks as habitat and the ecology. So for that, we have our another NOAA office, the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science, with Dr. Avery Paxton and Dr. Chris Taylor. And Avery, maybe you can introduce the rest of your team that you have with you as well, please.
Sure. So, like Tony mentioned, I'm on the line as well as my colleague, Dr. Chris Taylor. We also have Dr. Brenda Rundy from the Conservancy joining us, as well as Melanie Moore from Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And Melanie wears multiple expert hats. She not only studies microbial communities on shipwrecks, but she is an archaeologist by training. So welcome, everybody.
And then maybe as we're just resetting here, Avery, maybe your team can share some of your insights from the differences we're seeing in these sites between the Bluefields, which was the victim of the U-576, that's literally a football field away, we saw this morning, and a much different shipwreck, this U-boat, this German U-boat that sank it. Again, one's at 700 feet, one's just slightly less, but, and literally a stone's throw on the ocean's floor from one another.
Right, so the two shipwrecks are relatively similar in length. There are differences in the amount of complexity provided by the structures. So the Bluefields that we are on this morning have lots of cracks and crevices and nooks and crannies, whereas the U-boat does have vertical relief that's mainly concentrated around the deck gun and the conning tower. We did notice distinct differences in the fish community. We were seeing a higher number of individuals on the Bluefields compared to the U-boat. but we've also seen same type of species. So in both we are seeing grouper, we are seeing some other species that really strongly associate with rock structure, and we're also seeing like jacks that are using the area around and above. And we are seeing a fish that looks a little bit too dark on my screen for me to make it out, but it looks like the shape and swimming pattern of a grouper that was just passing under the U-boat, going towards, it's a view of them. And Brendan, can you know what those are? I can't quite make them out.
Yeah, thanks, Avery. That first one was pretty dark in coloration, so I'm not quite sure what that was. It was moving a little quick to be a grouper, but the second two were jacks. So can't quite confirm what that first one was, but I'm looking forward to looking back at the origination and the key start.
Perfect. And Chris Taylor, what is your observations been today on the U-boat versus the Bluefields?
Well, I completely missed the Bluefields. I was only able to listen to the audio over swim, but it's fantastic to get eyes back on the U-boat here. It's remarkable that a huge number of fish that we're seeing on this site. I appreciate Brendan's comments about the potential for active fishing on these locations. We know the fishermen know about them, and but we're still seeing some jacks. We're seeing a few grouper, but not the number that I think we may have expected, given we've given some other observations we've made at sites like this, similar to this.
Okay, perfect. While we keep repositioning, Melanie, I'm hoping you can add a few words about your options. I certainly tuned into the U-boat dive, and maybe you saw bits and pieces of the Bluefields dive earlier this morning.
Unfortunately, I missed the entirety of Bluefields investigation, so I'm going on what you guys are saying in terms of the comparison of the communities. Honestly, it's not my area of expertise, but I'm wondering if perhaps Bluefield just happens to be the more desirable location for whatever reason. Perhaps there's more availability of prey over there versus a U-boat, and a U-boat just doesn't have, the right factors that make it the more desirable location. I mean, environmentally speaking, they're at relatively similar water depth, so the water chemistry should be similar, temperature similar, all of that. But, perhaps Bluefields just has more to offer in terms of real estate and, areas to hide all the different nooks and crannies.
Yeah, that's a great analogy. I like your use of the term real estate there, because these habitats, these shipwrecks, are really forming islands for marine life on this sandy bottom. And so they're vertically extensive. They are providing these homes to flesh out the real estate analogy. But Tane, what has your team been able to learn today? Has been very fascinating listening to the hypotheses about the damage or thereof to the vessel as it now rests on the seafloor.
Well, I'll just speak for myself. We really intended our day here to look at the site and compare the footage we captured in 2016 to what we're seeing today. Are we seeing changes? How does the hull looking? Are the plates still intact? As Hans von Schoberg mentioned, we have scour, as the hull buckling at any point because of the weight of the hull that's lifted up above the sediment without support. And so far, we're not seeing a lot, of change. I think the vessel appears to be pretty structurally sound. We did see a little bit of the hull plate, at least the concretion up towards the bow, dropped off, causing a bit of a raw wound in the metal there. And again, as Melanie mentioned, it's introducing like a scab, sort of a new infection into the hull. But from what we've seen so far, what I was looking for is really this visual monitoring and documentation. And from what I'm seeing, it's a really pretty phenomenal shipwreck, and telling that World War II story here too, of course, trying to figure out how did she sink. We knew she was attacked, but was it because of hull damage? Was it because of that faulty ballast system? We've got some good discussion here, and the shipwreck will tell us what it needs to help find those clues.
And Tane, one of the incredible things about what we're able to do today with this collaboration that not only involves folks at NOAA, who we've already spoken about, our subject experts from various organizations who are on the line, but also the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration is that we're able to bring this exploration to individuals from across the world. So I've been monitoring the YouTube chat feed, and we do have individuals tuning in from across the Atlantic in France, for example, and multiple individuals joining in from Hawaii. And those are just a few of the folks who I know are listening today. So thank you to everybody for joining us from your respective locations.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Avery. You know, this was a worldwide conflict, a worldwide war. So I'm so happy that we have people around the world tuning in here, so we can share this World War II heritage with them on the seafloor. You know, the Battle of the Atlantic was the longest sustained conflict of World War II. You know, from the very start of the war, a month after war is declared for the U.S. against Germany, a month later, those U-boats are in our home waters here attacking our ships. And, you know, that went on throughout the entire war. So to be able to share that story and that heritage with everyone is, I think, very special. We're really happy to use this technology that GFOE has brought to the table here. Again, it's a real world, real live first-person exploration. And we've got folks in the chat helping us to identify species and, you know, helping to identify, you know, different structural items on the shipwreck. So it's a fantastic new way of exploring a ship. Not just the experts on the ship, but the entire world. Well, maybe if I ask Chris Sutherly, you know, the same sort of question that Avery posed to me, is that what are things have you learned now from the U-boat and that history that we know in the attack from what we've seen here on the site itself?
Tani, I think I'm a little surprised, but pleased to see about the overall preservation and condition and stability of the U-boat itself. I mean, it seems to be completely intact, and other than some spalling or you know, some of the marine growth concretion coming off, and I love Melanie's analogy of the marine growth or the concretion being a scab. Protecting the metal and how when the scab comes off, it rapidly starts the deterioration, or it starts bleeding again, basically. But one of the things for me is, you know, the historical accounts, you know, in a lot of cases are sometimes very detailed, but they're still missing pieces. You know, it popped up, it was shot at, it had the depth charges dropped on it from the Kingfisher aircraft and went rapidly straight back to the bottom. And, you know, but looking at it here on the bottom, we're I hate to go back to it, but that crime scene analysis that we look at as archaeologists of, you know, looking at the evidence and letting the evidence tell the story is like we're not really seeing any structural damage that would be obvious of damage that would have sent the 576 back to the bottom, which, you know, and, you know, looking at the details, the angle of the rudder, the angle of the dive planes, you know, the possibility that, you know, maybe it was just another catastrophic malfunction of the ballasts, the reverse, you know, they got sent to the surface and then it flooded again and sent them straight back to the bottom, and they were fighting to get back to the surface. And, you know, maybe that's what put them back on the bottom. And, you know, it's being able to do this and look at those clues and look at those details. You know, it gives us more questions, but it also, you know, lets us ponder the possibilities.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what makes this type of archaeology and historical archaeology so much fun. Is, you know, every investigation leads to more questions and more investigation. So, you know, beyond the management of the resource and the protection and study of it in that regard for the long term, that historical curiosity and solving those puzzles.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got two representatives from North Carolina with us. This shipwreck is offshore of North Carolina, so Chris Sedley represents their Office of State Archaeology, but, you know, we have Joe Schwartzer, who represents their Maritime Museum system. So it's really, you know, two avenues of how this heritage is being shared with our coastal communities all up and down the eastern seaboard. And Joe, you know, from our conversations today and what we've seen at the site and the attack, do you find what was in the historic record is matching what we're seeing on the site?
Not really. No, I mean, the historical record would indicate, as Chris pointed out, that the U-576 got clobbered on the surface and sank as a result of battle damage. But I don't see it. I really don't, and I've been looking for it as accurate as I could. And of course, the images are so clear. I'm sure if it were there, it would show up. But no, I think this is a new wrinkle in the story. I think it's a new aspect of history, and I think it warrants further investigation.
Yeah, and again, that's the beauty of all this data we're collecting, is that we'll be able to go back that in minutia for hours and hours and hours to really kind of look at this and think about it, take the still images and blow them up and really kind of try to piece it together. But sometimes we don't have an answer, but oftentimes we can look again at that classic crime scene and try to put it together. Maybe something we don't see at first blush will be there at our 20th viewing that finally comes to light. So that's again the power of this technology, what we're seeing today. That again, it doesn't end when we leave the shipwreck. This investigation will go on with this data for years to come.
Tony, speaking of technology, is there any way to scan the portion of the submarine which is buried in the sediment, the starboard side, so we can see if there's any evidence of battle damage?
Sure. What type of technology would you be thinking about, Joe?
Well, that's what I don't know. I mean, I am not a technology guy, but I was wondering if there was something that might send I don't know, sound waves or something beneath the surface to check the integrity of the hull on that side that side that's buried, to see if there's any evidence of a breach or damage.
Wow.
It's not evident.
I don't know, but maybe this is a good question for Melanie, who I know gets exposed to a lot of sort of high technology with BOEM. And Melanie, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, so typically what we use to image what's below the seafloor is called a sub-bottom profiler, and that uses a much lower frequency sound to penetrate the seafloor. But the issue with sub-bottom is once it hits something metal like this, it creates an acoustic void below that object, so you can't see what's directly below something. But there are other systems coming on board, one called a parametric sub-bottom profiler, and that has a little bit of a higher frequency sound so that you can really get some excellent imagery of those first few layers right below the seafloor. But again, that's another sensor that's pointed straight down. So if I were to wave my magic wand and come up with some sort of a cool technology tool that we could do to image the starboard side, I would probably want to combine a parametric sub-bottom profiler with something that could be angled downwards, like mounted on an ROV, and perhaps shooting that acoustic signal directly at an angle to be able to image that. But unfortunately, I don't think we quite have that capability just yet. So if there are any kids online who are looking for some cool things to invent, there you go.
It sounds like new math, Melody. I don't think it exists. That sounds like science fiction to me.
Well, I mean, so underwater archaeology for a long time, and look what we did.
Well, and as we're moving slow. And I should mention that.
I don't know that what we're looking at. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, Hans, please go. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about battle damage. I don't know that this is what that looks like, though. I mean, there are places where there are small penetrations in the outer hull, remember, that happen over time where a fit begins. There's, kind of asymmetric corrosion going on. And as Melanie and others mentioned, once you have a small hole or a corrosion exposure, it can accelerate in that one spot. And then this kind of peeling off of the outer layer of the hull, again, that kind of scaling for whatever reason, but, when you see battle damage, it's much more recognizable as something quite traumatic that could, penetrate the inner hull as well.
And absolutely, for the folks at home, what we're actually looking at is that the outer hull structural sort of a outer fairing almost almost in the inner structure, the inner hole is the pressure hole is actually inside that. So we actually can't see it at this point. And this is actually at the very stern of the vessel, so it might have already tapered off. But because you're seeing, like we're pointing out, you can see a hole there in the outer structure. That's not actually the living or environmental spaces the crew would have been in.
Yeah, and where we are again, on the wreck, in this unsupported stern, much like the unsupported bow, if there is, even a minuscule level of bucking, which does occur on steel vessels, wrecks like this over time, and in currents, that can cause that kind of scaling and flaking at the strategic points.
Yeah, absolutely.
And talking about the more catastrophic evidence of the battle damage, if the folks that were with us this morning, thinking back to looking at the side of the Bluefields where the torpedo actually hit, you see a very clear bending and warping of the steel plates on the ship and the destruction that was wreaked on the inside. And whereas depth charges don't work quite the same as a torpedo, it's still a blast and concussive damage that you would again expect to see at least some evidence, presumably some evidence of it on the exterior of the sub. That was happening. So, or even of the gunfire that may have been taking place.
Absolutely. I want to point out. I'm sorry. Why don't you go ahead, Melanie?
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, the one thing that we haven't accounted for in this interpretation is Murphy's Law. And Murphy's Law would state in this case that, yes, that damage was indeed on the starboard side, and we're never going to see it. And to follow the crime scene investigation analogy, we can't roll over the body to check.
Right.
That's very true.
Yeah. And we are, I want to restate, we are taking great pains here not to impact the U-boat in any ways. This is a war grave. There are 45 individuals still encased within this the pressure hull of the U-boat. So we're, as always, with any shipwreck, we're being very respectful. We're not impacting it. We're not touching it. We're not taking artifacts. We're not doing any sort of sampling. We're not taking fish. This is really sort of looking at this as an in situ presentation and leaving it as it is and visually documenting the shipwreck site. So we're being very, very respectful of that. But the point I was going to make before was, it takes a whole team to make this project happen. So we've heard from all our experts we have online from so many different fields, scientific fields. We got museums, how we bring these stories to the public, where you can see recreations and exhibits and things. We've got our archaeologists, we've got our historians, we've got our ecologists, but it takes a whole team to do that. So we've got our engineers on the ship who have built and designed the ROVs. We've got a whole web team that's supporting us through their website, through Twitter, through Facebook, doing updates. We've got a videographer on board. We've got TV production on board. And we've got satellite capabilities. And, it's to be part of these projects in this field, there's other opportunities. You could write software, as we were talking about earlier. We're sub-bottom profilers and, inventing new techniques and new equipment to see through the seafloor. And that's the next generation that's doing that. So hopefully that, kids are watching this, maybe being inspired that you could really be anybody and have really any interest in, you can interject yourself into these types of projects. It just takes so much to support it. And, I hope that maybe they're looking at that and finding different ways they might explore the world's oceans too. Again, we got some great views. We're moving down the lower side of the hull, the starboard hull, which is the right side. We can see sort of the upper deck works there in the framework. The outer fairing of the U-boat almost looks like a ship's hull. And the inner hull, the pressure hull with the crew lifting works, is actually inside that, and you can't see it. And then we're moving towards the bow here soon, which is the front of the vessel. We're at nearly 700 feet on the seafloor on the German U-boat, the U-576, which was, sort of the aggressing force of the World War II's Battle of the Atlantic. This is one representation of that Type 7C U-boat on the seafloor off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Slowly moving towards the bow here. And Avery, any more thoughts from you on what we're seeing?
Sure. So I haven't seen too many fish come into the field of view in the last few minutes, but we were seeing some grouper. One of the things that has been interesting is that the grouper on this site are seeming to almost hide from the remotely operated vehicle. A lot of the ones that we are seeing are kind of slowly moseying into the field of view of the remotely operated vehicle video camera and then going underneath portions of the hull or more internal spaces on the U-boat, whereas on the Bluefields we weren't really seeing that sort of behavior. So lots of intriguing observations today, and the team is really excited to have the opportunity to systematically go back through and count and get some better identification on some of the fish species that we've seen today, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we're seeing that the edge of a saddle tank here is coming into view, that we can see sort of that bulbous protrusion on the side of the hull. Got some fish swimming in here. Just moving towards the bow. We've been talking about what things we expected to see, or reading the histories, and Hans von Tilburg out in Hawaii. That I know you've of course you've been with the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries for a really long time, and heard about all the projects happening out here on the East Coast. And how does maybe some of the things you've heard us talk about over the years, and as we documented these World War II sites, and how does that match up with what we're seeing here on the seafloor?
Well, thanks, Tony, and thanks for pointing out I am 61 years old, so. A lot of times I'm always a little envious. I mean, things can be more accessible on the East Coast, and particularly on the continental shelf. You're often here, but we don't have continental shelves here. We're the volcanic mountain chain in the middle of the Pacific, and so beyond our shores, things can get deep, very quickly, 400, 800 meters, and then with the interesting work that's been going on, fascinating creatures that.
No, is that a sea cucumber? How about a from our colleges? What is that?
It looks to me like it is a sea cucumber. If anybody has a species ID on that or believes differently, please do let me know. But we are seeing that distinctive shape of a sea cucumber and some other key features there.
Yeah, interesting. Well, anyway, as I was saying, some of the sensing you can do, some of the uses for multi-beam from the surface, get more resolution in shallower depths. That's fantastic. But the Pacific is very large also. So logistically, to get to areas to see this type of history can be more challenging on projects. A lot of the war took place in the South Pacific, the Western Pacific. And we're talking about atolls and islands and an amphibious campaign, a very fierce amphibious campaign over time, with often, not a lot of the facilities to support this kind of work. And Connie, all of you know what it takes to put together a mission to get the ship and the equipment and the expertise together in one spot, and then have the weather to be able to do it, and to make a commitment to go out there. So, it's difficult to get to stage. This is a simple example of today of the right elements of the project coming together to carry this off. It's sometimes more difficult to do that on the scale of the Pacific from the regional sense.
Yeah, well, as anybody knows that as part of these projects, it takes a lot of planning, a lot of partnerships, a lot of hopes and dreams. This was 3 years in the process. We had hurricanes, we had pandemics, we had equipment failure, but we're finally here on the seafloor with all our partners, and we're so happy here. We just saw a fish swim by here. Avery, you know what we're looking at?
Yeah, to me, Tony, that looks like a jack. I was looking at its tail shape and also its dorsal, but that did look like a jack. I'm seeing lots of jacks schooling around the wreck today. I'm not surprised to see one coming down kind of close to the hull of the wreck, maybe trying to seek shelter there, or potentially looking for a food source.
It's almost looking like rustical formation along that bottom edge of I guess the edge of the saddle tank. But yeah, I don't know. Like Melanie mentioned, I'm not sure what the depth limitations are for the different types of rusticles and corrosion, but it looks like it's dripping off that edge.
Yeah, absolutely, it does appear that way.
And again, not a friend to ROVs and submersibles. There's that kind of stray line hanging in the current.
Right. So the folks at home will notice that the ROV is taking a wide berth of that line just to be safe. You know, we don't want to damage the equipment, don't want to damage the U-boat. We definitely don't want to be caught up in it. It looks like we've got another fish up in that winter garden area, Avery. You able to see what that is?
Yeah, Tony, what do you mean by oh, there it is. This is coming into my view right now. So that is the snowy grouper. So snowy grouper, we can see those white spots along its sides. This is a pretty big fish. If the ROV pilots are able to get lasers on it, it would help us be able to estimate how long it might be. But previously on this wreck, we've seen some that are 70, 80 centimeters long, so just shy of a meter.
Those are big fish. So these,
and it's interesting to me that this fish is hugging the structure so closely. This is a behavior that we do see. These are structure-associated fish. We'll often see them around areas that are deep and pretty tall, but sometimes they do hang around lower-lying structures. And so now it looks like the snowy grouper is starting to go back under an overhang created by the shipwreck structure. And possibly maybe it'll even go down into some of the open spaces below.
And is this the snow grouper? Is that an important species to our commercial and charter fishermen?
It is. It's a very valuable species for commercial and charter fishermen and women in the area. And again, this is a distinctive species. We did expect to see snowy grouper here today. We also may have seen a few Warsaw grouper and possibly a yellow-edged grouper mixed in as well. And sometimes it's difficult to tell which is which. In certain phases of grouper life cycles, their colorations can change, and sometimes they can look pretty similar to one another. And so this view that we're getting of the, I guess, tallest portion of the wreck near the conning tower is really interesting. And on previous footage that we were able to collect on this site, we did see that there were a lot of fish that were grouped inside of the conning tower, and I'm not sure if that's feasible to get a glimpse inside today with the currents the way they are. And I know we're wrapping up the dive, but if there's any way to get a little bit more light in there, it would be interesting to see.
Yeah, for the ROV pilots, if we're able to maybe peek inside the top of the conning tower there with light, that would be appreciated by our ecologists. It looks like in the hull itself, at the bottom, the base of the conning tower on the right side, we can see some valves too, which is interesting. Some of those structural features. So we're just moving up so we can take a good look inside that conning tower again, Avery.
Thank you. So far I'm seeing a few smaller fish, likely anthias, and I'm not seeing any big grouper inside of there right now. But it is really interesting to note that there are lots of small fish that are using some of the spaces created by the wreck structure itself.
Yeah, and it would be helpful, you know, earlier when we were here, Joe Swartzer, you helped to identify a lot of the features inside the conning tower here for the public. Would you mind doing that again? You did a really good job there of explaining what we're seeing.
Sure. Well, one thing is you see this slit in the foreground here. That actually is a radar antenna in there. It's retractable. Then you have a forward periscope and attack periscope here. This is like the well, it was a sighting element for if you're running on the surface. They had binoculars that would mount on here, and it was usually for something along using a deck gun. Then this is the main periscope here, and these are air vents here and here, and you can see just the top of the conning tower hatch closed,
right,
and then right over here. And this is the technological variant on an early 1939, early 1940 type 7C. This is smooth. This is flat through here. There's nothing, and the side of the sail is the same. With those U-boats that were launched in 1940 and 41, you start seeing this configuration, this triangle configuration, and there's another element in here which I think is an aerial periscope, so you can see if there's any aircraft before you came up. But I'm not sure about that. And then of course you've got the interior here would have been lined with wood, simply because in cold climates, if you're standing up there and you're against wet, cold metal, you're going to stick to it. So they had wood lining around all the way around the tower, the interior of the tower.
Absolutely. And if I could do a fish ID, there's a snowy grouper.
Yes, Donna, you got it. So we are seeing a beautiful snowy grouper moving around the inside of this portion of the conning tower. The grouper on my screen is now starting to go along the upper edge of the tower and out of the field of view.
And Joe Schwartzer, just so we can help the folks watching to identify the periscope, the attack periscope, is that what we're seeing inside the conning tower, but more to the right there, inside a circular tube?
There are actually two. There's the main periscope is in the back toward the winter garden, back toward that round platform. It's that large structure that's sort of sticking up in the middle,
okay,
just in front of the hatch. Then the attack periscope is the one in front. This is a smaller one up in here, right in the front of the tower.
Well, these are fantastic views for the folks at home then, being able to see this. And again, you're not going to see this on almost any other U-boat unless it's very deep water, because they're sort of those sought-after items by looters and things. So be able to see this intact where they were stowed is pretty special.
Well, that's exactly right, Tony, because if you see this in shallow water, the superstructure's gone, and you see the periscope sticking up and other elements sticking up, but it's coming right up out of the pressure hull, and it doesn't make any sense when you're looking at it. You have to know what you're looking at. This really gives you a very lovely idea of exactly what these vessels look like on the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. Slowly coming before it. Again, we were talking about the crew that's inside, the 45 men that were inside this vessel. That's a hatch right there for the conning tower. You can see it's definitely sealed, dogged down, tightened, so it doesn't look like there's any cracks or people are trying to escape. So it appears from what we're seeing that the crew is still entombed inside this war grave, this German U-boat on the seafloor. This is great. And maybe if the ROVs been able to move a little bit more forward, we can take a look at that 88 millimeter gun again. That would be great, just as we're starting to come to the close of our day here. Slowly come around. And again, this 88 mil gun would have been used to attack merchant vessels. The torpedoes were precious. They didn't want to expel them necessarily unless they had to, so sometimes it was much easier to fire upon an unarmed merchant vessel with this giant gun we have here, the 88 millimeter, because there's a lot more shells than torpedoes aboard these U-boats.
The average U-boat had 220 shells for that deck gun.
Yeah, versus how many torpedoes, Joe, in a typical Type 7
14.
U-boat? 14. Yeah, right.
They had 14.
So you had to be judicious with your targets for the torpedoes. You know, and we're looking at the 88 millimeter gun now. You can see, and there's some sort of those U structures. And Joe, you were talking about that before. That's really where some of those would flip down, and that's where the sailor would come up and sort of lock himself in with his shoulders to fire that gun. Is that right?
Exactly. And you can see the two facing the tower are open, and the two on the sides are closed. Generally speaking, when the U-boats were running submerged, everything was closed up. So in other words, those ones that are turned out should be turned in, but in this case, they're turned out.
Hmm. Yeah, that's interesting.
On the other hand, the tampon is still in the muzzle of the barrel, so.
Right, exactly. And so folks realize too, let's make sure we can keep the barrel sealed and protected. So they would put some sort of stopper material at the end, so it wouldn't be fouled with anything or seawater. So we're just going to come in here and get some great views of this. And again, this is very rare to see an intact 88 millimeter gun. They are sought after, you know, by folks that want to take these things. This U-boat is still sovereign German property. It's owned by the German government, so it is owned by somebody. This isn't just an abandoned ship on the seafloor. And of course, it's a war grave too, which has that added level of respect that we give it. Some great views. And it looks like we got some fish that found a home here around the gun, which is good to see.
We do. We have a Darwin slime head, which is a reddish pink fish that just actually moved out of the field of view. It's now obscured by some of the structure directly underneath the deck gun. We do have some smaller fish that are kind of buzzing around the deck gun base. So it's, again, really nice to see that fish are using lots of different portions of the shipwreck for habitat. One of the things that we like to talk about is that in the seascape, we often have this sandy bottom, and we come across these shipwrecks which provide this structured habitat that is tall and rises well off the seafloor compared to the sand. And this hard habitat can, in and of itself, provide a large feature that big fish like groupers and jacks that we've seen today will use for their home. But even within the habitat provided by one shipwreck, you can have smaller areas, microhabitats we call them, where certain species can exist. And we see that here for the fish. And one of my colleagues who's on the phone, Melanie, sees that for the microbial communities. And Melanie, what are your thoughts on that? I know we've talked about the shipwreck and some of the microbial organisms that may be colonizing it pretty broadly today, but do you often see differences in microhabitats?
Hey, yeah, I think we certainly can see differences in some of these microhabitats. The only way we really be able to find out is by sampling and then bringing those back to the lab and then doing some sequencing analyses of their DNA to try and identify those different species. So, I mean, I certainly can't look at this and say what's there. That would be for the microbial ecologists to do. If we were to collect sediment samples, we'd be able to identify them. But we definitely do see differences in communities, and that's based a lot in terms of what materials are present. So microorganisms like bacteria, archaea, and fungi, they have a very specific function that they perform in the marine environment, whether it's for iron sulfate reduction or hydrocarbon degradation, wood degradation, or anything you can imagine. And so if those materials are present, then those microorganisms are going to be present as well. If we can measure how those communities change over time in relation to different environmental conditions that might change, such as exposure to oil or changes in the water chemistry. And so you might see a shift in those microbial communities based on different things that are happening. But the cool thing about microorganisms is that they're so ubiquitous and their lifespan is short enough that when they turn over in population, you can actually measure how that ecosystem is changing over time. So they're great tools for measuring environmental stress and environmental response and environmental recovery.
Thank you, Melanie. And Tane, may we request HD footage if it's not, or 4K, footage if it's not already being recorded?
It's been recorded right now.
One other thing I wanted to ask Melanie is, Melanie, we focused a lot on the organisms that are using the shipwreck itself for its home, but I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to whether the shipwreck may actually help enrich some of the sediments that extend beyond the wreck structure itself.
Yeah, so for that, I'd actually like to, throw some props to a long-term research colleague of mine, Dr. Layla Hamden, who's with the University of Southern Mississippi. And she is a microbial ecologist that I've been working with for over a decade now. And some of the research that we had come out recently on one of the Gulf of Mexico shipwrecks is a shipwreck called Nona, which sank in 1944 off the mouth of the Mississippi River. And it's in about 4,000 feet of water, so it's pretty deep. And over the years, we visited that shipwreck several times, collected a number of sediment cores. And one of the cool things that Dr. Hamden's lab found was that that particular shipwreck appeared to be influencing the microbial communities as far away as 200 meters, so far beyond just the extent of the hull itself. But the microbes that were attracted to that shipwreck could be detected as far as 200 meters away. So these shipwrecks appear to have some sort of like a halo of influence within the sediments around the shipwreck itself. So they're actually affecting the marine life much farther away than what you see just on and right around the shipwreck itself.
Excellent. Thank you, Melanie. And I think that's the perfect segue to turn it back over to Tane. I know you wanted to maybe share some closing thoughts as we think about wrapping up today's dive on the Bluefields early this morning and the U576 where we are right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we unfortunately we're coming now to the end of our broadcast day. The ROV is going to be doing an ascent here very shortly to come back aboard the vessel. We've had a great day here exploring 2 shipwreck sites from World War II. So for my compatriot here, Chris Sutherly, we get to break off and go have dinner and relax and do our notes. The rest of the ROV team has to keep working throughout the night. So we would love to stay on the bottom for a lot longer, but we got to get these guys. We have to get the gear back up on deck, checked over, and get these guys some rest too. So, but it's been a fantastic day today. We've seen so many things. Again, seeing firsthand and sharing with the world this real world exploration in real time on the seafloor is incredible. And just as we close, maybe I'd love to hear, if they want to, some closing thoughts from our new guests here, Melody and Hans. You joined us today for the first time or seen this World War II heritage, and maybe if we start with Melody, what's your thoughts here? What you've seen today and experienced with us?
Well, I think for me, looking at this site and comparing it to U166, they're so different in so many ways. Yet, they only sank about 2 weeks apart. So, they're very similar in terms of, being contemporaneous, but the sinking events were vastly different. The environments that they're in are vastly different. The marine life that we see growing on them are very different as well. So I think this particular site, because it's completely intact, provides for an excellent comparative data set for, the other U-boat that we've been investigating for quite a while now. So just some food for thought. Maybe there could be a cool research collaboration some point in the future comparing these 2 sites.
And I would invite anybody, please, to go to Google U166. The research was done there because it was really groundbreaking in very deep water in the Gulf. So thank you so much for joining us today, Melody. It's been a real pleasure. And maybe if we turn it to Hans in the Pacific, you're talking to us from the other theater aboard, the Pacific Naval Theater. What's it been like? You're in the location where World War II started for the United States, and you're seeing really maybe where on the home front it ended for the United States. So what do you think about seeing this today?
Yeah, thanks. First, it's been a pleasure to be a part of this and work with you, Tane, and the team as well. And, shouts go out to the Nancy Foster and Global Foundation. The heritage, obviously, there's a wonderful story of this Atlantic battle, and I think it's really being captured by this type of platform and this type of event, and that is remarkable. Secondly, the resource itself, physically, this is the most intact submarine shipwreck I've seen, and let's see, when did I start working in this field of maritime archaeology? 1990. And it's not just the history, or it's not just the archaeology. It's obviously the biology, the relationship between the resource and the environment, what that means, the pluses and minuses, the habitat, the potential threat of oil, etc., that we mentioned. So there's that aspect too. But what I like most is that this is a public resource, and we are a public agency. And so rather than years ago, when it used to be just a few of us archaeologists diving on a wreck and enjoying it, and then writing a report that would be shared minimally, with people, or maybe having some pictures we could show, this is real-time exploration as we see it and as we get to do it with the public, with anyone who wants to tune in. And it's archived and can be enjoyed in the future. So that is a tremendous service, and that's one of the things I like most about being part of the exploration.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And again, thank you for joining us today. Again, Dr. Hans van Tilburg from NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and the Maritime Heritage Program. It's been an honor to have you on the line today.
And Tony, by the way, the only people that call me doctor are people that owe me money. So you really gotta stop that.
maybe I owe you $5 from 10 years ago, and you don't remember. but thank you. It's been a pleasure to have our experts online, and maybe for Avery, I think you're the last. Are you the last ecologist we have with us? The last scientist standing.
I think so. I think so.
Maybe just your thoughts. We've seen several World War II sites today. These two sites we saw today are much different from the ones we've experienced earlier in the week. So, I mean, what do you think as we're ascending now, after seeing this depth and this habitat and the differences in the two sites?
Today was a really special experience, Tane. We were able to not only see one shipwreck, but actually two that are less than an American football field size away from each other. The first wreck that we dove on, the Bluefields, is a little bit deeper, 750 feet, compared to its neighbor, the U576, at 690 feet. We did see grouper and jacks and other more cryptic species on both wrecks. And I was really excited, honestly, to see the diversity of marine life on these two shipwrecks, kind of continuing this message that we've been sharing over the course of the mission, starting on shallower reefs and now moving to these deeper shipwrecks, that these shipwrecks form oases for marine life. They are islands of habitat, and they have this really unique fusion of the ecology with the history and archaeology. And I think that message of that fusion and that interaction between the history and ecology was really nicely highlighted today.
Yeah, and well said. And, we need to tell folks, too, that, you're actually in North Carolina as well. You're in Beaufort at the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science Beaufort Lab. So you're part of that North Carolina story, too, and that heritage in doing this cutting-edge science.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. And, we also have two other representatives here that I'd love to hear from. Joe Schwartzer, he's the director for all of the North Carolina Maritime Museums, and sort of calls the Graveyard of the Atlantic home, and talking about a new exhibit that's going to be unveiled to the public in the upcoming months. And Joe, this is kind of the culmination of this whole story we've been talking about with World War II. We've seen merchant ships, we've seen tankers, we've seen freighters, but now we've seen the actual battlefield of the aggressor and the victim side by side. So what's this like for you?
Tony, this is absolutely unique, and I think what's wonderful about this is the average person looking at a wreck underwater, such as E.M. Clark, is not going to know what they're looking at. You look at the Bluefields, you look at the U576, you know exactly what you're looking at. It's crystal clear, and it summarizes the Battle of the Atlantic so perfectly that it's really remarkable. And I think this is the best day you've had so far, and it's just remarkable. And I'm delighted to be a part of it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And just to bring that point home, this is the deepest sites we've visited so far. Very complex operation, and all the stars aligned for us today to visit 2 different shipwreck sites a football field apart. And as we talk about that, maybe for Chris Sutherly, the underwater archaeologist, state of North Carolina, what's your thoughts of everything we've done so far, all the planning, and what does it mean to actually see these incredibly intact shipwrecks?
I guess say, yeah, Tane, to see after almost 3 years, or about 3 years of planning and challenges and frustrations, for this project to finally come to fruition, to be out here and doing this is just amazing. And I think in closing, I would echo what Hans had said in terms of, this is absolutely wonderful for us to be able to share this live, to share this, real time. The research that we're doing, it's not waiting for a report. It's not going to be hidden in some scientific journal, but everybody out there, it's the reason we do the work that we do as archaeologists working in the public sector, state and federal government, to protect these resources, to bring these resources to the public, and this is the perfect opportunity to do that. And again, kind of echoing Joe, these 2 particular wrecks, tell the story of the Battle of the Atlantic. This is where the U-boats met the convoy system and the freighters, and the entire battle in a microcosm with the U-boat and one of the freighters sitting on the bottom, roughly 100 yards apart. And this battle in turn marks the point of the change in the war in the Atlantic, the battle in the Atlantic, with proving that the convoy system does work, and they are able to repel the German U-boats. And from this turning point on, the war in the Atlantic kind of changes, and it's no longer a shooting gallery for the German U-boats taking out the commerce. So it's just, and that story. And I think kind of a final thought is, we have to think about this is, the U-576 is a 220-foot long coffin for 45 men that went down with the ship. And always keep that in mind, is that these wrecks are war graves.
Absolutely. We explore these sites, and we're excited to see them, obviously, after so much work. But again, it's also a somber time to be respectful that these are absolutely war graves. And we investigate these with the highest amount of regard for that, and just we think about that as we plan. And and just for me, we visited 2 different shipwreck sites today. The site of the Battle of KS-520, which was a convoy that left Norfolk, Virginia, on its way to Key West, Florida. There's 19 merchant vessels, 5 naval vessels acting as escort. They're moving from north down to south when they encounter the U-576. Just days before July 15th of 1942, 576 had gotten to another action where it had its ballast system damaged. And so, they were actually thinking about going back to Europe again because they were having problems with it, to the point that they didn't think they can keep their war tour moving forward. So as they are moving again north across the Atlantic, they sight this convoy. The captain makes the decision to attack because that's his role, right? To sink merchant ships, to stop that flow of lifeblood of materials to Europe. He shoots a 4-torpedo spread at the convoy. 1 torpedo misses entirely. 2 of the torpedoes hit 2 vessels that catch fire, but they stay afloat, and the 4th one hits the freighter Bluefields. Luckily, they abandoned ship. All the crew got off safely, but the ship goes down very quickly with an explosion that happened on the port-hand side. Ship goes down, but that change in ballast, in that weight, because those torpedoes are quite heavy, unexpectedly the U-boat pops up into the middle of the convoy because of that damaged ballast system, and everybody opens up at it. Because they just saw their shipmates, their friends being shot down by this U-boat. So training takes over. So we've got Kingfisher aircraft now firing, dropping depth charges. You've got armed guard crews aboard some of these ships firing at them, and the U-boat goes down very quickly with all hands. So what we have here truly is the only naval battlefield in U.S. waters. We have the aggressor and the victim side by side on the seafloor, literally only a football field apart. So it's absolutely incredible in very deep water. And again, we need to mention these vessels are not abandoned. They are still owned, and especially the German U-boat that is owned by the German government still, with its 45 men entombed. So as we come to the end of the broadcast day, I just want to thank everybody that's a part of this. It does take a village. So thank you, the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, the officers and crew that dealt with very challenging surface conditions, and then of course the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, who are bringing these live scenes to you right now from the seafloor. So essentially, we're telling a story on the bottom of the sea to outer space, where the story is being sent to a satellite and then right back down to the internet and shared with you. So then the engineers, the videographers, the ROV pilots, the president of the organization, Dave Lavolvo, the vice president, Melissa Ryan of TWO, of course. The whole team has made this possible. So thank you, everybody, for joining us. Please join us again tomorrow. We're actually switching to night operations, hoping to see maybe a different interaction with the marine life on these shipwrecks. So please stay tuned to the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration's website for that. And with that, it's the end of our broadcast day. So I wish everyone fair seas and a following wind. Thank you.